Welcome everybody to the Boxing Podcast, broadcasting to you live from the True North. Special fundraiser edition for our friend Gonzalo. Shout out to everybody joining us out there right now. For those of you that are unaware of the situation, our good friend Gonzalo, regular panelist on this show, his newborn son ended up encountering a bout of pneumonia. He's been intubated for the past 5 weeks, which is about 2 weeks longer than average, than the normal. And so, as you can imagine, the bills are piling up. And so Gonzalo, who is a veteran of the United States, his veterans insurance does not cover this outside the nation expense, because you know Gonzalo lives in the Philippines. So Gonzalo is a veteran. He stared death in the face. He encountered an explosive device over there, almost got blown to smithereens, but he survived by the grace of God. Gave him a second chance, and now it's up to us to give him a second chance as well, and to do our part and to donate as little or as much as we can. Everything is appreciated and obviously accepted. And by the way, fellas, look at the message on the top of your screen. Do not, I repeat, do not donate via the super chat. All right, do not donate via the super chat, because YouTube takes a cut and then it just becomes hard to keep track of the money. Just give it directly to his GoFundMe page. GoFundMe, as far as I understand it, is 100% for Gonzalo. He's going to need every cent after his son's lengthy stay in the hospital. So again, donate only to his GoFundMe page. Please, no super chats, no PayPal, the Patreon, whatever. Everything should go to his GoFundMe page. All right, fellas. Again, this is a fundraiser for a good friend Gonzalo, and it's gonna be an all-out show, man. Anything goes. We're gonna be taking phone calls. I'm gonna be opening up the phone calls soon. I'm gonna be opening up the StreamYard, maybe even the Discord. I want to save those bullets for later, but the phone calls definitely. Opening them up, and we're gonna discuss a variety of subjects, man. A large variety of subjects going on here in boxing. It's a little bit of everything, so we're gonna get to that. And let me just hold on a second. I'm just trying to invite some people here, and yeah, that's about it, fellas. Oh, hold on a second. Let me invite the man of the hour as well, Gonzalo. I don't know which point I will be opening up the StreamYard, but like I said, maybe within the hour. I'm going to put up a disclaimer there. Again, please do not donate via the super chat. Do not donate via the super chat. Donate only to Gonzalo's GoFundMe page. All right, fellas? Shout out to Iceman in the chat room, JumpTube, Triple JJJ, Tel J, Neil Simpson, Savat Kim, Iron Fist, Christopher Roman, and many more people to come, I am sure. Fellas, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. And you know what? Let's take the opportunity, because we were talking about last night. I wasn't there on the episode, just in the beginning. The whole Jake Paul thing. We could get into it a little bit again, because I've heard some people saying that this is actually good for boxing. Hey, it depends. My point of view is this with the whole event, which was quite, it was debauchery at hand. But then again, our show, some people could say, well, BDA, your show is full of degenerates. You know, the chat room's full of degenerates. So what's the problem? Well, we're not broadcasting fights. You know, I'd like to keep if I ever saw a boxing broadcast, a boxing fight, and you had some of the stuff that goes on here, I wouldn't like it. It's improper. I think there should be division. I think there are lines that should be drawn. And again, there's a place for everything. Like Tyson Fury said, there's a time for sense and there's a time for laughter. This is a time for laughter on this show, having a good laugh, making a couple of jokes. Sometimes we keep it seriously, you know, when we talk about the actual boxing. But for the most part, you know, we're not broadcasting to the masses here. This ain't a network. And so I think, you know, if you're going to... But then again, that was a separate event. That's the other thing. That's the other side of this whole thing is it's not a boxing event, really. It's a circus, and that's what they're advertising. So I don't see what the problem is, really. I mean, yeah, it wasn't everybody's cup of tea, but you pay for it or you don't pay for it. But some people saying that this is good for boxing, I don't know. Will remain to be seen. Also, the Andrade fight. You know, Andrade did what he could in there. Tried to look good in the beginning. It was actually looking good. But as always, the last half of the fight for him just deteriorates into no fun. He just doesn't look good in the last 6 rounds. A whole lot of clinching, And but by the way, while I'm talking here, let me just open up the phone lines because I do want to get people in here to call in and to let us know what exactly is the issue with Andrade. Do you like Andrade? Do you find that he could beat Canelo? That sort of thing. Here's my thing. Again, my big problem with him was the clinching. It was excessive. Okay, and nobody can defend that. People say, "Well, he looked good. He had to do what he had to do." Against Liam Williams, when Floyd Mayweather fought Maidana, and it was a rejuvenated Maidana, it was a Maidana who was with, what's his name, Robert Garcia, really got him into tip-top shape, made him the best Maidana possible with feints and a good jab and all that. And not for nothing, but Mayweather was what, 36, 37? He was no spring chicken. So when you're facing a big puncher who's younger than you, okay, you do what you got to do. Now, in this case, Liam Williams was younger than Andrade, but Andrade wasn't 38. He was 33. He's 33 years old. So that same slack does not apply to him. Okay? He was clinching, fellas. Marquis of Queensbury rules are pretty clear on this, on what clinching means. It is illegal. You're not allowed to clinch. And he did it excessively. And the referee, by the way, never warned him. Never formally warned him that he was going to take a point away. He told him, "Hey, yeah, you got to stop the clinching, Chico. You got to stop the clinching." But he never actually warned him, "Hey, I'm going to take a point away if you do this again." It was warning after warning after warning, and you think, okay, after how many warnings? And by the way, Dominic Ingle, Liam Williams' trainer, how come he never petitioned? I know sometimes we hate it when trainers make a big fuss about, they're always complaining to the referee, but this was the time to complain to the referee. The clinching was excessive.
3, 2,
all right, 1. I'm opening up the phone lines here, fellas. There you see the numbers right there.
Blog Talk Radio.
By the way, what am I hearing here? People are saying, what? Derek Chauvin found guilty of all charges? Hold on a second. Jury reaches verdict at trial over George Floyd's death. Okay. Injury of Minneapolis. Okay, they're trying to keep you in suspense because they don't tell you right off the bat. Second degree murder occurs with Chauvin, who is white and during closing arguments, prosecutors has agreed. Chauvin had agreed to plead guilty days after Floyd's death, but William Barr, the U.S. Attorney General, rejected the deal. All right, that doesn't say, in a good news story article, they're supposed to tell you in that first paragraph what the story is about, and they're not telling you here. Second degree murder, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, whatever. Fuck. I mean, whether he was found guilty or not, this is a boxing show. Who cares? I don't want to get into this bullshit. All right, people in this chat room saying, yeah, guilty. All right, so if he was found guilty, I suppose no more riots, right? I guess BLM is going to be satisfied. Don't start burning innocent people's stores now. Okay, back to the Andrade fight. Andrade did his best to look good in the beginning. Okay, fine. But it's not about whether he looked good or about whether he was entertaining. It's whether what he showed us there. Oh, no. Chris K, do not, again, please read the message. Do not donate with a super chat. Every little bit that you get, please donate it to Gonzalo's GoFundMe page. Donate everything you've got to Gonzalo's GoFundMe page. I'm going to put the article. Oh, wait a minute. That's on the GoFundMe page. Yeah, do not donate via super chat, please, fellas. I hope that maybe the message is not clear the way it's written. Jeez, Louis. Okay, hold on a second. Maybe I need to change the message here. Yeah, because it looks like it says donate via super chat. Donate via GoFundMe. All right, so shout out to Lost One and Chris K. But fellas, donate everything to Gonzalo's GoFundMe page. I put the link there on the. Yeah, you know what? I should pin it now though because I don't want super chats. We should be pinning it in this scenario. If I pin it, it should be. Wait a minute. Lost One says sorry. Well, I mean it's okay. It's not the end of the world, but I mean, I'm trying to make the message clear. Okay, I pinned the message now. So yeah, please donate everything to Gonzalo. Because here's the thing, fellas: if you donate via YouTube, we got to keep track of it, and that's not the worst part. The worst part is YouTube takes a cut. It takes 33% or 30%. So Gonzalo is going to need every cent that he can get. So please, pretty please, with sugar on top, donate to Gonzalo's GoFundMe page. Okay, why did I write GoFundMe instead of GoFundMe? Give me 2 seconds here, man. We're going to get to the bottom of this, fellas. Don't worry about it. But anyway, I appreciate the contributions, fellas. Yeah, I mean, I know you thought it's going straight to Gonzalo this way. But Chris K says, what are the odds that Minneapolis burns anyway? Very good odds, man. The criminals have taken hold of Minneapolis right now. A lot of people fled. They defunded the police, and now they're hiring people that aren't worthy of being police officers. So it's a vicious circle. You're going to be getting more fuck-ups from the police over there. And more criminals means more crime, and therefore more fuck-ups, and therefore more news, and therefore more riots. Lost One says, sorry, I can't give more. I wish you all the best, Gonzalo. Don't worry about Lost One. We'll make sure we wire this to him. Fair play, BDA. Stay blessed, mate, says Junior. Iron Fist says, I favor Triple G against Andrade, even at 39. Andrade has a chance with a bad decision, though. Johnny's Boxing Empire says, I'll go up there and be a cop. Yeah. Johnny, I don't think you could be a cop with your record. All right, fellas, don't forget the phone lines are open, so if you want to call in, I don't know how long we're going to be going on for. I plan on staying here for a long bit. I will be opening up the StreamYard at some point and the Discord. But for the moment, I want to save those bullets for later. All right, fellas. Like I said, we got a lot to talk about. I wanted to bring this up because we're talking about Demetrius Andrade, right? And how I've heard some people say, well, he actually looked good. Look, if you're unbiased and you're a boxing fan, and not a fan of a specific fighter, you cannot look at Demetrius Andrade's performance against Liam Williams and tell me that it was a good performance. The main argument seems to be, but BDA, he dropped him. Okay, he dropped him, and how did he look afterwards? Did he look good? Did he look dominant? Did he control the fight? To a certain extent, he controlled the fight. But would things have gone the same way had the referee not allowed the amount of clinching that we saw this past Saturday night? It was a hell of a lot of clinching, fellas. You got to admit, a whole lot of clinching. And Andrade showed decent power in the beginning, but afterwards it was just downhill from there. A lot of clinching, a lot of fall. You know what it seemed like to me? Very Sahir Rahimish type performance. He was falling on his knees. He was tackling, buying time. And by the way, that's the other thing. He was excessively clinching, and then when the ref would say break, he wouldn't break right away. He would keep clinching for as long as he could. That right there merited another point taken away, or at least another stern warning. But no stern warnings. Just, hey, ¿qué tú estás haciendo, chico? Tú tienes que dejar de clinch, chico. Disgusting refereeing, really. Not the worst refereeing. I mean, at least he didn't hit him in the balls, and the referee didn't do shit. But check this comment out here from a boxing scene. Demetrius Andrade can't win with the haters, somebody says. If he boxes safely, people will say he's boring. If he takes a risk for the fans and gets hit a few times, he struggled with a bum. The insecure Culero, Billy Ho, and Jermall Charlo fans take their best shots, but expose their pitiful jealousy of Boo Boo, taking the spotlight from said boxers that they idolize. Don't worry, girls. Culero and Saunders will have the public's attention all to themselves very soon. All right, first of all, how can somebody call other fans of other fighters insecure when this guy's making up names like Culero and Billy Ho and Jermall Charlo? See, this is what prevents good discussions in message boards like boxing scene. I mean, boxing scene, fellas, if you think that our community is a cesspool, you should go over to boxing scene and see what it's really about. You cannot read more than 5 comments before finding something that is ridiculous, like this comment here. People say, oh, you can't win, Andrade can't win with the haters. Well, was his performance that good? He spent the last 6 rounds clinching, for Pete's sakes. I mean, what do you expect? Clinching is illegal. How many times do I have to say it? Look, okay, it's part of the game. It is part of the game. Some people allow it, some referees allow it. But you're not supposed to go around clinching, especially when what he was doing was, after every punch, he would clinch. He would move, and then set up a clinch with a feint. I hate people that set up clinches with feints. What the fuck is this? All right, somebody joined the call. Is this recognized?
What's up?
How you doing, man? Thank you for being on. This is the Gonzalo fundraiser. We're gonna go on for a long time. Yes, we're gonna go for a long time. Again, fellas, our friend Gonzalo needs help. He's a veteran. He stared death in the face and asked for seconds. So we got to help out a guy like that who's not scared. We got to give it up to him. We need people like him, blunt objects that have no fear. And it's time to give back to him. And, right now he's undergoing that situation with his son, newborn son, suffering from pneumonia, lengthy hospital stay. You know how expensive that can get. So we're going to help him out. So please, if you're going to donate via the GoFundMe page. It's the GoFundMe link is pinned there in the chat, and it's in the description of the stream. So do not be afraid. Recognize, thank you for being on. I was just talking about the Andrade fight, and I was reading this comment here. I'm gonna show it to you because I had to go to boxing scene, see what people were saying about it, because now some people are complaining that the criticism against Andrade is unwarranted, and this guy said Demetrius Andrade can't win with the haters. If he boxes safely, he's boring. And if he takes a risk for the fans and gets hit a few times, then he struggled with a bum. What do you think about that comment, the Recognize? Is the logic sound?
I mean, look, I think people invest too much in certain fighters, and when they hear criticism, they just think of it as hating, right? Like I'm just hating on Demetrius Andrade. If you're a fan of his, right? It works on every, on every fighter just about. But I just look I'm when I watch Andrade, I'm not here to discredit him if it doesn't warrant that. I thought he fought a bad fight in the sense that he had a bad opponent in front of him, a guy who was there to be hit. And in a lot of moments of the fight, he was getting outworked by this very basic bad defensive fighter. That's what I saw. Did he hurt him and did he win the fight? I think Andrade won the fight without a doubt. But do I look at his performance and say, this guy, Liam Williams, how he would have, with that same style of fighting, how he would have done against Triple G, Jamal Charlo. Shit, even Jamel Charlo, I would say.
Yeah.
And Canelo Alvarez. Even Canelo Alvarez. I mean, forget about Canelo Alvarez. Okay, just forget about that. These guys will wipe him out. They'll wipe him out. Okay, they take Liam Williams and they wipe him out. So he didn't make a statement. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I think Canelo would have taken out Liam Williams in the same fashion that he took out Yildirim. I think Charlo would have taken out Williams in knockout fashion. I think Triple G beats up Williams the way he beat up Cesmereta. I mean, and that's just my opinion. My opinion, judging the fight. What I saw from Andrade was a guy who was getting beat up at times in the fight by a very one-dimensional, bad defensive fighter.
That's it. That is a fantastic way of putting it, man. Because, like I asked in the aftermath of the fight, what happens if, or what would have happened had the referee not allowed all the clinching that Andrade initiated? I mean, look, in my experience, when I clinch, it's because I'm tired or because I can't deal with the pressure. And that's coming from me. I'm not a pro. I'm not even a high-level amateur. I get in trouble, I clinch. So when you have a guy that's the supposed boogeyman of the division, and again, that's the important distinction to make here. People were saying that Canelo and Triple G and even Charlo, to some extent, were afraid of Andrade. But now when we see this guy, like you said, clinching against a very limited guy, unwilling to engage, wanting to slow down the pace, running out the clock, makes you wonder if Liam Williams, who's a strong guy, but that's about it when it comes to fundamentals, if he can make Andrade fight this way, what can a guy like Canelo, Triple G, or Charlo do to him? Or even Jacobs, if he wakes up, right?
I mean, Jacobs, he might be a little bit past it. He might be able to sneak a decision win over a guy like that. As much as I'm a Triple G fan, if Triple G's having an off night, I mean, he can make Triple G have an off night. Not that he loses the fight, but the fight is kind of close. I can see where judges could be favorable to Andrade and give him a decision.
Mm-hmm.
And I would still take Triple G to beat him. You know what I'm saying? I'll still take him to beat him. If they were to fight like right now. Yeah, but guys like when I'm looking at his guys who are in his age range, Canelo, Charlos. I'm saying to myself, these guys beat him easy. He's not a boogeyman. You know what I'm saying? He's not. I don't see him as a threat to those guys. Can he make them look off? That's the best he could do. You think he's gonna be tagging Canelo the way he was tagging Leon Williams? Hell no. Charlo, without getting hit back with something hard? Come on, man. You're that's fantasy. You're not living in reality if you think that.
Absolutely, man. Because what he was doing against Liam Williams was left hand, straight left. After that, it disappeared. Then it was mostly overhand left and that right uppercut, left uppercut that he loved so much. Yeah. And an occasional left hand to the body. Very little jabs, very little right hooks, which his corner kept insisting he'd throw. And that was about it. I mean, his offense grew very limited after the 6th round, just like it did against Sulensky. And again, this guy went life and death with Kolke. Now look, Kolke also gave Derevyanchenko a lot of trouble. And of course, Derevyanchenko gave Triple G a lot of trouble as well. And almost some people say might have actually beaten Triple G. But let's put things into perspective. Triple G was 38 when he fought Derevyanchenko?
Something like that, because he's about, what is he now, 38, 39?
Right.
So would that fight happened about a year and a half ago, maybe going on 2 years. So yeah, he's about 36, 37, somewhere around that age.
Right. Okay, so we cut him some slack, right? Andrade fought a guy who's a level below Derevyanchenko in Liam Williams. Yes. And he had to clinch his way in the last 6 rounds to a decision. Went life and death against Kolke. You know, okay, Kolke gave Derevyanchenko trouble, but Derevyanchenko beat him. So as we can see, I'm not doing boxing math. All I'm trying to do is I'm trying to establish a hierarchy here of fighters. Who belongs in which part of the pyramid? And it's quite clear that Andrade, he lacks that offense and that edge and that consistency to keep up, like you said, with a Charlo or a
top of the pyramid. We know who these guys are, right? They're the Canelos. And I will put him in that particular order: Canelo, Triple G, Charlo, Triple G. Then he comes, and then there's Billy Joe. Then there's guys like him. Again, these guys haven't fought each other yet, so you know it's just based on opinions and based on what I've seen, and so I judge it by today, you know, by today's where these fighters are at, and I don't see him above those guys. I don't. There's no way. I can't take him above any of those guys I just mentioned.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that doesn't make you a hater. It just makes you a realist. Makes you as a guy who knows boxing, who looks at it and says, "Look, he hasn't shown me that much yet that would indicate that he's above those guys."
Right. I judge his performance and imagine what the guys I just mentioned in front of him, what they would have done to those guys.
Right. And look, at 33, it's not, you know, chances are he's not going to change trainers. Chances are he's not going to improve that much because, I mean, this guy's been around since 2012 and he's been doing pretty much the same thing. So it's highly improbable.
And, you know, I will say this. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve a fight. Absolutely he deserves fights with these guys. I hope they can make it. But don't, you know, I don't buy into this narrative that they're not fighting him. First of all, I don't believe in that narrative. They're not fighting him. And second, it's because he's this boogeyman. No, boogeymans are people that can hurt you. That can beat you up in a fight and leave you with serious damage. Those are boogeymans by nature.
Did he look like... Sorry, is my volume too high?
No, it's okay.
Fine.
Did Andrade look like a boogeyman in his last fight?
No.
But that's the thing. You know,
he ran out of ideas and he started holding. Started running out of boxing ideas, and he's like, I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna hold. I'm tired. You know, I'm running out of energy. I'm for this basic guy, this basic, very basic, no fucking side effects, just straight down the middle, literally walking straight down the middle with terrible defense. He has a stance that's tailor-made for an uppercut, and this guy couldn't knock him out. Couldn't knock him out.
I mean, Bucho, because
But-
the reason why we're talking about this is because there was a comment on Boxing Scene. I don't know if you heard. We're talking about it, where this guy goes, Andrade can't win with the haters. If he boxes safely, he's boring, and if he takes risks and gets hit a couple of times, then he struggles with a bum. Does the logic sound strong there, Bucho, for you? Is it sound or?
It doesn't make sense. Nobody ever said that. He struggled. Nobody said he was a bum, but it is what it is. He's a champ. He's a top middleweight. We're not saying he's not, but at the same time, we're not saying he's a boogeyman, and everybody's avoiding him. And this narrative, I don't know where the fuck it came from. I don't know where it came from. I think they lost hope with Charlo. Right? They just gave up on Charlo. Now they're jumping on this boat, the Andrade boat.
Yeah,
That's probably what it is. Yeah.
It has to be, man.
let's get racial for a second here, because we know that it's we know that it's a lot of black people that are rooting. A lot of the LBC, they're rooting for Andrade. But what's this about? Why do they take the black side and they cast aside the fact that he's actually Panamanian or something like that?
Yeah.
Is he Panamanian? Yeah, because Andrade is Portuguese. I know that. It's a Portuguese last name. That's right.
He has some Panamanian.
Yeah, and I had some good friends that were Panamanians that had that. I mean, they're still alive, I'm assuming, and so their last name is but they would pronounce it Andrade.
You know what? This is where Punch Drunk has a point. Certain people like to cling on to an ethnicity, not ethnicity, a racial aspect, but they dismiss the other half. Why are they dismissing the Latino side of Demetrius Andrade? The proud Latino side, the strong Latino side. What's going on here?
I mean, listen, I don't know what Andre considers himself. I really don't care. You know what I'm saying? But like, I just judge him on what I see, and I'm not impressed, bro. I'm not impressed. He's a big middleweight that looks like he might be struggling to make 160.
That's what they said. Actually, the commentators mentioned that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the real deal. And even when he does look comfortable, he's not that impressive. You know what I'm saying? Like if it comes to like the name of the game is, if the prize is to knock off Canelo, right? That's the prize. Let's knock out the superstar of today's in this day of boxing, right?
Mm-hmm.
South of the heavyweight division, Canelo Alvarez. I'm not looking at him as, that's the guy. You know, that's the guy that scares me. You know, that's the one. If I'm managing Canelo's career and I'm like, hey, you know, I got to do scouting reports. And you know who's the guy that really scares me? And he's like, who? Andre. He might fire me. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about, Andre?
He's very good.
He's the guy that scares.
He's very good. He's very good. But like you said, he's just not what some people were making him out to be. Now, by the way, let's go to the wild card line here. Wild card line, we got a weird ass number, 111. You're on the air, 111. What's on your mind?
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
111, can you hear us? Going once.
Hello?
Going to yes, 111. You're on the air. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, well, I don't know why it's 111. Anyways, what are you guys talking about, man? That time I called, you guys were, I think we were talking about Crawford versus Khan and the pound for pound rankings, and I saw that you guys are doing a fundraiser for Gonzalo.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for reminding me, man. Yes, this is a fundraiser for Gonzalo. Please, fellas, do not donate via super chats, because then YouTube takes a cut. Donate directly to they gotta take their cut. Those mother. Anyway, donate via Gonzalo's GoFundMe page directly there. It all goes to him. He needs every cent to pay for those medical expenses for his son. So please go on and ahead and do that, fellas. So 111, what's on your mind?
Oh yeah, man. I'll definitely check out the GoFundMe page. Hope everything's all right with the guy. Yeah, man. You guys are talking about Andrade, about his last performance with Liam Williams this last weekend. I don't know, man. Like, I think I have a different take on I guess his position at middleweight. I'm just glad that the guy is actually fighting, because I think couple one of your last shows that you guys were talking about Golovkin possibly fighting like in December, man. That's such a long ass time from now. You know, I'm a Golovkin fan myself, and I'm just disappointed that guy's like, I don't even, was like 7 months from now. That's the fight
Me
I want
too,
to see.
bro.
I would like to see
I
Golovkin
don't
versus
want to
Andrade
wait
at this
8
point,
months.
but I mean, if this guy's going to be fighting in December, I mean, what do you guys, have you guys talked about like Andrade's next possible opponent for like unification or I guess another defense? Like, what do you guys think? That's what's on my mind. I want to see the Golovkin Andrade fight, but the thing with me is like, if this fight's in December, like what if Golovkin gets an injury in September or October, and then that fight's delayed? Like, when is this guy gonna fight again?
So wait,
You know, so
is that fight?
I want to see Golovkin. Andrade.
Are
I
they
know
actually
you guys,
talking about Andrade against
touch base on
Golovkin?
that, but that's the fight I want to see next.
Well, there's been some fans that have mentioned that instead of
Still on?
Golovkin waiting, yeah, you're still on. There are fans that have mentioned that instead of like, you know, Triple G waiting to New Year's Eve, I believe. Okay, so that would
Anyways,
be.
I can't hear you guys. It's
Oh,
very
but hold
quiet.
on, fellas.
Hold
Yeah,
on, Mr. B, you fucked up the lines, man.
yeah, I fucked up the lines. That's why. Hold on, caller. I think that's why you can't hear recognize. There we go. Yeah, sorry about that. All right, recognize. Go ahead.
Cool.
I
You
can
can
hear
hear
you
me
guys
now?
now.
Recognize. Go
Okay,
ahead and
so-
speak. Yeah.
There are boxing fans that have suggested they suggested that Triple G have a fight in between that and fight with Andrade. I hope that happens. Seriously, I hope that happens. I don't think Triple G has anything to worry about, but you never know. This is just the way boxing is, and when you're close to 40, anything could happen. Now
Yeah, I
the
can't hear
reality
the audio
is
just in case if you guys need to know that.
wait,
Stream or
Hold on. Recognize.
The
'Cause he can't
reality-
recognize. Hold on. He can't. I don't think he can hear you. You can't hear recognize. You're saying. Hold on a second. Fuck.
yeah, I can only hear you.
All right. Hold on a
You
second.
didn't set up
Only
the
here, you're
line. man.
beautiful.
Hold on a second. No, it's okay. I think. Do I need to reset the phone lines, Butcher, or because I changed it? So.
Is he line in? I don't know. Fuck. Yeah, man.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
He's going through StreamYard, right? StreamYard.
Yeah, but no, okay. Hold on a second. Give me 2 seconds here because I changed the line here, but for some reason the caller still can't hear you, fellas. Hold on a second. Give me 2 seconds here. 2 seconds. Hey, I said 2 seconds. What the fuck? Hold on. No, it's real. Yeah, it's fuck. You know what it is? I gotta go here. Hold on a second.
If you want, man, I can call back, or I don't want to disturb the.
Yeah.
the
Call back.
stream.
Call back.
Makes it
Call
easy
back.
for you to just reset
Go
everything.
back in a few minutes.
All right, man.
Tell him to go
All right.
back.
Yeah, tell him
Yes,
to call back
call
in.
back,
That would
man.
be better.
All right,
But
go ahead,
just
Rick.
just to answer his question, I think I lost my train of thought just a little bit
I don't blame you,
with
man.
that situation. Okay, yeah, I got it.
Thank you for using Blog.
There's people that want him to fight Andrade, right? And I'm one of them. I wouldn't mind to see that fight. But you got to understand right now, Golovkin is at that point where he's like, fuck boxing. I'm trying to make money. You get what I'm saying? Like the legacy shit, I'm done with that. Okay, I already did that. Don't talk to me about Undisputed. I won Undisputed. People ducked me when I wanted to do it, and now they want to fight me now. So what he wants to do is obviously fight the big, for the big money fights. Now I don't know what the Morata situation entails. I don't know if that's more money added to what he's guaranteed already. I have no idea about that. But it would seem to me that that's the big fight, and I can see him saying, you know what? Fuck Andrade. I'm just going to focus on Murata. I'm going to take some time off. I'm going to relax for the summertime. I'm going to chill. Once September starts coming back around, summer's about to start ending, I'm going to start getting myself mentally prepared for Murata. I could definitely
Would that
see
fight
happen.
be in Japan?
I think it will.
I think it would make, so it's about money, right? It's about another
Of
title.
course. The guy, think about it, Bucho. He's 40.
Start your show now.
Why he doesn't
Right.
have time to be going backwards? Legacy fights. Fuck
Oh
that.
no! Listen. In my opinion, I don't even care that Golovkin has a belt. Like, I don't think that should drive his career at this point. Like, it shouldn't determine who he should fight. Like that belt, to me, is irrelevant. Golovkin is Golovkin. He was the the lineal middleweight champion, and so like if he wants to fight Murata, that's his choice. He's not. He doesn't have to fight. Who's to say that Andrade is better than Murata based on what?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Maybe one opponent or two. They both have belts.
Yeah,
And Murata's more exciting. He's more dangerous because he can knock you out. Murata can knock you out. I'm not totally convinced Triple G goes in there and just beats him. Like I'm telling you right now, I would not be surprised if he beats Triple G. Okay, I would not be surprised at all. Now, smart money would more likely indicate you go with Triple G, and I get that.
Yeah.
But I mean, are you going to be fucking shocked? You know, the end of the fight, he loses. You know, they're saying Murata won.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't be surprised at all. And by the way, put yourself in Golovkin's shoes. I mean, I think he still wants a Canelo fight, and Canelo has mentioned that it's a possibility. He said something like that. So, you know, Golovkin, that's what he's waiting for. He's waiting either for a Canelo fight or a big payday. That would be Murata. It's definitely not Andrade. You know, as much as as boxing fans think that this Andrade Golovkin fight is like what everybody wants to see, and it's a big fight. It's not a big fight, guys. It's really
think about it in street terms, Bucho. It's street terms, right? So there's this beast outside. He's uncivilized, and he wants to fight everybody, but nobody shows up to the block. Now that his life, and he wants to fight uncivilized people like himself.
Mm-hmm.
That's who he wants to fight.
Mm-hmm.
They leave the block. They leave the block, right? They leave him alone. They say, "Fuck it, you can have this block." Now he's becoming civilized, and now they want to come back and fight him.
Yeah, I'll tell you that.
Rocky 3.
Yeah. Andrade is 33 years old. First of all, you know, I mean, it's not like he's a young up and comer, and he's so desperate for a big fight. He had all this time, and all of a sudden now he's like, everybody move aside. It's time for Andrade to fight Golovkin. It's his time. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, the argument seems to be
did you do all this time.
The argument
when he was acting like a menace to society, you guys weren't around.
The argument is
I've been saying that for a long time, though. I mean, you guys have been hearing me say this for a long time. Everyone's talking about, oh, he dodged, you know, he dodged Ward, he dodged this. I've been saying forever that nobody wanted to fight him, from Cotto all the way to who says to Chavez Jr. Nobody wanted to fight him.
Listen, the same thing can be said. The same thing can be said of Andrade now, because that's what his fans are saying. They're saying, "Oh, look, nobody wanted to fight Andrade." So it seems as if Golovkin and Andrade are on this.
There's a difference between outpricing yourself like Andrade and the Kumite discussion you and I have to have about Winky Wright, and the fact that nobody wanted to fight Golovkin. There's a difference between outpricing yourself and then nobody wants to fight you.
Yeah.
Carl Froch allegedly, and Stu, when Stu's on sometime, we'll ask him about it. There was rumor on this side of the pond that they were trying to see if Carl Froch would jump to this side of the pond and have a fight with Golovkin, and he didn't want it. I can't confirm that, but that was a rumor.
There's a lot of evidence to suggest that too, including Froch out of his own fucking mouth.
Well, let me tell you something. First of all,
That's called a confession.
Recognize you talked about how the beast of the neighborhood that nobody wants to fight. You should have just said Mr. BDA. Just throw the name out there. But listen, the point remains. Yes, Andrade is a guy that has not impressed most people. Some people are impressed by him for some reason. They like that slick, yes, I said slick style of his. But nevertheless,
he looked slick in his last fight. Sorry.
No, he did not. I mean, it's.
He looked like in spurts. He looked like in spurts, but he would die out in the middle of the round.
Exactly.
I left Sean by Mitchell and Zab Jr. There's a piece of it.
I mean, like, listen, you could make an argument that he was maybe a boogeyman if he actually completely dominated his opponents. Even if he would have done it in a boring fashion, you know, you could still claim that maybe he's that dangerous. You know, that he's gonna make you look bad, so you know people are gonna stay away from him. It's not even that. I mean, why would Golovkin be afraid of this guy? Look at what the Williams did.
You know, well, can I say something, man? Can I say something about Golovkin though? It's a good point, Bucho, but when it comes to Golovkin, when he says, well, let's say he doesn't care about his legacy anymore, I think he should, because his legacy is not exactly set. He could be doing more. I've said before Canelo fought Callum Smith, I always thought that Golovkin should have moved up to 168 and taken on Callum Smith, because I think he would have beaten him. And after Canelo showed it, I think it just, in my mind, it confirmed that Golovkin could have beaten him, maybe even stopped him. because he hits harder punch for punch than Canelo does. So it's a shame that he feels that way. But then again, he's been fighting since he was a kid at the high level, amateurs. So that's on him. And by the way, fellas,
we have almost 400 amateur fights, though. This starts to add up at this age, and you're 40. Yeah, I can move up and I can beat these guys, but am I out to cement my retirement? And as a retired military person, I've already got one retirement down. I can tell you, you want to submit that for a long time before you start to think about legacy.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I said.
His legacy's set. He's got 20 title defenses, not 19. He's got 20. Whereas Hopkins is no contest. Didn't count for anybody else that had no contest. It counted for him. Technically speaking, he's got the record of 20 title defenses.
Sure, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Now, given Hopkins is credited with 20, I'm not going to dispute that, except for when they go over Chad Dawson's record at light heavyweight, it says so many title defenses with a no contest. Therefore, it didn't count as a title defense.
Yeah, but that's the other thing. Golovkin continued fighting until he was in his 40s. Golovkin now at this, he's not even 40. He's already talking. I mean, it seems like he's still chasing that Canelo fight. And I think who said from DAZN said the Canelo fight ain't happening. So they better. I mean, if he fights Murata, it's a good fight. Like Reckon I said, it's a very dangerous fighter because Murata can punch. Real quick. Let's go to a phone call here. Phone lines are open. Let's see if he can hear. 214, are you on the air? 214, you're on the air.
Yep. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Can you hear? Can you
I
hear?
can hear you.
No, but let's see if you can hear Bucho. Bucho, go ahead.
Yo, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Go ahead, caller. What's on your mind?
Well, one, I think Andrade is better than Murata, that hands down. I think that was just a stupid thing. That Murata's been beaten before, right? Twice by some guys.
What does that mean?
If those
Two
guys
that beat him, he came back and beat them.
Wait, hold on. Let him talk.
Yeah. But hold on. He came to America and lost every time. I always have a problem when guys come to America and lose. But then he brought him back to Japan. Why don't you just beat him with the scene of the crime? That's why I had a problem with Anthony Joshua. Like, just beat him in America, it would have been better that way. And two, I think Andrade should get a fight. Stop making excuses. I think he should get a fight. Let's see what he can do. Instead of saying, he'll get knocked out, this. Let's see what happens when he gets in the ring.
We're not arguing that. We're arguing that he looked.
May I address this one first?
Hold on. We're arguing that he looked like crap against Liam Williams.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's not an argument. That's a fact. That's not an argument. That's a fact. He had a chance to prove a statement of saying, "I'm at this A-level guy." Hold on, I'll let you. I welcome your response. Just let me say this real quick. He had a chance to say, "I am A-level, so I'm going to blow this B-level guy out," and he didn't. And he didn't look good doing it. And so he's been saying he's being avoided. And then when you have your chance to prove it, like in the fight before that, when he went the distance, his father said, "Don't worry about knocking the guy out, just win the fight." It's time at 33 years old to make a statement, which he still has not done, even though he's got undefeated and 2 titles in 2 weight classes, and he still hasn't made a statement. And he still hasn't fought anybody that was ranked in anybody's top 10, any organization like Ring Magazine or anybody's top 10 on either division. So I'm not saying that he's a terrible fighter, caller. And if you want to say you want to see him fight, I'm all for it because I want to see him fight too. I love boxing. But when you're in a talented area between 154 and 160 and 168, and you're trying to ride on 2 belts against nobody and an undefeated record, when you got Charlo, who's won 2 titles and done the same thing, and more people are flocking to him than Andrade, what are you doing to separate yourself? He's not doing anything for that. That's my. I would welcome your response.
Well, I think he's not doing. Of course, the fight he didn't get to separate. I thought he was about to stop him, but because he had hurt in like the first round.
Caller, he should have.
But I don't know what.
I would say this:
what?
he should have stopped Williams. He should have not had the issues that he had with him. I don't believe Williams with that style, that very vanilla, walking down a straight line, defense bad, 1-2, 1-2. I don't think he lasts against Triple G. Definitely not Canelo, and I think Charlo would knock him out too. So when they saw that performance, they looked at Charlo and said, they looked at Andre and said, "We'll beat this guy." You know what I'm saying? This guy is the best he can do is make it an ugly fight, He loses on the scorecards and he starts crying. I was robbed. I was robbed. I was robbed. They don't like my style. They don't like this and this and that. That's the best he can do.
All right.
Again, from what I've seen.
All I care about is it.
Hold on, let the caller.
Look, man, I don't even care about the compare. Look, I don't even compare about the comparisons because like to me, I didn't think what's his name, Oscar Valdez looked that good when he came up to 130. To me, he didn't look that good, but when it came to fight, what's his name, he looked great.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
That's all that matters to me.
That's a fair point.
Valdez is trying to knock you out. That's what.
But why should Andrade get a shot instead of Murata at Golovkin? Or what I mean?
Yeah.
He's also a champion. It's like we're showing too much respect to Andrade, in my opinion.
Why should I give a charity fight to a guy who's proven nothing versus a guy who's instant money? Cha-ching. That's instant money because he's a big star in Japan. Like, I'm not into handouts, you know what I'm saying, in the boxing business for a guy who's had opportunities to be a fan-friendly fighter, and he's not. So fuck him. When I was a beast and I wanted to fight everybody, he made sure he drained himself to 154 so he won't fight me.
The other thing, this doesn't bring any money to the table. This state of Golovkin
don't bring no money. I'm not here to help you out, kid. You're not my child.
I'm not here about the high risk, low reward part of it. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm getting at if I'm going to torture my body after almost 400 amateur fights, 40 professional fights at the age of 40, and I got to take you on, am I going to get paid for this? Is it going to bring? Is this victory going to get me my third Canelo fight or a fight with Charlo? Because a win over Murata will.
All right, but hold on. I got to interject here because, look, say what you want about Andrade. I do not like his performances. I didn't like how he looked against Kolke, against Williams, or against Sulensky in the last 6 rounds. But that being said, at the end of the day, he beat them. To me, there's no doubt that he's got better wins than Murata does. That's my point.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess if you're like dissecting the lower tier competition, maybe you could say, well, that lower tier guy is better than this lower tier guy. Okay, maybe there's some truth to that, right? But when I look at Andrade, I don't say as a boxing fan, if it happens, it's great, right? Because that's how boxing should be done. But I don't look at him and be like, man, I need to see that boy fight. I need to see him fight this guy.
Okay, let me ask the caller this.
It's like if it happens, it happens.
Okay, let me ask the caller this. Caller, if let's get down to brass tacks. If Andrade fights Jermall Charlo, for example, who would you pick in that one?
Would I pick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, as of right now, I would pick Jermall Charlo, but like 2 years ago, I would have picked Andrade.
That's interesting.
Okay.
Why?
Okay.
I feel he was a lot fresher now, back then. He didn't look like, even though he wasn't getting the knockouts. He didn't look. Last fight, he looked kind of gassed. Like he looked like he was struggling.
Yeah. And Charlo's been looking strong, man. I mean, yeah, he didn't look all that great against Demetrius in the last 3 rounds, but that's Demetrius. The guy's a fucking monster. His head is looks like a cinder block. He looks like Frankenstein, the Frankenstein monster in there. So there's no shame in that. By the way, Charlo is 30 years old compared to 33 for Andrade. So the freshness factor is there for Charlo. Anyway, listen, caller, we're gonna move on, but thank you for your call. Interesting output for sure. Input, I should say, not output. And look, we all agree. We want to see Andrade get a good fight, man. I think at this point he's earned it, but we're just not convinced that he's the boogeyman that some people made him out to be.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen.
He's
thank you for your
definitely
call.
not. Me.
Yeah. Thank you for your call, man. Call back next time, right, man? Take it easy. All right.
So, for the record, one of Murata's losses was in his home country, and he came back to finish it. One loss was on the road, and he came back to finish it.
You're breaking up.
You're breaking up, Jay. You're breaking up.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it winded. Let me try again in a second.
All right. Meanwhile, we got Uncle Pete and Jimmy on the line. Jimmy, Uncle Pete, how you guys doing? Thank you for being on.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
What's going on, Uncle Pete, and Jimmy? How you guys doing?
Drop your
What's up,
socks and
Sylvester?
grab your cocks, boys. It's time to talk boxing.
That's
Bitches
right.
leave.
Hey, don't forget, this is for the Gonzalo's GoFundMe page. Donate only to Gonzalo's GoFundMe. No super chats, please, because then YouTube takes a cut. It all has to go directly to Gonzalo. GoFundMe. It all goes to him. He needs every cent he can get right now. So go ahead and help him out. His newborn son's in the hospital. He's been there for over a month. It's not normal to be intubated that long, and the expenses are piling up. So please, 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 Gonzalo is a veteran. He stared death in the face and laughed and asked for seconds. So you need to help a guy out like that, man. All right, a guy like that, he's earned his dues.
Even a couple of bucks. Everybody throws in a couple of dollars each.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not much. A cup of coffee, but everybody listens to the show, throws that in, and can help the kid out. Under a lot of stress right now. I couldn't even imagine dealing with what he's going through, and then having the fucking weight of the expense hanging over your shoulder. And there, it's not like United States. You just can't say, "Oh, I'm just paying the bill." They'll come at you for that shit. So.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, listen. So everything's appreciated, like Jimmy said. Every cent, even if if you can't donate, just spread the word, man. Get this outside the boxing community. That there's people that are going to be.
No,
willing-
donate. Don't worry about spreading the word. Get off your ass and throw some cash in there. Don't be a
That's
cheap
right.
prick.
Uncle Pete being very direct with people there. But Uncle Pete, what did you say about Andrade? You didn't like the performance at all, you said?
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. You just said say what you want about Andrade, and I just said he's a piece of fucking garbage. No, but
Come on,
I
man.
thought you meant
Shame
like
on you.
literally. I thought you meant just literally go ahead and say what you want. I'm watching the fight right now, so I don't want to get you guys in trouble. You can hear the sound in the background.
Yeah, please, no sound.
I'm in round.
sound.
Well, I mean, can you hear it right now or no?
No.
No.
All right. So the guy's 29-0 with 18 KOs going into this fight. So I'm assuming 30-0 after this fight.
You would
Who
assume
the
right.
fuck did he knock out 18 times? I'm in round 2 right now, but he couldn't have connected any more flush than the
I
first
think the
round.
most notable knockout he has that I can remember is that what was that fucking tall junior middleweight?
Woody Harrelson?
Willie
or-
Nelson. Willie
Oh,
Nelson.
Willie
yeah,
Nelson.
Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson.
Yeah, Willie Nelson.
He caught him, yeah.
6'3", 154.
That guy. So he stopped that. That's the only notable name that I could remember he knocked out.
Since
Yeah.
the last 3 fights I've seen him, he's landed flush. A lot of times early on in the first round when you guys are cold and they just get up. This guy just got up in round 2. He just gave him a 1-2, knocked him down. Guy just got right back up. No clinching.
It's interesting, man,
William.
because I will say this, fellas. I think Andrade has good punching power. It's just he can't sustain it throughout 12 rounds. What do you fellas think?
Got to catch you off guard. That's where his
I don't think he does, BDA.
no, he has enough pop where if he catches you off guard, he can drop you like he did with Williams. But once you pick up on that, like okay, that the little whatever he did to to fake him out and catch him with that good shot and drop him, it's like okay, I know he's gonna keep doing that. And after that, the power doesn't really have any effect. And you can see with him, he starts losing the plot, right? And he's like holding you. And, listen, everybody knows signs of somebody being nervous in the ring or scared. It's them backing up or holding, right? Excessive backing up and excessive holding. That's when a fighter is afraid. That should make a lot of, even if you've never been in the ring, you can tell when somebody's a little bit afraid. Okay, and
So would you say that Andre Ward and Floyd Mayweather were afraid because they
of course,
both were excessive holders?
Absolutely.
I just wanted the record straight that they both did that.
Yeah, those are the
And
signs.
I'm not arguing with you, but based off of your stance, I wanted to throw that out there.
Sounds like you
Well,
are.
you know,
arguing.
Nobody would question it if it was a street fight, right? It's two guys were in a fight, and one guy's coming forward, the other guy's like fucking running. Like if you give him enough space where there's no ropes, more than likely he's gonna end up running down the street. You know, he's gonna be like, fuck this. I'm just gonna haul ass.
The only way you can do that as a full-time career, like have that a part of your strategy, you have to control everything. If you notice the two guys who, like you mentioned, Andre Ward, just like Floyd, he was in control of everything. The size of the ring, the thickness of the ring padding, the gloves his opponents wore, the referee that was in there, so he knew which referee would be friendly to his grabbing style. 'Cause remember, you're not supposed to do what they did. Like Andre Ward, he should have had Oh my God! How many fights
Points
he should have had
yes.
points deducted for grabbing, unnecessarily grabbing, and they just didn't because they had the refs.
Or the
Yeah,
intentional
right
headbutts that he
versus-
gave Kessler.
Yeah, he should have been disqualified
Hey,
for that.
can
one.
somebody explain to me why Andrew Ward in that Super 6 tournament, why did he always fight in Oakland? Like, what was
That was
there,
part of
was
it.
there a
That should be-
reason?
That's
That
how they
should be
landed
obvious.
him.
Yeah, that's how.
Very bad promotional representation of the champions. They didn't.
Well,
their promoters were did not say. I mean, that fight should have been in Denmark or somewhere in Europe with Kessler. I mean, the
Look,
two-time
when
champion.
you do
And
tournaments. Good, Jay. I didn't mean to
I'm just
cut you off.
saying. I mean, this is a tournament. I'm the most notable champion in this division because I've won the belt twice. I was 50% or 2/3 champion, depending on how you looked at it, before. And then I won a belt again after Calzaghe left. So I'm the most recognizable guy in this division, but I'm going to go to Oakland to fight a guy who's never had a title fight before. That's
This is
shitty
what I'm going to say about
representation.
tournaments. Tournaments are worked out in details. And look, I'll give you two examples. Right? Let's take the most recent one, the cruiserweight tournament when Usyk was involved with it. Right? So I do believe that they set up this tournament, and what I mean set up, the idea was we could make Usyk a big star, maybe Bradis or Gassiev, right? One of those guys. But mainly, the main target was Usyk. So Usyk works out a deal with them. We're like, look, I'll fight every single one of these guys in their backyard. I'll fight whoever. Just let me fight them in their backyard. Okay? That was something that he was okay with. They worked it out. They didn't just randomly say, you're going to be, in this round, you're going to fight on the road. Oh, no, he knew ahead of time. Now, let's go to Andre Ward. Andre Ward, this wasn't like pre-planned. I mean, this wasn't, it was pre-planned. It wasn't like on the drop of a fly. Every fight he was supposed to have was gonna be in his backyard, right? Everything was gonna be in America or actually in his hometown. Okay, these things are worked out. Look, Lou DiBella told HBO that he is interested in the middleweight tournament when Sergio Martinez was on top, unless they added. He would not be interested if they added Golovkin, and HBO was set on getting Golovkin. The middleweight tournament never happened. These are worked out ahead of time, and so that's all I wanted to say. So you take that and then you compare. You compare what Andre Ward did in the tournament versus what Usyk did.
Well, he was actually didn't his name carry more weight back then than Kessler's in boxing? At least with the promoters, they thought it did, because they wouldn't have given him the option, because it was given to him. He was given the option again, not just location, what gloves they could wear. He never allowed anybody to wear horsehair gloves. I can't believe some fighters would even give that up. Like, you fight your whole career with those. That makes such a big difference.
Yeah, listen,
Just
Andrade,
psychologically
I
to
mean,
you, too.
I don't know who's the. I'm sorry, BD. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kessler going in. Remember, it was Kessler and Abraham who were considered the favorites in that tournament. Ward was a relative nobody. I mean, he'd won a gold medal in 2004, and then he sort of went underground and didn't get any
Showtime
traction.
had other plans. They had other plans.
Who ran that tournament? Who was the people behind it? The money behind it? Did they
Good
have
question.
any
Showtime, but
connection
I
to
don't-
Ward?
Showtime was the platform, but I don't know who actually
Who
the bigger promoters who did it. I don't.
Yeah, but the plan from Showtime was to make Andre Ward the winner. That's why he had all his fights in America and mainly in California, Oakland, San
Him or
Francisco.
Jermaine
Wherever.
Taylor, except for Jermaine Taylor got knocked out early. But they wanted an American to win it so they could sell. They could get more subscriptions here and stuff.
Oh, that's right, Taylor. I forgot. That was a while back. Taylor did get knocked out.
Yeah, remember when they had the Andrew Ward, when he fought Froch in the final, and they held it in Atlantic City. But I mean, it's still the United States. You know what I mean? It's like he
Yeah, I mean,
never
come
fought
on, I
abroad.
mean.
It was bizarre, man. It was
What's going to be
bizarre.
the argument? Yo, I have to fight on the East Coast. You know they're
Yeah.
biased towards the West Coast. Come on. Man.
Yes.
And he still
Oh.
hugged. He fucking still held on all night.
Yeah. Yeah, he did, huh?
I mean,
Yeah,
you
it's
guys
perfect.
do realize that Leo Santa Cruz thought the East Coast was a different country, right?
That was great.
Wouldn't surprise me, man. But yeah, listen.
You know,
going,
sometimes when I was in California, it felt like it was a different country. I got to be honest with you.
yeah, I
Look
wouldn't.
at this.
would surprise me, man. But listen, Andrade, look, I want to see him now. At this point, he's 33. He's beaten a lot of good opponents, so I want to see what happens with him. I want to see what happens. By the way, Pete, could you please take take that image away? Otherwise, you never know. You never know. But what was I going to say?
It's not broadcasting over the YouTube, is it?
Well, yeah,
No, because we saw you naked in there. What the fuck? We don't need to see that shit.
we saw Uncle Pete in the nude there, eating potato chips, onion, sour and cream potato chips. What's the matter with you, man?
Are you serious, Pete?
No,
you fucking
no,
just
I'm
hanging
kidding,
trout?
I'm kidding.
Well,
Always.
Listen, man.
Always.
Hey, but fellas, now that
He hangs out with his wang out.
oh, jeez,
That's right.
everyone's
What
here.
kind of dip you eating?
Yeah, what
Salt
kind of
and
dip are you eating? Blue cheese. Listen, everyone's here.
Whatever's all
Ah,
over my chest. Hey, how many lead uppercuts, bolo uppercuts did Andrade throw in this fight?
Oh, shit,
37 and he landed 33.
Did he knock him out with that punch?
he dropped him. No, he hurt him at some point. Like,
Yeah, he heard him with an
I just saw him
uppercut.
land one flush uppercut, and this guy pivots around and drills him with a right hand. He's got no power. I don't know, BD. I don't know what. All due respect, I don't know what you're smoking, but when you say you respect respectable power, he's got no power.
Well, he dropped
None.
him and hurt him. I
Nope.
mean, it's got to have a little bit of power.
Okay, but the guy gets right back up, and it's Liam Williams. He gets right back up.
He didn't
It's
get
happening
right
in
back
half.
up. He took the. He got up at. Well, hold on. He got up at 9 and a half. I mean,
Wait,
he was-
hold on now. Just in all fairness, I haven't seen the fight all the way through. I'm just talking about
Jesus.
in the past.
oh,
Well,
He
you saw
ran
the
flush,
second
and the
round,
guys
though,
either
right?
don't get hurt. Yeah, he dropped in the second round. He got right back up.
You didn't
No, he
get
got
him
up
right
at 9
back
and a
up.
half.
no, wait. I understand what Pete's saying because the guy was dropped. He was hurt, and every time he was hurt, he would be on the back foot because for the most part, when it's on the front foot, he was on the back foot and he would recover, and then he would come back become aggressive again, basically. So he wasn't scared of getting hurt again.
Well,
No,
because
fuck no.
Andrade doesn't close the show. And the reason why a lot of guys
Yeah.
won't close the show is because they know that's when they're most vulnerable to catching a big shot. Like a wounded animal is at his most dangerous. And I think he just gets a little bit of fucking, bubble gut when he gets a guy hurt. He just doesn't want to get in there and catch a big shot. So he's too passive. He stands back. It's too,
Hey,
I
by
see
the
him
way,
throwing around like Wilder trying to finish.
Yeah.
It's too crazy.
yeah, he's not used to it. That's the thing, though. He's not. I will contend that he's got power. By the way, we got another wild card line operator here. Another caller on the wild card line.
Probably the
Let's-
previous guy.
Now, well, maybe. Yeah, maybe he's calling you. 999. You're on the air. 999. What's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Reyes Box again, man.
Hey, how you
Can
doing,
you hear
man?
me?
Thank you for coming. Yeah, we can hear you, man. Can you hear everybody else? Go ahead, fella. Say something.
Okay.
Yo,
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
The line is
Yo.
great now. I can hear everybody.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, no. So, anyways, I had to rewind it, and I heard I think it's recognize. Yeah, he pretty much kind of answered what I was asking regarding Andrade and Golovkin in December, or whoever else Golovkin's going to fight in December. I think it's a Japanese guy. But I do agree. I mean, I would like to see them two fight if sooner than December. That'd be a good fight to watch. I'm not really so much into the whole split thing or I'm not into that kind of thing. I just want to see the best fight the best. And if you're a champ, if you got a belt, then you gotta show up with that. I guess you could say responsibility, right? I mean, what else is there? You're a champ. You're a champ. But anyways, I was just looking at the rankings underneath Andrade, and I see Munguia is actually ranked right below him. So I'd imagine that's probably another fight that we're going to see soon, right? Because they're all on the same network. And I think if Andrade fights the way he did, this last fight, man, I really think Munguia is going to stop that. It's going to stop Andrade. Because Munguia at 160, man, this kid's got a lot of power now. And I definitely think he can hurt Andrade, probably sooner than 7 rounds in my. If he fights the way he did against Liam Williams, because Munguia, man, that kid's got a lot of dog in him, and he's young. I think he's trained under Morales. I still think he's under Eric Morales. But I think Munguia is another guy to watch out for at middleweight. And I think he's like young. He's like even less than 25 years old, so he's fresh. He's good. Him and Berlanga, this other cat, I'm focusing on lately. But those are some guys that I'm.
Caller, I wouldn't
like
hold your breath,
25 that
brother.
I've been-
Just saying. I wouldn't hold your breath for that Munguia fight. Andrade's people aren't going to let him anywhere near him. Think about it. He'd be the least amount of money he could pull in for Andrade with the most risk, meaning the heaviest punching person he could face with the least amount of fan base behind him. And that has a lot to do with why Triple G will fight Murata, because it's DAZN telling him. Remember, DAZN has put out tens of millions of dollars, these guys. They want investment back. They look at Andrade, who doesn't really even have a fan base. Let's just be honest. He might have his fans, but it's not going to translate to big money. Andrade, on the other hand, go to Japan, hold that fight there. It's tens of millions of dollars that fight will generate. Tens of millions. So you can understand why DAZN's doing it. That's all I just want to put in.
So wait a minute. So Golovkin's going to fight Murata at the end of the year. Is that what you're saying? That's already going to happen?
There's just been talk about it. I don't know if anything's been finalized. There's been rumors that he's going to go against Murata in Japan.
Oh, okay.
And
You know,
that's for New Year's Eve, which is basically 8 months away.
That's a long time without a fight, though. He'll have to fight again, I would imagine, before then.
I would prefer he fight, and I
At
wouldn't
least
mind.
one more time.
I wouldn't mind. Again, I'm not knocking Andrade as I wouldn't mind him fighting Andrade. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, do I blame Triple G at this point of his career where he's like, look, I'm not interested in I want to relax and fight this guy. We won't like it as boxing fans because we got to wait for him to fight in 8 months. And that's a long fucking time. Even for Murata, right? Even for him, I would say that's a long time. I would like to see these guys have a fight, and I wouldn't mind Andrade against either guy. But the more realistic approach would be Triple G versus Andrade. I'm cool with that.
I don't think Andrade is cool with
Well,
that.
I'll just finish.
Probably.
I'll just finish with this last thing. I was watching the card, the Andrade card. This other guy I actually like. I think he's Colombian. No, he's Ecuadorian. Gongara. He's actually pretty nice, man. I like that guy. I'd actually like to see Andrade fight him if he can't do middleweight anymore. Because I kind of agreed with Bucho or BDA. We're saying that the belt doesn't matter at all. You know, sometimes it don't matter. But I like that.
Well,
guy.
they made a mockery of belts, right?
That dude's pretty nice.
Sanctioning bodies made such a
What was that?
mockery of these belts, especially the WBC, that it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. Anyways, man, that's all I had to say. I'm gonna go check out Gonzalo's GoFundMe and hit that up. But I wish you guys a good night, man.
Thank
All
you.
right, man.
Appreciate that, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it,
that,
man. Take it easy, man. Thanks for calling. Yeah, man. Look, listen, Andrade, I still maintain, Pete, he can crack. I mean, you don't drop people if you can. Paulie Malignaggi wasn't dropping people and making them wait until the 9th count to get up. So I still maintain he can crack. But I will say this, pretty crappy at sustaining
Finishing.
that power. Well, not even
Well,
finishing.
Liam's
just
got a
at least
poker face then. Liam's must have a poker face because he's hit him, I'm in round 6.
That's
He's
just,
hit him with
that's just
flush
going that way.
uppercuts, flush lead uppercuts, flush 1-2s.
Look
I
at
see
his
Liam
face.
Williams coming forward, walking him down all around the ring,
It's not,
not
it's
hurting
not,
him, but then again, taking every shot that he's got.
It's not a
Triple
poker
G will
face.
mow
It's
him
special
down.
needs.
Triple G will mow him down. He'll cut the ring off on him. He's not going to follow him around like Liam Williams.
Chased them, literally.
I
in a
want to say
straight
something
jab.
to.
It was
I
horrible.
want to
Chasing him,
say. I
yeah.
want to add something to what Jimmy was saying earlier about when he dropped when Andrade dropped Williams and him not going for the kill. It's because he like a guy like Andrade understands that a guy's when he's at his most vulnerable, he's even more dangerous. So he kind of freezes up. That's exactly right. That's the difference between a knockout, a person who could finish the job versus a guy who can't. Because even when he drops you and he has you at your most vulnerable, he freezes up. And this is why, Williams gets up and is allowed to get back into the fight. just because you hurt a guy and he's at his most vulnerable and therefore he's at his most dangerous, that doesn't mean you can't knock him out. You could definitely knock him out if you continue to barrage him with big shots and you understand that he's going to throw punches back, right? It's just an understanding like, okay, this guy's going to throw punches back. I just got to be aware of that. But I got him on Queer Street. I'm going to keep him on Queer Street. And that's the difference between, that's why I say he's not a boogeyman. He's not this boogeyman that he's looking to wipe you out with every punch. I respect guys like Charlo, Triple G, Canelo, guys like that, and other fighters, Munguia, because their intentions are to hurt you with every shot. That's their intention.
And there's a difference. Like, he does have power. I'll agree with BDA, but his power is it's not like some guys can have power in every punch they throw. Like, if Triple G hits you with a jab, it can break your nose. It doesn't have to be a cross. But with Andrade, with his stance, the way he shifts his weight, all his power is, it's like, you know, a whip, when you snap a whip, the snap, all the power is forced at the end. It's when you get the snap, it breaks the sound barrier, makes the pop, all that other shit. That's where all his power is in his form, is it's right at the end of a punch. That's why it's usually at the end of a 1-2, snap, snap, and he follows through. But he doesn't have the same pop on his uppercuts, his crosses. You know what I mean? And I think that has a lot to do with it, because when you get a guy hurt, that's when you jump in with start hooking with them and start winging shots. He's because of his length. He needs his length for power, and that's a hard way to stop somebody.
Yeah, there's different types of power, man. For sure. What?
No, go ahead, BDA.
Well, no, I was just agreeing with Jimmy there about the power. But look, Andrade.
I thought somebody said.
Listen, real quick. The problem.
No, I was going to say I don't see him being cautious. I don't see him being cautious when he gets a guy hurt or knocks him down, for instance, and then saying, "Well, I think I'm vulnerable." I just see him going. I see him landing flush. I see eventually the guy. You get the knockdown out of it. I think he knows that he doesn't have him on Queer Street. The guy gets up, I don't know, 9.5, or if he gets up at 9.5, whatever, he takes his count. He gets up and he's coming forward again. And if he does try to put him away, from what I've seen in prior fights and in this one in the first round, is that he flails. He flails like Wilder. He goes fucking crazy. And I guess Jimmy's right. He's trying to stay on the end of his punches, but he winds up smothering himself into a clinch. And by the end of the first round, they're both exhausted. The second round.
It was a very boring performance for Andrade, because Liam Williams would jump on him to try to close the distance, because he didn't want to be in the mid range to eat those uppercuts. So it just made for an awful performance. But look, listen, with the power, I guess
the thing is, the uppercuts are landing though. The uppercuts are landing, and it's having no effect. I haven't watched the whole seventh round. I know it's having an effect on Williams, but when you land a flush uppercut, lead uppercut on a guy, and he's talking shit to you, going back to the corner.
The farther away the person is when you throw an uppercut looks great for the cameras, but if you're not in close, like, all right, for instance, Leo Santa Cruz, Duck Davis, when he caught him with that uppercut, he was right under his chin. Remember, he was just letting those feather fists bounce off his guard, and then he stepped right into, he was about 6 inches off his chest, and pow! That way, because it's very important to use your legs with an uppercut. You're driving through the ball, basically, like you were saying, swinging a bat. And that's why it's very important. Uppercuts, like Marvin Haggler's uppercuts, were deadly because he used them when he was in tight. Throwing an uppercut from far away looks great for TV, but there's a reason why you could catch it with him so many. Exactly, you could catch him with him so many and not put him out, because it doesn't. The farther away from the body, outrageous amount of power comes off it per inch away.
And they tell you that's the one thing they tell you, at least I can remember, is that, if you're going to throw an uppercut, make sure, like you said, you're like 6 inches away from your guy's chest.
Well, there's a reason why when you're punching pads,
it's very risky.
Well, when you're punching pads, how many times you have your trainer, he's having you hit mitts. He's never calling for an uppercut right away. It's bap, 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 across the body, and then what's usually a final punch. It'll be the uppercut, or, you know what I mean, you'll finish off with the barrage, you'll finish off with cross-body uppercuts, because you worked yourself in, jab, and that worked you in a little bit, comes across the right cross, and then swing up with the left hook, and, the left uppercut. But by now, you're in his chest. That's how a true uppercut should be thrown. They look. See, you're told as a kid never throw a lead uppercut because you leave yourself vulnerable. So people like him do it because it's a show of like it's almost like a hockey player putting a puck between his legs and scoring. It's just hot dogging. It shows that you get the talent to do it, but you're not going to put the kid away with that shot. Looks good with a camera. But he proved it. How many times he counted throughout the fight? He must have hit him clean with that shot 15, 20 times.
Hey, by the way, speaking of looking bad, just real quick, man, because we got to move on from the Andrade talk a little bit. Because you guys mentioned looking bad, man. How about fucking Oscar De La Hoya? I don't think we played this. I mean, I think Butcher, you tried to play it, right? I think Butcher tried to play it, but somebody already made a compilation of De La Hoya sounding drunk, or being drunk rather, or high or whatever. Hold on a second.
You looked great. You feel great. You were amazing. And guess what? Now it's my turn.
Hey, Mario, have you ever, I know, were you hanging out with Snoop? Because I see that Snoop is everywhere tonight.
Oh, you can wash your clothes on my abs right now.
I know. Hey, I was already going to do a laundry.
All right, hold on. I want to get to the good part.
So do I. So.
And it's the
Oh, yeah, this is the part. And when he's talking about Steve Cunningham, and you guys, if you guys watch the YouTube stream, you can see that I'm putting the De La Hoya's face when he starts talking about Cunningham's physique.
I love Cunningham's physique. Look at, he looks like a Adonis. He looks beautiful. In shape.
Yeah,
look at the way he's making him a miss.
Al, I know you're a straight arrow guy, but
look at,
how is
hold on. Look at De La Hoya. I don't know if you guys can see it. I don't know if you guys can see it on the screen. De La Hoya's face, he's tilting his head downward as he's talking about.
I know you're a straight arrow guy.
I mean,
that's the part that made me laugh.
That's the way women look at me. But if it's a guy looking at another guy like that, I mean, that's something fishy. That's lost in his eyes.
I mean, Oscar De La Hoya probably always had a thing for tall, dark men. I don't know. I can't really call it with that guy when all the coke he's done and drugs he's done.
Was that embarrassing?
He's bisexual. Get him high, he tries anything. But do you hear what Dana White said about him?
No, what did he say?
It was at the press conference after the Saturday night's MMA fight. I think it was Saturday night's, but whatever. But they said, so what did you hear about Oscar? Did you hear, see Oscar tonight? And he just basically, whatever the question was, he answered. He goes, yeah, well, needs the money. Cocaine's expensive. And he turned his head to get to the next question. So not only did he zap him, but he showed him like it was just like that. Huh? What do you expect? He needs the money. Cocaine's expensive. And then it was like, next question.
He's been outwardly like fucking pissed off with Oscar since he made that Liddell and Ortiz fight, the MMA fight, where White wouldn't basically sanction it. He wasn't interested in putting it on because Liddell was a little like punch drunk, and De La Hoya wound up putting it on. I'm not sure through which. I'm not sure if it was bare knuckle or was it Golden Boy? Yeah. And he couldn't even pronounce their names. He couldn't even pronounce. He forgot Liddell's name. Fucking Dana White went off on him. I mean, that was the first time I heard him outwardly go off on him. But yeah, hey, I don't want to say this too loud because I'm at my family. I've done a fucking ton of blow. I've done a ton of blow in my day, but I never thought of taking a fucking bowling pin and sticking it up my ass and a spatula and having tranny hookers and.
Wait, are you sure about that? That's alleged.
Yeah, and posing for glamour shots with lingerie on. I mean, it never crossed my mind. I mean, I don't equate the two.
Because you don't want some dude's kids dumped off on your chest. You know what I'm saying?
Jeez, Luis. Hey, by the way, hold on a second. We got a wild card caller over here.
Conversation's going real too far.
1-111. You're on the air. 111. What's on your mind? 111. Going once. You're on the air. Caller. You're on.
Andrade's the best.
What is that? The caller?
What's up? I think that.
I even say Andrade the best.
What the fuck is that voice recognize? That's fucking creepy, man. All right, listen, caller. We're gonna move on, caller. We're gonna in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
I just want to say
bye.
Okay, why do you take your?
I know who that is.
Why do you? Oh, he hung up. The fuck is wrong with this kid, man? This kid's a fucking. And by the way, I think this is the same kid that tried to get Mark's stream shut down by showing a picture of a cock.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Showing a picture?
Come on, man.
Yeah.
What is a copyright strike?
No, he tried to get them shut down with that, but it didn't work. But
Is that the guy that
Is
calls?
111 the
says,
international
"I want to
area
fight
code
Stu.
for Port-au-Prince? No.
I want to fight Stu. I want to bet. I come to battle Stu." Is that the guy? The same guy?
yeah, that's the same guy, I think. See, he's a troll, by the way. So I know people are gonna say he's a kid. You shouldn't be making fun of a kid. He's a kid troll, child troll. He's a goblin troll. So what do you want from me? I'm gonna call him a goblin. All right, listen. What was I gonna say? Okay, we were talking about De La Hoya. Yeah, look, listen, De La Hoya. No, sorry, Dana White. I like how when Dana White likes to talk all this shit about De La Hoya, that's punching down in my book, because De La Hoya is very easy to make fun of, because like Pete said, the lingerie, the bowling pins, which by the way, I don't know if that's been confirmed or not, but whether it's been confirmed or not, De La Hoya is an easy target. Dana White, on the other hand, a lot of people like to talk about, oh, look at what he did with the UFC. Yeah, but look how many enemies he has as well. His own grandmother and mother, according to Jimmy. All the fighters he's pissed off. Frank Shamrock, Tito Ortiz, Liddell, Randy Couture. And if I'm forgetting any other names, there probably are a lot of other names out there. So this guy's no choir boy, all right? He's not a
BDA, I'm going to send you the link, because you keep, when you say that, it might make people think that it's like, you know, when you say according to Jimmy, because that's the only place you've heard it from is me. So I understand why you're saying that, because it makes sense. But I want to send it so you guys hear it, because it's shocking when you see it. I kept saying, oh my God, this is this dude's mother saying this shit. I mean, right on the video.
We'll get into it right now, man.
Imagine how bad you have to hurt your mother to fucking have her go on video.
Hey, we'll get into it right now. Send the link.
My son broke my heart. My son broke my heart. What a piece of shit.
Sounds like a Boston woman. Really.
I know it.
What are you looking at? Your son's no prize. Remember in Blow when they came and picked up George Jung from his house up in Boston? What are you looking at? Your son's no prize.
Anyway, man, yeah. So that's Oscar there, poor Oscar. But again, I just want to reiterate the face he was making when he was staring at the Steve Cunningham right there. Look at that face. I mean, that's a guy that's into another man's body, man. And it's not Greco-Roman aesthetics, because I know some people can say, well, what's wrong with admiring a man's body? That's what the Greeks and the Romans used to do when they sculpted. Yeah, but he ain't. This motherfucker ain't. He's not into Greco-Roman aesthetics. He's into big dick aesthetics, if you know what I mean. So anyway, that's enough of De La Hoya. That's enough of De La Hoya. Okay, I wanted to bring this up as well. Hold on a second. Let me check the phone lines. Okay, don't forget, fellas, phone lines are open, and this is a show for Gonzalo, former veteran. He needs the money for his kid who's in the hospital. He's abroad, so the Veteran Associations is not covering this abroad, outside the nation. So we're trying to pay some back here and get Gonzalo some help. The expenses are building up, so every little bit helps, fellas. There's the link to the GoFundMe page. By the way, GoFund only, no PayPal, because YouTube takes a cut. Everything goes, if you go to GoFundMe, everything goes directly to Gonzalo. All right? Sorry about that, Jimmy. Go ahead, man.
Oh, no, sorry. Dude, I'm on fuck Chrome right now, right? The 3 sites that I had it saved in, all of them now, when you hit it, it's no longer there because you that sorry connection thing. I'm trying another one.
Oh, come on, Jimmy.
He's bought them all, dude. You can go to Google right now, punch in, it shows his mother right here. Here's the name of it. Dana's mother tells all he's banging the ring girls. That's one ad. That's on dailymail.com, raw daily. Let's see. White belt Brazilian. Let's see if I can get it through that one. Visits mother. Dana's White's mother exposes his dark side.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Here's all the videos, man. I just hit. Okay, here I got one right here. MMA ports. Yep. I'll send it right now. Pete, you motherfucker.
Why is this guy banging
the
ring card girls? He could be banging strippers, right?
Pay Pete don't mind. He's the troll from Florida.
Yeah, he is, man. He looks like I said, he looks like a mix between Sean Penn and Chris Penn. Yeah. Stop pointing that gun at my daddy. That's from Reservoir Dogs. I don't know who's dead. I don't know who's scared. I don't know who's caught. I don't know who's not.
Looks like Sam's used hot car lot outside.
Yeah, I can never say that line, man. I can never say that line without stumbling, man. That was good. All right, yeah, I'm looking at the article here. Well, Jimmy, I got another one here where it says, this is from Fight World, and it says, exposed. Dana White's mother tells all. He banks all the ring card girls.
There's nothing wrong.
Yeah, there's nothing really. Yeah. But like Jimmy said, I mean, he wasn't making it up. His mother said
but
it.
I would want, I'm just thinking like, I wouldn't want my mom to be finding out my sexual activities
You know what I'm saying? Like that's.
But even then, you can say, you know what, Mom, I got high testosterone. These girls are dirty hoes. Oh well, you know what I mean. But the storyboard of his grandmother, like that's the one that fucking gets me. That's the one that everybody I know gets pissed off when they hear it. You know, leaving your sick grandmother there. Like Dana's coming to get me with her bags at the fucking door. And you just never come and get her. I'm gonna send a plane, Grammy. His mother says the story because she was sick, and don't worry, we got the best doctors out here. I'm gonna fucking send a plane, and she never even called her.
Man, that sounds like one of those stories. That sounds like one of those stories when the drunk father tells the kids, "Hey, I'm gonna take you to the carnival this Saturday," and they go, "Yay!" and then he never shows up because there was another
go
scam
get some
going.
cigarettes first.
Yeah. Or there was some new scam that was going to get him some real money. It was a real score this time, kids. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you next time. And of course, he never does because he goes to jail. Sounds like that type of shit with Dana White. I mean, yeah, look, Dana White's no saint, man. Come on. It's not about taking sides here. All right, fellas?
Dude, he was selling peanut butter. He was selling fucking peanut oil back at fucking Gold's Gym in the early 90s, man. He was selling real steroids to people he knew or people that he thought he could smack or fight. But if he was just some skinny dude in the gym and you were going to buy shit off him, dude, he was going to have the shit he was selling you, man. He was pouring into putting labels on bottles that weren't even lined up. You could tell they had like fucking cod glue on them. It was horrible. Guy was a fucking just a douche. Dude, people got sick. One dude got a big hematoma in his leg having an operation. Yeah,
Sounds like a piece of shit.
Hey, you know, they always say that UFC fighters are underpaid, and I guess they are, but this has been going on for a long time. Is there any point where things might change?
But why would they? To the owner's point of view, because they own everything. As long as the UFC has, and I'm not saying it's right, dude. I should just let me tell you that. My phrase that. I'm not saying it like because they can. No, it's honestly though because until like say the stuff who just signed Bellator, they just signed with Showtime. But no matter how good they might do, they're still looked at the minor leagues. It's still the UFC is still the granddaddy of MMA, and that's where the money is. Because those guys could be complaining right about Dana, but they can go get just as fucking pounded out in one of the many Brazilian promotions that are on Brazilian TV where guys are making $8,000 to get their faces bashed in, $5,000. You know, these guys are like, I'm only making fucking $1 million, and because what they're doing, they're counting Dana's money because they start realizing what he's pulling in for advertising. And Dana's thing's like, yeah, but I built this thing. Without this, you'd be in Japan getting your dick kicked in for $7,000. So shut the fuck up. And he's right. You know what I mean? It's just capitalism, but he's right. Instead of like sucking up to him and doing the right thing, and like if as way as your career goes, see, Dana's one of those dudes like he never forgives. Like he's just has that way. Like once he doesn't like you, he doesn't like you. He just holds that grudge type of dude. And so when these guys go publicly bashing him and saying shit in social media, thinking they could like maybe get to him that way, they're done. He's just gonna. He doesn't look. I mean, he'll fucking cut anybody loose. He don't give a fuck. He proved that with Saint Pierre. As far as I'm concerned, my eyes, the best all-around MMA guy.
Hold on, recognize he's doing something crazy. Recognize.
Yeah, what are you fucking folding, making paper airplanes, you cunt?
Oh shit! Sorry.
He's working out. He's working out again.
Yeah, he's working. He's working out. Yeah, Jimmy, go ahead. Continue, yeah.
No, but that's
Sorry
just the
about
thing
that.
with Dana White.
I didn't realize I was on mute. I was off.
The Zephyr brothers and shit, they run that shit.
Hey, Jimmy, if MMA is so big, how come we don't see like other MMA organizations, pop out here and there? I know there's Bellator, but I don't know. There's such a demand for MMA.
It's the money because there's so many promotions, dude. That's the problem. There's actually too many. Like Texas, I think they have 6 registered MMA promotions. Like every state has some. You know what I mean? So there's a bunch of people get into, and then they're all looking because you see when Dana does that, traveling around the country with his buddies, and they go to these fights, and they sign people right there. That's like the thing. So when these fighters know that he's showing up, you ever see that? They had there was this YouTube special. Dana finds fights or drives around America, whatever. Actually, it was pretty good. I watched a few of them, but he would go to all these local promotions, and the UFC's here. One of the guys, Dana's here. So he's like, when you're in that business and you're fighting and you're doing some backyard rinky-dink, promotion at the end, like it's like Rocky. Here's your fucking $50, $8 for towel and your shower. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like you're not making any money. So, and Dana knows that. He knows what these guys are making. He knows the kind of money. they're making when they hit the UFC compared to what they were making. Being Dana, being cheap and always about himself, he's like, fuck you. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I made 10. You made 200,000. I made 10 million.
So he doesn't
I'll
let
tell you
these
what,
little
you don't like it, go
organizations
somewhere.
grow.
What's the
What's
name
that?
of the?
He doesn't let them grow, basically.
Exactly.
What's
He
the
never
name
lets
of
anybody get bigger than the thing. What's that? Recognize?
Yeah.
BDA? What I mean? Excuse me, Jimmy. What's the name of the brothers that you said run the UFC? What's the name of them? You said
Well,
Ziffers.
Zuffa.
yeah, the Zephyr brothers.
Ziffer.
So
No, it's you. No?
Yeah, they went to a private high school with Dana. Dana went to like
I was
Belmont Hill
gonna.
or something.
Because I never.
It's
never mind. I
Zuffa.
thought you said
Zuffa.
Ziffer. I
It's
was gonna
okay.
ask
Hold
you
on.
if
Hold on. Let me
they-
speak, please. Let me say it's Z.
They were based out of New
it's
York.
yeah. It's ZUFFA.
Yeah.
No,
Zuffa,
never mind.
Zuffa.
Zuffer. Yeah. Never mind.
But yeah, Dana. What happened is he got chased out of. I know he likes to say it's because the fucking Woody Bulger didn't know who the fuck he was, that jackass. But he was chased out of Boston for selling dirty juice. He was going to get his fucking head stoved in. He knew it. He played out. He was involved in other shit too. I heard he burnt people for money on weed. But again, that's just all rumor. But anyways, he took off, went up to Vegas, and he met out with them. And the thing is, he just always fell into it. He just was lucky. He went to school with the right kids. They put up the money. You know, he's a character. He's a funny dude too. He was. You see him videos now. He's changed because he doesn't have to be funny anymore. Because now he's a multimillionaire. But he was one of those dudes. He was always the loudest guy at the gym. You know, at the front desk, you walk in, all the chicks are laughing, and he's always got everybody laughing. He makes everybody think he's a friend, but it's still your eye teeth right out of your head. You know.
He found
But,
out
you know,
Bolger was
that's-
he found out Bolger was looking for him. He said, "Let me go to a different coast."
Hey,
And he
Jimmy.
was
Hey,
fucking
did you
took
why
off,
he
and they
was
put up
bad
the money, and he bought it at the right time.
Remember
brought
when
the
Tommy?
Let me
So
just-
why some bad sustenance? Why do you want to
No, he was selling fake Cessna, just peanut oil. And he was doing it at home, not even a clean room. So there was lint in it and shit, and that gets blown into your muscle. So you get all kinds of infections.
Yo, this
Well,
guy's
yeah, you get heart
insane.
disease, cotton fever.
That's right.
You
That's
get all
right.
kinds of
That's right.
shit
That
from
was
the
big. You know something that was big in the '90s. I remember, like people would sell
counterfeit steroids. Of
this
course it
fucking
was.
yeah. And I knew dudes in the gym that got sick over shit like that. Yeah.
Well, what guys would do is even if they would take test suspension and they would it looks like milky and it's water based. So they would take it in a 50 cc jugs it comes in, and they would just break it down. They turn one jug into fucking 5, and they would add just water to it. But they're doing it right in their house, you know, transferring it from fucking buying saline water or, you know, medical grade. But it's still being, when you're sucking it in and blowing it into another thing, you can get all kinds of particles, and it's not done in a clean room, put it that way.
You
You get
know,
all kinds of sickness, and that's if they even try to do it that good.
one of the things we always talk about over at Second Renaissance is how when somebody's a con artist, they usually don't devolve from that. Everything afterwards becomes a con. And it seems to me, Dana White, he seems like one of those silver-tongued devils that's able to talk himself into and out of a situation. And that's what he seems to be doing with the UFC right now. Because how does
Con artists talk really fast too. You notice that? They talk real fast.
Oh, wait a minute.
Almost to confuse you.
You wait a minute. I talk.
I'm not
fast.
talking about
I don't know what
you.
you're talking. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking
I'm
about? What are you
saying
trying to say,
con
Roy? Are you trying to say that?
Con artists talk. Con artists they talk real fast. They talk like this, and you know, and then you know you don't know what they're saying, and you're agreeing to it. You're like, oh shit, did I just agree to something?
Hold on. That's my impression.
Yeah, Dana would do stuff like he gave the cops free steroids, like the local cops. He wasn't stupid. The guys who trained there, if they wanted something, he would hook them up. You know, he was smart like that. So he was just that type of person able to do it. And at the time, you know what he paid for the UFC? I mean, didn't they spend? I mean, it was less than $1 million. They bought the whole fucking thing for. I think it was like $1 million.
Nice.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah. It was
Because it wasn't legal in any state, but I think Pennsylvania at the time was like one state. It had a bunch of bad press. The government got involved. They were trying to outlaw it everywhere. But he knew there was a loophole, and the lawyers obviously they talked to said, "Oh yeah, no, this is easily beaten." And so New York was one of the last states to lift the ban. But yeah, so the minute he got that lifted, it just that $1 million investment. Where did they sell it to that other company, the new parent company? Was it $600 million or something, or $6 billion? Some crazy amount.
If they bought it for $1 million and sold it for that much, they sold it for that much.
How much did they sell it for?
Yeah, how much?
$4 billion.
$4 billion.
Billion?
That's what they went. That's what they went.
That 1 million. That 1 million investment was fucking wonderful. God damn.
And that's on Dana too.
But to be fair, like to put in perspective, he really has now what Don King had in the '90s. So in other words, it's never going to end until he fucks it up, which he won't. He's not dumb enough to fucking go down and double dip through the managers again, like King did. So, but for King's last greed, he'd be basically
I don't know
UFC
where
right
you
now.
are.
You sound like
I
you're
can't hear
breaking
you,
up.
dude.
You're in the
There's a
swamps of
storm
Florida.
over there
right
in
now.
Florida or something.
Yeah, he's hunting for fish in the Florida swamp. What are the catfish?
The game-
Yeah,
he's
running
gator
from
hunting.
Alligator.
I'm driving a
For an
race
alligator.
car. I'm driving a race car. My brother fucked my truck.
Hey, you know what? Can I say this about Dana White? Look, he's got a lot of money and everything, and I know in today's society, money defines a person. But to me, he's still the same punk that got beat up in front of O'Sullivan's by Tommy Clark back in 1995. All right, that's number one. Number two, one thing that I will say about
Shout out to
him.
Tommy Clark. I don't know who
That's
he
right.
is, but he
Oh,
beat
he
up
was
Dana
tough.
White. I give him.
He was tough. Jimmy will tell you about him. But listen,
He's the doorman.
yeah, he was the doorman. He was a midget on top of that.
Oh, you
No,
knew
but-
you knew the guy, Jimmy? You knew him?
Yeah, no. BDA told me all about him.
That's right.
Because BDA used to come down here when he used to do the underground fucking bare knuckle fight, and BDA he had quite the reputation at one time, man.
You know, I'm starting to think BDA was a fucking like a mortal warrior, not a mortal warrior, like a fucking immortal
That's
warrior.
right.
He was a porn star. Look, he's a porn star.
Immortal porn star
the reason
warrior.
Bare
His
knuckle
face.
fighter. He's a bare knuckle fighter.
Well, he
Okay.
killed a man in Singapore, so now he can't show his face because
That's
he's got
right.
an Interpol to deal
I
with.
killed a lady boy in
we shouldn't
Malaysia.
talk about that.
Yeah, I killed a
Yeah,
lady boy in
BDA.
Thailand. So what?
You're the kind of guy that I would avoid a fight with. I'd be like, nah, I don't want no problems.
Oh, you know what's up, man. Yeah, you can tell who's you.
I'd hire him.
What do they say? Real recognizes real. But no, but I wanted to say something
Killers,
about Dana.
killers respect killers.
That's right. Real quick about Dana White. One thing I will say about him is he's really sticking it to this new plan, the new normal, because he's going to Florida and he's doing an event over there, full capacity. Not just, we're going to let a couple of people in. No, full capacity. To me, that goes a long way to redeeming himself from all the shenanigans that we was up to. What do you guys think?
Well, he's to also not help his public cause, obviously, with today's political atmosphere, but he was a huge Trump supporter, and he made no bones about it. He didn't hide that fact. In fact, he's actually, I'm curious, I don't know if you guys know, I'm sure you know by now, but they found fucking Derek Chauvin guilty on all charges, believe it or not.
Oh,
Yeah.
they want to avoid a riot, huh?
Oh yeah, and the judge even said it and basically set up the fucking. They're going to use Maxine Waters showing up as the day the jury goes, and he didn't sequester him. They went home, and there's Maxine Waters saying, if they don't find him guilty, we're going to fucking push back harder. So they're already filing the briefs to get a mistrial, and they'll probably get it on what she said. And I would imagine if they go to a federal level, he can see in Minnesota you can't ask for a bench trial. Like, I would have never, because I was like, why is he using a jury? Was he an idiot? Use it just a bench trial. The judge will have to go by the law. And but in Minnesota, the judge has to okay it, or the court has to okay it. So, anyways,
you know
if it goes
what?
to federal, he can demand a bench trial.
Yeah,
This
people were
reminds
asking if
like
we
the
could,
O.J. Simpson trial. It's similar in the sense that the jury then they were scared. I mean, you think they're gonna go back to their communities?
Dude, of course
Eh,
not.
I mean,
That-
people are gonna be, oh, you're the
Exactly.
one that let this happen, right? So
can I
Dude,
ask
I
a
wouldn't,
stupid? Can
you
I
want
ask a
to know how
question?
much listen, I'm not a conspiracy theory type of person, but I'm telling you right now, I was saying right along to my girl, she was agreeing with me. I'm like, they're going to find him guilty. They're probably all in on it just to save the cities from around the country burning, and they're going to fucking file an appeal or go to federal, and then they'll get kicked out of a federal, because at a federal, who do they attack? They might go after the federal courthouses, because listen, if they let this stick and they put him in prison, I don't care how you feel about what he did to him, but he was doing what he was told to do, what he was taught to do. The police said that. They convicted him for a murder when they said their own autopsy said they couldn't prove the type of death. So none of this is all for show. But if they let it stick, police are just going, the people who are cheering the loudest are going to be hurt the most, because police all around the country are going to pull back from policing fucking ethnic, inner city neighborhoods, and crime, just like what happened after 92 riots in Los Angeles. Same thing's going to happen. It's going
All
to
right, Jimmy.
skyrocket.
First of all, we gotta keep this at Second Renaissance. By the way,
I know. I
please,
just fucking wanted to put that out there.
I know.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
listen, please keep all donations to the GoFundMe page. Please do not donate via the super chat. We appreciate it. But if you donate via GoFundMe to Gonzalo's cause, his son's in the hospital. He's been intubated for over a month, which is abnormal. Please donate everything to GoFundMe because otherwise YouTube takes 33% or 30%. They take their cut. So please, Kent S., shout out to you, man. Thank you for the contribution. But please, if you have money to spare, please donate it to Gonzalo. Help his kid out who's in the hospital. And anyway, Kent S. donated with the super chat. He says, you guys need to stop talking politics, especially Jimmy. Yeah, well, listen, we're going to keep it up in second Renaissance, all right? We're going to keep it to Second Renaissance. But by the way, Butcher, if we do a Second Renaissance, we can't really get as many people. We can't get this is to raise awareness. This episode right now, I have to reiterate, it's to raise awareness for Gonzalo's, whatchamacallit, his GoFundMe page. Because his kid's in the hospital. So.
Listen, I just found that out because as I'm talking to you guys, I looked up at the TV and I saw the guilty. So I just found out right there.
Yeah, don't worry, Jimmy.
No, I know, but that's the reason why it came out on me like that. I was just actually shocked. No, but even though I was expecting it, I was shocked. It's still shocking.
That's fine.
And,
that's fine.
We'll talk about it.
I talk about boxing non-fucking stop too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, if it goes into the federal, if it goes to the Supreme Court, they could overturn it, and that would be like that would just send a lot of people up into a hissy fit, and just boom, everything will explode. And by the way, fellas, I want to talk about this.
Let's do a Second Renaissance.
But we can't now though because this is to raise awareness for Gonzalo.
I'll say later.
Yeah, later.
Maybe later. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, okay. Teofimo Lopez. He had his press conference with Kombucha. I found this interesting. The way
tight jeans Lopez is what I call him.
Yeah. Well, the other dude too with the fucking sneakers.
Oh God. Hey, can I say one thing about Gonzalo's child, Bucho? Is there any way you can, or BDA? Can you guys put a picture of him up on there for everybody to see? You look in this little fucking angel's eyes, and I dare anybody look in his eyes and not fucking give money. Cutest little fucking thing. Dark eyes, what a fucking seriously. I just wanted to say that. Sorry, just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, man. Get people, because images speak louder than words. I mean, images are worth 1,000 words. What am I talking about? I'm mixing them up. But yeah, there you go. Like this is Gonzalo's.
That's true. I mean, look at skinny jeans, Teofimo Lopez.
That's right. Yeah.
Or Kombucha. Who had the skinny jeans? No, it was Teofimo
Well,
Lopez.
Kombucha had the fucking sneakers with 3 inches of padding on them. Yeah, well, stop saying high heels, man. It's not, they weren't high heels.
I mean, whatever. You can call it whatever you want. It's the men's version of high heels for me.
Well,
that's
dude,
true.
Fucking all you gotta do. Has anybody been to the mall lately? Has anybody walked through like fucking Jordan?
Dude, I was gonna say, look, I started having a conversation with this dude, and I wasn't paying attention to his sneakers, right? So I'm talking to him. Me and him are pretty much looking eye to eye. You were having a conversation. Next thing you know, he's walking away, and my wife tugs at me, and she says, why is he wearing platform shoes like that? And I was like, what are you talking about? When I looked, I was like, oh, he had about 7 inches on that fucking thing.
Yeah, if you would
I was standing in the middle of the men's section. I asked the girl at fucking, what was it, Finally? Or Jordan's, I forget which one, Macy's. And I think it was the men's section. She goes, you're right, this is it. And I'm like, come on.
Oh.
I couldn't, dude, everything was skinny jeans. The shirts were, I'm like, this looks like a blouse. Are you fucking kidding me? No, it's just all meant to fucking,
American.
Yeah.
Go to Jimmy.
Soft.
Go to American Eagle, man. They still sell jeans for men. American Eagle still sells jeans.
It's just a part of fucking the whole Simpa lifestyle. But I don't want to talk politics.
I buy Dickies, man. I still buy Dickies. I look like I'm painting houses. But you know what? I like that, man. I'm a working man.
I just matched the monkey tag with the Granimals.
What are you talking about?
Granimals. Oh, you guys don't remember that shit? I don't even know if they still have it. They used to have Granimals for kids. You would just match the animal head. You know what I mean? Like to be monkey. So any monkey shirt went with the monkey pants. The elephant shirt. Yeah, that was a big thing. I thought they were still around. Yeah, Granimals. That's what they were called.
It's bizarre, man. I'd never heard of that. I mean, I've heard of people.
Really? Yeah, I thought they were still even around, but yeah, you don't have kids though, do you?
I got a couple of kids. Yeah, sure. I got a daughter.
There you go. Well, Oshkosh Bagosh, I think they might even have been involved with that company. You know that, right? That little fucking, the little jumpsuits all little kids wear.
Yeah, I never understood those kids that dress like Dennis the Menace. That's bizarre to me. Or the parents, rather. The parents that dress their kids like Dennis the Menace. That to me was always something's off there. It's like you want your kid to be a miscreant. But anyway, speaking of rogues, this is the press conference they had. I found this comment interesting here from Kombucha. Hold on a second.
Right, you wouldn't even make a white. You wouldn't even make a white, boy. Look at you.
He told him you can't even make weight. And look at Lopez's reaction right away.
I'll put you in a fucking stretcher. You wouldn't even make a white. You wouldn't even make a white, boy. Look at you.
Hey, gentlemen, listen.
Come on, man. I can't make it off.
Let's get no. Hey, come on.
Hey, go on.
The cameraman had to run in. First of all, can I ask something? What's the name of that fella there? The guy with the Joker vest, with the purple vest. What's his guy's name? He was the one doing for the Triller commentary, right?
And he was saying fuck all the time. He was like out of character type of thing there.
Unprofessional.
He sounded like the dude from fucking Goodfellas. No, you got a little jerky with me first. Didn't he kind of have a voice like that? Like that cut your always Billy Bath or whatever his name was from
Billy
Goodfellas.
Bath. Not insult nobody. Not insult nobody.
Yeah, exactly him.
To nobody.
Is this fake though? I mean, because let's be honest, I don't think there's a lot of interest for this fight. Well, I know there's like people who love Triller events and then trying to like make us believe that everybody's talking about this Teofimo Lopez fight. I don't.
Jed Kyle. I was speaking to Jed Kyle, and Jed Kyle's. This might have been on Thunderdome, and so basically he was saying, because I guess Jed is from around that area, and he said he comes from a town that's very, because he knows the New York area. I guess he's been here, and he said he grew up in Astoria. Excuse me. He compared what Cambosos, where he's from, to Astoria. And Astoria is like one of these working class, tough, kind of, working class neighborhood. Not like a lot of violence, but like a lot of mafia guys live there. A lot of tough, like Greek guys and stuff like that with tattoos all over them. And basically, he said he grew up in an area like that. So he definitely reminded me of that kind of guy. That you want to get confrontation with me. I don't have a problem with that. I could do it too. I don't mind. He's not going to back off from confrontation. So it could have been authentic, because we know how Teofimo is. He is the way he is.
Well, I want to ask something about that, because he took as soon as the guy told him you can't even make weight, Lopez took his shirt off. And some people were saying that. Some people say, "Hey, he's already," because he's going over to Triller, right? And some people say, "Oh, he's gonna fit right in with Triller now that he's stripping in front of everybody." First of all, it's not a striptease that he did. He just took his shirt off. Let's get that straight. But number two, he looked cut in there. He looked in good shape, and they say he walks around at about middleweight. So if he's already cut and has very little fat, that means he's losing water weight to make weight.
I was gonna post a video on Discord where he was training. And he looked cut and everything. I'm like, how much is he weighing right now? And what weight is he going to lose to make 135?
Yeah.
He's eating muscle, is what you're saying.
Oh,
yeah, without a doubt. He eats
like
muscle.
Yeah.
So he eats muscle to get that small. So that's really not what you want to do. If you want to burn your fat, and the lowest body fat you can get down to is 2% around your intestines. You need that, or you'll have a stroke. You know what I mean?
That's why I have this conspiracy theory, man. I have a conspiracy theory. These guys are not really making weight. That's just my conspiracy theory. I don't think they're really making the weight that people think they are.
That sounds plausible, man. Because I know these guys kill themselves to make weight. Especially this dude who's a middleweight, but
there's so much money if your guy doesn't make it. Remember, they have to pay you. You make a lot of money if your guy doesn't make weight. So if they're not making the weight that we think they're at least making weight that they're agreeing upon. Because the other dudes, that's the thing. You have to pay your opponent money. It's always usually figured into the opponent, and that's the reason why Teofimo got so angry.
I'm gonna try something.
If he's walking around at 180, is that what you said? Walking around 180 or middleweight?
No, middleweight. They say he walks
around. Okay, so 160, and he's fighting 135. Oh yeah, he probably walks around with a decent six pack. He's probably kind of cut up. He probably probably has a great six pack at 152. But that by the time he's losing, probably eating about 15 pounds of muscle to get down to 135. That's a lot of muscle to eat.
Damn, I just stood on I'm not a professional scale, but I just stood on a scale, and I kind of like just not stand with all my body weight, kind of like in a tippy toe stance where you won't be able to see it. And I weighed 208 pounds, and I'm gonna do it with all my weight. I'm gonna do it with all my weight.
This is fascinating.
Okay, this is with all my weight.
This is thrilling
Five
radio, man.
to recognize lying to us again.
Yeah.
Wow, 213 pounds with all my weight.
213 pounds.
So you lost weight now, didn't you? Weren't you weighing it?
Yeah, I definitely did, man. Since I've been traveling back and forth from New York to Florida, I lost like 10 to 15 pounds.
When you're over 200 pounds, though, dude, 10 or 15 pounds is
Yeah, it's not really that much, but I can notice.
Yeah.
I notice it though. I notice it in the sense of like I'm fucking super fast when I walk. Like zoom, zoom. my kids be like, "Yo, calm down when you're walking, man."
Well, dude, tie fucking 15 pounds right now and just tie it to your waist and start walking around all day. You know what that'll feel like? Yeah, no, it's always good just for your joints. You don't need to.
No, what I'm saying is everybody should try this. Go on a scale. Go on a scale, and try to not stand with all your weight. If you get what I'm saying, you kind of like you step on it softly. You don't step on it hard and go on, and then let yourself get weight. You could see. At least for me, I was 208 and a half pounds when I just stood on it, like softly. When I stood on it, my regular, just exhaling my breath, it was 213 pounds.
You fat fucking scumbag!
Jesus
Hey, Jimmy.
Bingo.
Jimmy, somebody in the chat, Shadow Boxing says, no, you can't get to 2%, Jimmy. He says pro bodybuilders get down to 5%. You only have 3% naturally.
That's not true at all.
I mean, Jimmy.
I know I've gotten down to fucking 2%. I've had it. I was done by literally going in that blue goop, and I had one of those professional done body fat tests. And the doctor said, he goes, yeah, what you have is just, you have intestinal fat now. Believe me, I was skinless, veins, and you can see the striations in my fucking everything. I was shredded. I mean, I even took diuretics the day before to get even more shreds, which I regretted doing. It did nothing for me but make me sick. But anyways, that's not true. 5%, shitting me. I used to walk around at maybe 7 or 8%. I was never, probably closer to 10, but people get lower than 5. Andre Munzer fucking died because he got below 2.
Louise. Yeah, I remember Stallone said
bodybuilder.
When he was, I think around the time of Rocky 3, when he got his shit together, well, 3 too, and he went to the doctor. The doctor told him, "Listen, you lose any more fat, you're gonna die." And so he went back to eating.
His brain was getting fucked up. Something happened.
You seize up. You get cramps too terribly. Literally, dude, I used to manipulate. I could show you, man. Just feeding people. Wake them up every 2 hours the night before, whatever day you want them to look their best at. Every 2 hours, that's key, man. While they're sleeping. Hopefully they get some REM sleep, your eyes, the 4th stage of sleep. That's the only time your body repairs itself, during rapid eye movement. So you get at least 18 to 20 minutes of that in those 2 hours. That's golden. Slap a fucking jar of Plantarol fruit down their throat on a couple of rice fucking, those nasty rice, thin rice, crispy things or whatever, and then go back to sleep. Do that over the fucking night of sleep, man. You wake up the next morning, you start walking, you're literally making fists. It's almost like you can squawk like the movies. You just watch everything growing. It's crazy. Yeah, no, it's nuts.
It's insane, man. What the fuck?
Really
insane.
Yeah, man. You can manipulate the human body pretty good once you get to know how to do it.
Hey, by the way, New York City police, 1 killed, 2 wounded in shooting a New York grocery store. What the fuck's going on with all these mass shootings now, man? We had one the other day.
I don't know. I'm not in New. I'm not in
mass shooting or.
Well, when you
I'm not in New York right now, but I know this is the time of the year. They're coming to the time of the year where
summer.
It's like killing season. Yeah, killing season.
What do you think's going to happen when you just got rid of your fucking plain clothes division?
That's what I was
took all the guns off the streets. Listen, it's already gone up. It's already gone up hundreds of %. Murders in every major Democratic-run city have gone up. In some cases, historically. And this summer, it's going to be insane in New York City. Insane.
You know what's a city that's a war zone right now? Philadelphia. Holy shit, Philadelphia. Go look at the numbers there. It's scary, bro.
I'm going over there. I'm going to be a reporter. We have bets for BDA. Reporting for
in
BDA.
2020, cities, remember, they do counts differently. They do cities with 1 million plus, cities under 500,000. They do all that. They break them down, right? Cities which is over 1 million, well, million or more. Philadelphia has the highest crime rate, has the highest, murder rate.
Per capita. Per 100,000. That's how the DOJ, Department of Justice, the Bureau of Crime.
So remember, there's two categories. A city like St. Louis with 300,000 people, they always going to have a higher murder rate than Chicago. That doesn't mean it's worse than Chicago. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why they always do the per capita.
Listen, let's get away from that. Let's get away from the shooting talk. I mean, the crime stats.
But can I just say, listen, about Chicago, they have the sensors now in all the neighborhoods that pick up gunshots. If you sit at their center, they say in the weekends, it's like what is a light on a screen. It's like fucking watching just all around the city. It's like he's blinking from gunshots. It's like Fallujah.
Andres Hernandez says, BDA, that shooting happened in my area. 4 people shot, 1 dead on Long Island.
Long Island. Oh, jeez. It must have been a bunch of must have been a bunch of Italians shooting each other.
I bet you that's probably Hempstead, if I had to guess, because Hempstead is where it's at in Long Island. That's where that's their big ghetto.
Some fucking
hey, yo, Joey, where's my money?
Family members.
Joey, where's my money? Pow, 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 pow. Hey, listen, I wanted to talk about... Okay, so this whole Teofimo Lopez thing, because I'm curious, though, because some people are saying, he's close to making weight, but whatever. But somebody left a comment here on that YouTube video there. Somebody says, a whole lot of sexual tension going on. Because George Cambosis said when he told Lopez he couldn't make weight, he started taking his shirt off, and George apparently said, yeah, take it off. So, yeah, there might have been some sexual tension there. Somebody says that the high heel sneakers and the Afro Chef security guy, because they had to get the cameraman to intervene. The host, I mean, did they expect it's a Teofimo Lopez press conference? I mean, they should expect shenanigans.
You're playing that up. It's a fucking
I know,
skit.
but still.
I think it is. I mean, they have to bring some interest to this fight. Go on Twitter, you put up the hashtag, it's got nothing. That's how I usually check to see if everybody's talking. I just check the hashtag thing, and nobody's talking. It doesn't have a lot of fucking traffic, so.
When is that taking place, by the way? It's got to be, let me check. Hold on.
Summer.
Yeah, summer. Well,
let me check.
June 5th. June 5th.
Yeah, there you go. Triller pay-per-view. And by the way, that's the other thing, because you guys were talking about it last night, about how whether this Triller thing is going to pick up. And look, if they have a name, and if I still maintain Jake Paul has to remain undefeated, because this whole aura around him right now is about him being undefeated against these opponents. If he loses, the whole thing might go down, or maybe it doesn't go fully down, but it might go down by a half or whatever. Might take a big dump.
It'll go down, It'll go down because people want to see him lose, taking the low version Mayweather blueprint.
As long as this thing's making money and he's fucking winning, it's going to continue. That's just the short, you know what I mean? It's just going to be. But I agree. Once he loses, it depends on how he loses. That's why he doesn't want to go to regular boxers, fight like Fury, because then it's going to go into that realm. As long as he keeps it freak show status, I think he tracks more of his people.
Right. Yeah. But I heard you mention that too, Jimmy. That you said that this Jake Paul guy has 20 million subscribers or something, and they only a mil watch. So it seems like. Do you think it's because since his content is usually free, now he's asking people to pay to watch him fight? Maybe people are just at this point in time, especially, they're just not willing to pay money for a boxing.
There's a lot of hatred. There's a lot of hatred in the YouTube community and amongst those guys. I'm sure a lot of other YouTubers buy it because they hope they'll see him lose.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, he's cocky, and so the kid just, he's going through full camps now. Though he's getting the training of a regular boxer. You know what I mean? He's got terrible footwork, but throws a pretty decent punch. I mean, the thing is, though, if he fights a regular guy, then it's going to just be a 5-round or 6-rounder.
Jimmy, that's where it ends. That's where when he finally fights somebody that can actually box. But for now, I think they can milk this for maybe another year and 3 more fights with other celebrities or washed up UFC fighters, and then finally people are going to be getting tired of that, and they're going to be asking for a real fight, and he's going to have to step it up. And I think that's where it all ends.
How old is he again?
24.
24. So on a different note, Alonzo Highsmith made it further than Mark Gastineau, but Alonzo Highsmith really tried to learn how to box. And he was on USA Tuesday Night Fights. He was on Bob Arum undercards. He got over 27 fights, and then he finally stepped up and fought a real heavyweight contender, and he lost.
Is he the guy that fought
I'm not
Burt
saying
Cooper?
Jake Paul can never win anything, but he's taking it more serious than some people. And, I can do this from what I've been hearing. He's actually in the gym. He's actually got a trainer. He's actually getting in shape. He's actually learning. I give him high props for that.
He's spending a lot of money.
Hard sport.
Dude, he's got full training camps. Like, I was talking to someone who knew all about, like, dude, he hired, cutmen, everything, like full training camps, nutritionists. He had, he's not fucking around when he's doing it. And so that's why he's probably, he's crying after he knocked that kid out. You don't fake that. You can fake certain things, but when you start crying, that's like, unless he's an Academy Award winning actor, but that's obviously a release of emotion. So he was obviously wound up. So in his mind, it was a fucking real boxing match. Whether the other dude took it serious or not is irrelevant.
Good looking, God bless him, but I don't like the platform that was launched off of. If he's really going to do everything he's doing to try and get it, then God bless him and good luck to him. But this whole Triller 10 concerts with strippers and everything on stage is not. We discussed that yesterday, though. So,
I wanted to ask a question. First of all, Jay, you mentioned the guy there, that dude is he the guy that the heavyweight you mentioned? Is he the guy that lost to Burt Cooper?
I'll have to go back and look him up. I don't remember. I just remember I think he played for Tennessee, and then to Houston, and then he hurt himself and went into boxing. And I just remember he just didn't have the right muscles. Okay. And it cost him.
Mean Joe Green did it. Remember that? Probably before your time. But Mean Joe Green, the fucking famous linebacker.
Oh, are you talking about boxers that?
Football players who went into boxing. It's.
Jimmy, I'm not that much younger than you.
Really? You sound a lot younger. That's why. So good for you.
God bless me with a voice that didn't hit the baritone levels of recognize. So.
Wait, is that doing bass in your voice? You trying to say I sound old?
Hey, just recognize.
No, I'm saying we have my son's voice is deeper than mine, so people actually think when they hear him on the phone he's older than me. It's just that's what it is.
All right, but listen, this whole Teofimo Lopez thing. He's okay. Like Jake Paul, people pay to see him. I'm assuming. Who's gonna pay to see Teofimo Lopez? That's the question here. That's the question.
What's the undercard?
Well,
who else are they putting on with it?
Holyfield versus Kevin McBride.
That's not going to do it.
Holyfield versus Kevin McBride? Are we serious?
Yeah. Are they banking that that's the fight that people want to see, or?
Well, I think they're banking on that Tyson did so much, but listen, Holyfield just doesn't. He's not my Tyson. He just doesn't. He's not going to have the same pull as Tyson.
No, he's going to need a dance partner at this stage of his career, and
it's not McBride.
Kevin McBride's not it.
Yeah, no, I think this thing. All right, to be honest with you, I hope it fails in a bit of a way because I don't think it's good for the sport in general. Because it's just not. Because you're going to get every knucklehead kid thinking they can get that kind of money, and they'll do it until the promotion loses money. As long as once the promotion can only lose so much money. Rock Relation did it. The fucking desert is littered with the bones of these type of promotion companies come in, throw millions of dollars around, and then they just get tired of losing it all.
But now that's the thing,
the backers of those businesses say we're not going to lose any more money, and the companies fold, and then these kids are bought up by. Costa went through that. You remember he was with I don't remember who, Cedric Kushner. Then Cedric Kushner retired, so then he went with Goosen's brother, Dan Goosen, who bankrupted America Presents. And so then he went to, I think, Goosen Promotions all the way up until he just bounced around because certain companies couldn't stay. Like I said, Dan Goosen himself was really good and well respected in the boxing. But when he signed Mike Tyson and then he signed David Tua and then he signed Kasha Zhu, he put all this money up front and then it didn't pan out. And America Presents went bankrupt. And that was a competent boxing promotion.
The thing is, though, with this is a whole other ballgame, as you guys were talking about, because this is dependent on YouTubers. It's not a straight up boxing promotional entity, and so it's attracting a different demographic. So who knows if it's really going to fizzle out? Again, like Jimmy said, this is all dependent so far on the Jake Paul character, because if he loses, he loses that aura of invincibility, and maybe some of these kids will say, he lost, I don't care. Or it could go the other way. Maybe they don't care about losses. Maybe they just care about these YouTubers fighting each other. I mean, I don't know. Time will tell where this is gonna go. By the way, I'm gonna drop a StreamYard link here in case anybody wants to jump on. Again, this is a free-for-all show for Gonzalo and his kid who's in the hospital. Newborn baby. He's been in intensive care unit for about 5 weeks, or he's been intubated longer than normal. So we're doing this show to help him out. If you can donate via the GoFundMe page. GoFundMe only, please. No super chats, because super chats YouTube takes 30%. So if you're gonna donate for Gonzalo, donate to his GoFundMe page so that money goes directly to him. There's no shenanigans. Everything goes to him. No 30%. Nobody takes their cut. That's the way it works.
And to the American listeners out there, because I know this is a worldwide thing, this man served our country. He served it honorably. And his kid's in the hospital. Please find in your heart to try and help out a veteran who needs you. Please.
That's right. Link is in the description of the video. It's also pinned. So, fellas, go check it out. It's time to pay
what
back.
Does anything go? What does anything go stand for in the show description? Like,
it's just a fancy way of saying, we talk. Well, I mean, anything related to boxing, and also, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's what I assumed.
Right now, I'm
it
putting
means
up.
We talk about Jake Paul and Alonzo Highsmith.
Listener.
Well, no, it also means that right now I put up a StreamYard link, so in case anybody wants to come on outside of
BDA.
Yeah.
You see that link that I send in the private chat.
Yeah, let me check it out.
That's the guy that Max Kellerman was taught was swore. This is when Max Kellerman was on.
Oh yeah, Courage. Yeah.
That's how you spell his name. That's the one that Max Kellerman, when he was on Public Access.
Oh, Public Access. Oh.
Yeah. He was on Public Access back in.
I remember Courage.
Courage Shabalala.
I remember him.
Yeah.
Shabalala.
He had an amateur record of like 80. I'm sorry.
Oh no, go brother.
One at a time, fellas. One at a time. Everybody's talking over each other.
Sorry. He had over 80 fights as a pro, and he knocked out all but like 3 guys in the amateurs.
Wait a minute. How many losses did he? Okay, in the amateurs he had.
No, as a pro, he just fucking crashed. But
I think recognized men. He had over 80 amateur fights, and he knocked out all but 3 of them.
Yeah, all but 3 of them. Yep.
Yeah, and then as soon as he stepped up against Brian Scott, he ended up getting TKO'd.
Yeah, he was like, he's gonna be a beast. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, well, Max Kellerman also thought that Vladimir quit against Ross Purity without ever watching the fight, and he said that Trinidad was scared of Ike Cortez. So he may have earned his spots now, but he said a lot of asinine things without doing his job as a journalist and doing something called research.
Well, you know what? Yeah. When Jimmy told me that his parents are involved in some sort of entertainment industry, or that they actually managed to get him through some contacts.
They're lawyers.
They got him a.
His uncle, I guess, his uncle's involved in one of the biggest agencies. One of the handle actors and shit. I forget the name of the agency, but I think his dad was a dentist, but he was in New York, and he had a radio show that of stuff that maybe he washed enough cars to buy the equipment himself. I had a friend that did that. Maybe he did it, or maybe his parents bought him everything. But he majored in history, no broadcasting, nothing, no master's degree, and walks right onto ESPN at 24 years old right after he graduated.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because I always found it I always found it interesting that, like you said, he goes, first of all, he wanted to be a rapper. And like recognizing that we're talking about the other day, he's a Herb. Classic Herb, like, hey, let me jump on this new trend. Yeah, I'm black too. So he starts trying to rap. That doesn't pan out. All of a sudden, he gets a public access show. All of a sudden, he goes to ESPN. Then he takes over that bald guy spot on Fox Sports. I forget what he was. Rich Morata, I think. Then from Fox, he goes to and then from Fox, he goes to HBO. It's like, how does that happen? Do you
know why he ended up on Fox, though? Do you know why he ended up on Fox?
No.
ESPN basically, without firing him, fired him. They offered him a contract, and he thought he was worth like $1 million and a half, and they're like, no, you're going to get 800,000, which I would have taken the job for 75. But E5 in the Coast Guard, I would have taken that job at 75,000 in a heartbeat. But he wanted over $1 million. and they were like, "Pack sand, we don't need you." So he went to Fox. It was actually a demotion until he got his job with HBO.
Yeah, but who does that? What 20-year-old, 22-year-old acts like that, talking, executives in an industry where you're lucky if you get your fucking one sniff at something. You know what I mean? He's getting bouncing from ESPN. Like BDA's point, it is what it is. He's obviously connected to somebody. You know what I mean? He obviously had somebody who could get him a gig. It was just everything was too, he walked onto everything.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
wasn't talent.
I'll give him this, that he's made the most of it because he's on shows and they keep offering him positions. I think that my personal opinions of him are going to stay to the side, but he's obviously successful in the fact that people keep wanting to hire him for some reason or another. So he's doing something right, even if he was connected to get his foot in the door.
But is he
If they
really?
didn't like him after being connected, he would be gone, and they'd say, "Sorry, you've burned too many bridges."
I'm gonna find that article somebody sent me. It was about his family, and if I remember the name, that even doesn't even matter. I don't know if you guys know the name of agencies out there, but I guess if you run the agencies, I guess agencies are the most powerful things in Hollywood, and according to this article,
it makes sense, Jimmy.
Whether a family friend or something, but is like either a godfather or something. And so we're talking about somebody could call any fucking network and say, yeah, like just getting him to call on his behalf gets him in the door.
It makes sense, Jimmy. You know why? Because he went right. So when he had the public access channel spot, he had a spot on public access. It was like once a week, and you buy a slot. So I know a little bit about this because I try to get into that little realm at one point in my life. So buy the spots. You had to buy a spot for every week, and it was a lot of money. So I'm thinking to myself, you're in your early 20s when you were doing this, very early 20s, like 21, 22, maybe even 23, somewhere around there. Where were you coming up with that money? And we're talking about a couple of G's to buy a spot for every week. You had to pay. I think it was every month, like maybe 3.
Yeah, they call it free cable, free tele or free access, but it's not the case.
Right.
You still got to pay. Yeah.
So I'm saying to myself, where are you coming up with that money? I'm thinking now to myself, where are you coming up with that money in your
Didn't
early
he grow
20s?
up in New York City? Did he grow up in New York?
No, he grew up in Manhattan.
Yeah, Manhattan. Come on. So he's a fucking rich kid. He's a rich Jewish kid from Manhattan.
He grew up in the West Village.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm not a fan of his, but I don't want to go on any route to say like we're going to disparage him because we're classier than that. Even though we know just what he does.
We're
and
not
he
actually.
like he's the right slice bread.
No, we're not.
I would, but I'm not going to.
Well, actually, okay.
Listen. I'll go as far as saying this.
I thought he was pretty good.
Recognize you sound pretty low, man. You sound low. Your volume sounds like you're screaming.
I can barely hear you. Recognize. That's why I keep talking over you. Sounds like you're whispering.
All right, let me ask this because I want to hold a bit of a census here, okay? Because Jay said let's not disparage him, and it's true. Let's not disparage him. But let me just say this. Because when the news came out that he was gonna go over to HBO, and everybody started assuming, he's gonna replace Larry Merchant, and they were pushing for him. The HBO brass was pushing for him to replace Merchant. I started thinking, why? Most people, the old heads, especially people at Ring Magazine and the message boards, they didn't like Max Kellerman. They thought he was a loudmouth. They thought he was a new product of this new era of hey, everybody shouting in the fucking ESPN and all that.
He was doing that back then, so like he was bringing that new, like the way things are today. I remember, man. I if anybody has image or a video of him on public access, maybe there's a way to search that. You will see he had the same method of like the YouTube style. It was different because he was a young dude. He was, I want to say Kellerman's about my age. Maybe he's like either anywhere from like my age, maybe a year younger, or maybe a year older. I think.
Mm-hmm.
So he's close to like 50. He's about close to 50 or around 47, something like that.
Yeah, mid to late 40s.
Yeah, mid to late 40s.
But that's my question. That's where I was trying. I was trying to head to that. I was trying to head to. Hold on. I was trying to head to that. I was trying to head to that question. Who here likes the guy? Who here goes? I want to hear what he has to say.
I did like him at one point. I'm not gonna lie. When he was on public access, I didn't agree with everything he said, but I liked his knowledge and about fighters like a Kershaw, which he was definitely wrong about. Remember, this is pre-internet days. So when he was kicking this knowledge and telling us about fighters that I had no way of knowing of, I did like him. I did. But what my point is that he had this style of arguments. Oh, you don't agree with me? You're a casual, that type of thing. You know, when people will call in and be like, you know, I disagree with you or whatever.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, he was very
With
vocal.
me, I liked him in the beginning when I liked him for baseball and football way back in the beginning, his bombastic style, kind of like what he's saying. But I didn't like him for boxing because it was obvious he didn't know what he was talking about. And then sometimes I'm told things, say like if I was at a Mickey's fight and you're talking to people who work for HBO and you start to talk to people and it's like I would never say what they said because it's disparaging of somebody without their, I would just, if somebody told me something the same way, if you guys told me something without saying, yeah, you can tell anybody, I'll just say without saying any names. I was told by someone who, anyways, that he was a know-it-all, smug, arrogant bastard, and that's what he perceived. Like he didn't. There was no like. That's the person who told me that was like the people who came in. It's they put this way. They says the hard crew because they've been together a long time, from the production crew down, and a very tight knit group of people. And he came in like his shit didn't stink, and it was obvious he didn't know boxing. Like he had a study on it, and he talks more like a, you know what I mean? Like there's, what do they call it? There's a person with a doctrine who's what do they call when someone has an education opposed to learning how to do it, but they're both, anyways, that's irrelevant. But yeah, he could tell he just learned because when he would talk about it, it was almost in dictionary style. Like it wasn't learned experience and stuff he just knew. Anyways,
So,
that's why.
if it's my turn to jump in, that's the way he was on ESPN with that leather jacket with the sleeves rolled up and the collar like pointed straight up. I mean, first of all, you're on TV. How about looking professional? You look with that goatee and your slick hair. He came on looking like a straight punk. And he acted all smug, like, look at me, look what I know about boxing. I'm this young genius that knows more than anybody else. He doesn't know any more than anybody at that time. He doesn't know any more than anybody that's on this panel. I've heard all of you. And you guys know I'm a boxing geek. So there's nothing he said that was on this panel. He knew people and got where he needed to be, and I congratulate that for him. And I'm even going to admit, I was a young guy in the military that wanted his position, so there may have been some envy back then. But over the years, I've just learned the fact that he's opinionated. Larry Merchant was a research journalist. He would sit down and he would interview. He would get the ins and outs. He would find the facts and verify them, and then he'd report it. Max, I don't think that Trinidad wants to fight Ike Corte. That's an opinion. I think that Klitschko quit against Ross Purity. Where's your proof? You have ESPN to back you up. Why didn't you buy the tape and look at it? That's your job. You're being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to put out facts about the sport. Do your job. Because I knew as an E5 that can barely afford to buy tapes that he didn't quit on the stool. So how do I know this and you don't? You're getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. I didn't think he was professional because he put his opinion was what was supposed to be the sport was about.
Larry, like you said, Larry Merchant never would have done that either. Larry Merchant never would have done like that. And that's what I liked about Larry Merchant. He would go 2-3 rounds without saying a word. And he would just let in one little quill now and then. And it was sometimes meaningful. Sometimes he missed the mark. But for the most part, he was good. You know what I mean?
The best Larry Merchant story I ever had.
I just sent the link of him addressing, because I don't think there's video of him. I don't think anybody ever recorded it. But I think at one point, I was one of the people, because he would be on ESPN Zone when it was out and when it was still open in Manhattan. And I was like, listen, that dude started on public access. I was like one of the guys, and some people in the crowd were like, oh shit, yeah, you're right. I did see him. I was like, yeah. And I think he denied it. I think he denied ever being on public access. Yeah. But I'm like, no, you were. Dude, you absolutely were. I remember who you are. You didn't hide anything. You said your name was Max Kellerman. And you're same fucking guy.
Well, his rap career video is still out there.
Yeah, but he the public access boxing, I thought he did a good job. I'm being honest with you, but it was a bit embarrassing because it was
if he just stuck with just journalists.
Because what happened was a lot of people started trolling him and challenging him to his sources, and they were like, "Remember, again, I got to be, I got to say this." this is pre-internet days where you can just find anything on the internet. You know what I'm saying? The internet was out, but it wasn't as easy to have access to the internet.
I think, like Jay said, the fact that he was so unprofessional, and like recognize it too,
He
that
was.
he was trying to bring maybe a new, like he was trying to stand out.
Yes.
By being controversial. You know what I mean? I think that's probably it, right? Because
Roy Jones would have beaten prime Joe Louis. That's how good he was. That's him. I'm doing his imitation. And people were like, whoa, calm down. That's your opinion.
Yeah, like why would you say something
that's
like
not
that?
an
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah.
Look at Roy Jones.
Or that Chavez was running away from Whitaker for years when the Duvas offered him money prior to fight, and they went
No,
after
he was
Jose
big
Luis
on
Ramirez
Whitaker.
instead.
Whitaker to him was the greatest fighter that ever lived. I fucking disagree with that.
Well, it takes a
100%.
certain kind of narcissist to constantly put his opinions, like he wants to make his opinions a part of this narrative.
Julio Cesar Chavez did not win. You could argue that he did not win a single round against Pernell Whitaker.
But it's interesting though because
Fuck
that's
off.
the style.
Are
It's
you
interesting
crazy?
because that's the style now. Recognize that's exactly what you just did there. That's what you see on ESPN now, and I don't even watch ESPN that much. But you know that show he's got with the other
Theater
black
of
guy,
that.
where they just argue about nothing, about minutia. Like you're telling me, and they're screaming, and they're like, "Why are you screaming?" That's what they like. That's what the crowd likes now.
Clayman A. Smith.
I
his
swear to
counterpart,
God,
that's why.
people could watch. If I swear, I've never. Not that I've done big extensive studies on like research, excuse me, to see if anybody has videotape of him. You watch him this is in the early to mid 90s. Watch him and tell me if he doesn't sound like what ESPN sounds like today at the ages of 20, early 20s, early to mid 20s. And he was talking exactly like that. I'm telling you, like I'm not making it up. I saw his ass on public access, and now he's admitting it that he was on public access. And anybody from New York at that time would tell you, yes, we know this.
What? There was a time he denied that?
Yes.
I didn't know there. I didn't know there was a time he denied that. Oh,
Yeah,
no shit. I
he was
thought that
like, no, it's
pretty
not
much-
me. Different guy.
Why would he
No,
deny
it's
it,
you,
though?
asshole. It's you.
It was him and his brother, wasn't it?
I think so. It might have been his brother, but I remember him and his brother look a lot alike. So,
but why would
it
he
could have been
deny it
his,
though?
His late brother.
Well, look, I don't know if he denied it publicly, but I remember in the ESPN zone when he was there, I was one of the people that said, "Yo, you was on public access, right?" And he's like, "No, I don't think so. I don't think you got the right." I was like, "What do you mean you don't think so?" Like, I know it's
Probably
you.
thought, maybe, you know what it is, dude? He was polarizing. Think about it, right?
Yeah.
You towered over him. You would have slapped the dog snot out of him. You walk up to him.
He's
Hey,
a little short. He's about 5'9".
hey, you the dude on that fucking public access, and he's right away. He's human brain. Add up the fucking variables. Okay, Spanish kid's gonna kick my head in if he doesn't like me, so I'm gonna lie. Nope, not me.
right. He's like, no, not me, because he probably thought maybe he's one of the
Yeah,
guys.
like-
even though
yeah.
I didn't troll his channel. Anytime I called in, I spoke with him and asked him questions. But there were some people that were like, "Oh, I'll kick your fucking ass. What do you know about boxing?"
Dude.
And he
Think
told
about
them,
it. Motherfuckers who hate us, who just listen to us,
He
talk
told
this
them,
shit,
meet
hate
me.
us.
he would tell them, "Meet me," where he was at. To be fair, it was the address where he was at doing the public access.
Well,
Hey,
it's
Butcher,
interesting.
were you the one on that YouTube channel? No, I don't think so.
that's
I could
gonna
jump
happen.
back over to Larry.
But you know what I mean, dude? Don't you agree? Don't you think that's probably what happened in that particular situation?
Oh,
It was
yeah,
fight
yeah.
or flight.
Oh, I agree, totally.
Nope,
Totally.
not me.
And
So
I
if I
remember
could jump
this
back
guy.
over to Larry Merchant for a minute.
There was this one guy. Excuse me. Let me just say this one point. There was this one guy that was
Okay, yeah, no problem.
that was at the ESPN zone. He was always there. He was like a tall, like maybe even a little taller than me, Italian dude. He was cool. Everybody knew him from that he was always at the ESPN zone. And he said, right, he said right with me, he said, of course he was on public access. And he was like really aggressive. He's like, because he was kind of walking away from us. He's like, no, why are you lying about that? You were on public access. And he kept walking away without answering us. Like, dude, it's you. There's nothing wrong with that. You started on public access. It's fine,
But why would he be afraid of getting beat up like that? The only people that do that are the people that talk a lot
Well,
excessively.
no,
and
I
you
don't know what's in his mind, why he said no. Maybe I was thinking he's being a snob
Wasn't he
about it.
polarizing though? Didn't he like yell at
He
people
was
when they
very
called in?
polarizing. He was
That's what I'm saying, BDA. Yeah, because I remember seeing copies of that years ago. Like he would tell people they were idiots. So you know what I mean? Like he would talk shit to fucking New Yorkers, probably on the street, and he's not a big dude at all. So I'm sure we still recognize and recognize
when I saw him
from fucking public access, and his shoulders back.
I don't know how he took it. I don't know how he took it, right? But you know, I wasn't like fucking like I had a thug outfit on or something like that. I was dressed normal, and I said, "Hey, I remember you from the public access days." And he's like, "No, I don't." I'm like, "Dude, you was on public access. There's nothing wrong with that."
Hey, there's actual footage, man. I didn't know there was footage. I thought you guys. I'm gonna play it. Hold on.
We have Tyson's second comeback fight coming up. This is all before the end of '95. Frankie Randall's got a fight. Trinidad, almost any fighter you can think of has a fight coming up.
This is public access?
Yep. And look at how he's.
That's him.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
him.
Oh shit! Wait! Where did you get this?
It's on YouTube, man.
Holy shit! Oh no! I can't see it. I cannot see it for whatever reason.
Click on the. I'm sure
you're not missing anything.
No. I need this, bro. I need this because I need to send it to some people I know. That's what I need to send it to.
What the fuck are you up to, man?
Because I have people with me.
The blast
you don't
from the
understand. I
past,
have people
Mom.
with me telling me. I have people with me that like, nah, you got the wrong guy. I'm like, fuck out of here, bro.
Yo,
well, that's him.
It even says Max Unboxing. Like
yes, that was the name of it, Max Unboxing.
That's still the name of his show today too. That's what the name of his ESPN thing is, Max Unboxing.
Wait, was it on?
Oh yeah.
Is it on YouTube? Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, can you guys see it? By the way, I'm sharing the screen here.
Yeah, you recognize. Click on watch stream.
Okay.
Click on BDA's.
Okay, I got it.
Look how he's dressed, by the way.
Yes, yeah, there we go.
He looks like a heroin addict. With all the respect, he's so skinny there.
Yeah, Jay said he looks like a heroin addict. I mean, come on.
But that, I mean, I know that I did not to say anything disparaging and then I said that, but
yeah, exactly.
I'm talking about his appearance right now. I'm not trying and again, apologize for how that sounded, but
hey, nothing disparaging. He looks like a junkie, man.
Yeah. Hey, nothing disparaging. He looks like a fag.
So somebody recorded it. Nice. Because I had to think, like, I had to say I say to myself, somebody records everything, right? Like even back in the 90s, you think there's no, if it was on TV, somebody must have a copy of it. So I obviously I didn't do like hard research because it didn't really faze me when he said,
well, if the station's still open, they would have copies.
Right. That's right.
And if you're making a request and you pay, I'm sure you could buy whatever.
Right, but it wasn't that serious to me. I
know, I'm sure, but I'm just saying maybe that's how this person got their hands on that. Because who would have saved it? That's what, you know what I mean? Like who would have, recorded something from 1995 on public access?
He used to hang out with this guy. He used to hang out with this guy named Brandon Tierney. Tierney. He was on ESPN. He used to do ESPN radio, I think. And they were like two guys that most people didn't like. Me personally, when I used to listen to sports radio, I didn't really call in much. I called in once in a while. I didn't take it personal. But there were two guys that a lot of people did not like. So when they would go to the ESPN zone, there would be these guys that were like, "Hey, Brandon, you remember talking all that stuff about me on the radio?" And he'd be like, "Hey, all right, guy, take it easy, man." He'll walk away. They just walk away. All right, guy, take it easy. Like, hey, security, watch that guy.
Security, yeah, call the cops, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is him, man. I mean, I don't know why he would. Well, maybe it's like Jimmy said, he was just scared. John Gonzalez just named the super chat. John, please donate. If you got a couple of shekels, donate to the GoFundMe page for Gonzalo. Please, fellas, no super chats. Donate everything you've got to Gonzalo's GoFundMe page. That way YouTube doesn't take a cut and it goes straight to Gonzalo, man. But shout out to John Gonzalez who says, he looks like Tom Hanks' body double for the movie Philadelphia. Oh, come on, John. Jeez, Louis.
Johnny with the gazinga.
All right, let's see what he has to say. Let's see what Max used to say back in. Yeah.
Whitaker, 10.
Oh, surprise! He's talking about Whitaker.
Still around after the Kamau fight. Corte, Trinidad, and Whitaker. 10 fighters, and there are a lot of permutations in terms of fights that can be made between those 10, and a lot of good fights can be made. So 95 has been a very interesting year. I think 96 is going to prove to be a little bit more interesting even. And the reason I'm kind of talking about the beginning of 96, and we're only in September, is that last week was the end, the last episode of my 6th year of Max on Boxing, and this is the first episode, the first installment of the 7th year, the first program of the 7th year of Max on Boxing, the very first one of the 7th year. Like I said last week, coincidentally, unless it's, or really it seems ironically, there's some kind of cosmic, cosmic irony. Pernell Whitaker, I stated that Pernell Whitaker was the best fighter in the world pound for pound in 1989 on my very first show. A lot of people disagreed with me. A lot of people said Tyson back then.
Oh, 1989, he said?
Yes.
Yeah,
Holy,
I tell
wait
you,
a
the kid's
minute.
been on for a little while. He's been on for a while, man.
Wait, so if he was
on
20,
even-
if he was 24 here, well, he started broadcasting at 18.
So 1995,
16.
16.
1995.
What the fuck?
Wait, I would have been 22. He would have
Dude, he
been.
used to always talk some mad shit about Mickey Ward. He used to fucking bash Mickey Ward. He hates that style. As he said,
he's
you
not a
know,
fan of a
when-
pressure fighter by any means. Any pressure fighter is not a pound for pound fighter in his.
Or anybody who stands there and gets hit, because getting punched in the face to him is so scary.
With
Yeah,
the
he's a
exception of
big
Mike
man.
Tyson because he's from New York. With the exception of Mike Tyson because he's from New York.
And Sub Judah. I remember he was all over Sub Judah, man. Like, it was.
He loves the slick, dude. What do you think's Andre Ward, man? He literally used to rub one out under the desk, man. During the
But
show.
he loves
It was terrible.
southpaws too. He loves southpaws.
Yeah, I remember when with the I was rewatching before the Joe Smith fight. I was rewatching his fight with Barrera, and I don't know where Max Kellerman goes. This is how good Andre is, because he's not even calling him Andre Ward. He's calling him Andre. He beat Barrera 12-0, which isn't true by the way. And this guy is giving Smith a beating. So that gives you an idea of how good Andre is. I'm thinking, geez, Luis, man. I mean,
Dude, non-stop. I mean, that was the thing. For after 2 years after fucking Ward retired, he would still name drop him in fights every chance he got.
Yeah, I also remember when Golovkin was fighting Rosado, and Rosado started hitting him a little bit, and Kellerman, Andre Ward goes, he was commenting, he goes, nobody's invincible. And then Kellerman goes, there's a guy at 168 right now that's looking pretty invincible. Talking about him, I'm thinking, are you trying to suck him off? Are you trying to get his dick in your mouth? I mean, have a little class, man. Come on, man. It was just.
That's why I can't stand him for that reason.
One thing that got me more recently for him was Rungvisai crosses the Pacific, comes over here, gives his best effort against the best pound for pound fighter in the world in Roman Gonzalez, and it didn't go the way Max wanted it to. So he says, so how do you feel about getting the victory on the cards? Basically saying, I don't think you won.
Mm-hmm.
To a guy that's, first of all, Max, to our knowledge, you may have done some collegiate boxing, like your white collar stuff on the side. That's all I really did either. But I don't call people out and insult them after they've just trained their ass off, fought for multiple world titles, finally come across and finally got their just due, and insult them in their moment of glory, which is exactly what he did.
He's got a thin jaw. He can't. That jaw can't handle a punch.
Recognize he's always sizing people up, man. Yeah,
and people complain about Larry Merchant. Somebody in the chat said that Larry Merchant was the most biased commentator of, I don't know, whatever. One of the most biased.
But what does bias mean? In what way? Towards what?
Well, that's the thing. I
HBO
mean,
fighters?
I never. Did you guys ever have a problem with Larry Merchant?
No, I never did.
And here's how unbiased he was. Eric Morales was starting to become the flavor of the month, but Junior Jones was still really high with HBO, even though he had lost to Kennedy McKinney. So he was interviewing
90 seconds.
He's interviewing Junior Jones, saying how good is he? Because remember, Junior Jones said he was the greatest fighter to ever cross the 122-pound division after he beat either Barrera or Orlando Canizales, forgetting the fact that Wilfredo Gomez ever existed. I digress. So he goes forward and he says, so how good really is this guy? Well, he's not really that good. I've fought better. So Larry Merchant says, well, he just knocked you out in 4 rounds. So what does that say about you?
Oh.
I mean, just put him right in his place.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. He held people accountable. People who fall for the narrative of he was racist because he didn't like black fighters, which is nowhere near the truth. He didn't like against Floyd. He used to sing Floyd's praises all the time and said that he just saw the best fighter he'd ever seen when he beat Corrales. He was right there with Harold Cosell, but didn't get the same press for following Ali's career the whole time. Ali was exiled and coming up and going down and everything else in his career. He's forgotten more about boxing than Max has ever known and any of us have ever covered. So
think about it, dude. He was in that. You know the most famous boxing picture in history?
Yes,
Ali standing
that is him in the background.
Yeah.
That is him.
Dude.
Well,
Yeah.
tell people. Some people might not know.
Yeah,
Well,
that
if you look
picture of him
between-
standing over Sonny Liston, and you see that little toe-headed guy in the back. That's it's a black and white picture, but that little blonde guy in the background standing up and writing it down as it's going on. That's Larry Merchant covering
Yeah, look
it live.
between his legs. There's a colored picture actually out there. There's a colored picture. If you go into, I think it's the graphics one on Chrome. But yeah, there's a color picture. That's if you look between Muhammad Ali's legs. That's Larry Merchant. Listen, he's been around that sport forever, and he's very respected. And Floyd, and that's what when you hear that shit, that's what got
him fired.
Yeah, when he said "fuck you," if I was 50 years younger, that type of shit. That's why all of a sudden that whole demographic LDBC people. That's where that LDBC was born out of Floyd's. That whole thing. But anyways, they went after Merchant hard. They were the ones writing letters to HBO right after that happened, saying get rid of him. He's racist, blah blah blah. And even though he's been, it was a stupid comment to make, and he would have had enough African American boxers who would have came to his defense in a second because that was just bullshit.
Hey, you know who's
Marvin Haggler
best friend was for years? Archie Moore.
Well, listen.
But Archie Moore used to write him books for letters to keep in touch.
Yeah, listen, everybody is biased to a certain extent, whether they try to be or not. We're biased to a certain extent as well. Everybody's got biases. We're all human beings. But to say that, listen, I will maintain that he was a much better broadcaster, even at his worst times, than Max Kellerman right now. Because Max Kellerman, I don't think he's being honest. I think he's got an agenda when it comes to ratings and what the producers want or what he thinks
he's being
the audience
honest.
wants.
It's just he shares this view that's very different than what he's covering. Okay, so he's making up narratives as we're watching the fight, like he did. One of his worst broadcasts was the Kovalev Ward first fight, because he really didn't have an opinion until the bell was rang, and then said, "I can see that the fight went this." No, you wait. What do you mean you can see it now? Now that they read the card? Yeah. I mean, I know my brother might be listening, but I'm gonna throw you under the bus a little bit. My brother did the same thing.
Oh, come on.
We're all scoring the fight. He knows I love him.
No, but you got to respect your brother, man. You got to be your brother's keeper, man.
No, I respect my brother, but he did the same thing. What he did was this, right? Look, man, narratives. People on TV can create narratives, and I love you, Bo, but I'm gonna tell the truth. He did the same thing. We're watching the fight with a couple of guys, and we're like, we all have the fight for Kovalev wide, right? It's like 8-4, 9-3, nothing more than 7-5. Okay, and he's like, and he's got this shit look on his face, and then when they announced the decision, we're like, oh shit, this boy's jumping up for ground. I told you he was working him in the middle of the round. He was working him. I'm like, dude,
what is that screaming?
He was silent.
What is that scream? Yeah, no, I told you he was working.
I told you. Because when he loses his mind, when my brother loses his mind, he does that. I'm gonna have him come on one day. I'm gonna force him.
Well, let me tell you something about brotherhood. Recognize, if anyone says I love God and hates his brother, he's a liar. For he who does not love his brother, whom he has seen, cannot love God, whom he has not seen. John 40:20. But look, Merchant. One of my favorite Merchant moments was when Eric Morales fought Pacquiao the first time, and he beat him, and he turned southpaw and exchanged with him. Even when he was getting the worst of it, he actually switched back to righty, and then said, nah, you know what, fuck, I'll go back to southpaw and exchange some more with him. And Larry Merchant asked him after the fight, says, but you didn't really have to exchange with him at the end, did you? And Eric Morales just goes, did you like it? And Merchant goes, I loved it. And to me, that represents Merchant. He loved a fighter who wanted to entertain people. Like, he had the fight won. He took a risk, said, let me try to stop this guy in exchange with him. Merchant did, however, have his...
Merchant would say, this is supposed to be sports entertainment. You know what I mean? He would call fighters out for shitty fights. He did it to Mickey during when Mickey could, having that horrible fight against dude that he finally called a body shot. Merchant was straight up honest with him about it, his performance. So, yeah, no, I think Merchant's a good dude. I respect his knowledge. Yes.
Larry Merchant always kind of made the difference between boxing and prize fighting. Well, I don't never understand what do you see different between the two words? Like, what's the difference? A boxer and a prize fighter.
Well, a prize fighter, they used to say, was like the Rocky types. If you watch Rocky, he would just show up. These guys were banging each other's brains in for $50. That was where that term came from. This prize, you know what I mean? Just in there for the money.
Right.
There's no glory. They're not a boss. You know what I mean?
Okay, I get it.
That was the term how it was used around here in Boston. Yeah, as the prize fighter, just a pump money guy, the guy who's gonna have. They don't even count his losses after a while. He's just the guy you beat up on the way to make your career.
Well, there was a guy named Jeremy Horn in UFC back in the early 2000s, late 90s. He was renowned for being a guy that gave everybody trouble, but he was never consistent. He would lose 2-3 fights, pull off an upset, then lose another 2-3 fights, but rarely was it easy for the fella. And some people said, I think he said it himself, I just like to fight. I don't care if I have a full training camp. I don't care if I win. Like he just wanted to go in there and fight. It's interesting because obviously his career, he's not known as one of the greatest of all time at MMA, but most people had a hard time with the guy. Some of the top fellas he almost submitted, I think he almost submitted Frank Shamrock back in Frank Shamrock's peak. So, yeah, that's an interesting question there, Butcher. Like, what's the difference between a real fighter and then just the prize fighter? Some people just don't care, man.
Yeah, and also before the Floyd Pacquiao fight, he kept saying, the difference is that Pacquiao is a fighter. He's a fighter. Like, I don't know. I guess he was, comparing him to Floyd. Floyd wasn't a fighter.
Yeah, no, Floyd. Well, exactly. That's exactly what he was insinuating. Because remember, Floyd. Listen, it is what it is. There's enough receipts. The timetable shows it. He waited till 5 years after fucking Pacquiao was knocked out and didn't knock anyone else out. He had enough significant time has gone by to show that, okay, he can't even knock anybody out at 147. Now, didn't even drag him up to even heavyweight to like 152? I can't remember whatever the fight. Was it 147?
No, it was 147.
Okay, so in 147. So he waited 5 years after his last knockout. He was already knocked out. So he just, it is what it was. Yes, no, and it shows now. Look at Pacquiao. Who's going to remember him as a fighter? At 42, Pacquiao's still in the talk of fighting the top welterweights in the world. In the last few years, Mayweather's been fighting MMA guys.
That's unbelievable that Pacquiao. That's what I said. Listen, Pacquiao outlasted him. Like, first of all, he started in nowhere's land before Mayweather turned pro, and he did it, and he's still going. He's still going. He outlasted.
He didn't have a father and uncle who were world champions either. Talk about a fucking front door pass. So regardless, he was going. You know what I mean? Pacquiao had to come out of the jungles, for Christ's sakes.
The Thailand fighter he beat for the title at 112 was arguably just as good as Mark Johnson, from what most pundits said. I don't know if pundits is the right word. Most writers said. Yeah. He was his only blemishes was to the great Yuri Arbachokov, and then he finally beat Arbachokov for the title.
Jay,
and I remember the boxing.
You're better than me, dude. I don't know who any of those dudes are.
Mark,
the little guys, dude. No, dude, you crushed me on that. I don't know the little dudes.
Jay brings up a very good point because Mark said the same thing. Mark's like one of these boxing historians. He reads all these, back in the day stuff and current day stuff and, things that happened in the 90s and all that stuff, just about in every weight class. And he said the same thing. He's like, that guy was a fucking, I think Mark was saying that guy was a Hall of Famer. Yeah.
There's discussion. I think he's finally starting to make some people's ballots because I don't remember if he won another world title after that. Point being, though, Yuri Arbachokov was a great fighter. This guy gave Arbachokov everything. He finally beat him. And I still remember in the boxing almanac that I used to get every year, it said, will reign as long as he wants to. 1 year later, Manny Pacquiao, 19 years old, knocks him out. So it wasn't like he just fought an alphabet title and found some scrub champion. He beat the best fighter at 112. Then jumps up and beats Leo Ledwaba as a late replacement.
3 weeks notice. You got a 3 weeks notice
and crushes him. And then the rest is history. He has some stagnation at 122 a little bit, but then beats Pereira. Then the rest is history. So
and repeat what did you say again? Bucho, repeat again what the old man
Jay.
said about him. He's a fighter. Say that
He's a
again, dude.
fighter, man.
Exactly. 'Cause
But
he's
you know
a
what?
fighter.
If I may ask a question here, because if we get into the whole Mayweather Pacquiao thing, you know how that's gonna go. We should do a special episode just on that, and do you know that graphic that we always have where we give one guy speed, the other guy power, blah blah blah. We should do that for Mayweather Pacquiao, but not in terms of power, but in terms of accomplishments. I mean, let's put all the data in there. I know we can't always do that with boxing because it's ain't baseball where we look at the stats and all that. But if we look at the wins, we could and put them on screen. We could probably maybe work something out and get people's opinion on that.
I love the idea.
Well, of course you love it. I came up with it. No, but seriously, here's
That's
the
what
thing.
I'm saying, BD. You came up with it. It's great.
No,
I
thank you,
think
man.
I
I know
saw
it's
something.
great.
So I saw something once that it was Pacquiao was the underdog in a lot more fights than Mayweather was, especially in his early
Of course
years.
he was. I think he
And
was the. I
that
think he
makes a
was the
big
underdog.
difference.
I think he was
You
the
know?
underdog against Ledwaba. I think he was the underdog against Barrera.
Well, Barrera
then-
was the number 3 fighter in the world pound for pound at the time. He was.
I don't
definitely
know. I don't
the
know
underdog.
the Eric Morales said. Somebody could look. Somebody knows more than me. Maybe
Let me ask you this: how many times has Floyd been the underdog?
never. Maybe Corrales. Maybe.
Morales. I
Corrales,
think
he was, yeah.
Yeah.
But remember,
Corrales, he was
please,
the
let me just interject. Remember what Jay Prince said in that interview with Joe Rogan not long ago. He admitted that they got him when they weight drained him. He admitted that he orchestrated the whole thing to get him weak.
Oh, he
Corrales,
did.
that is. So, yeah.
Hey, Prince.
Recognize. Did I not tell you the same thing? Did we not discuss that
you
offline
did.
before?
Yeah.
And so
Yeah,
I'm not
you did.
making this stuff up, all you guys that think that I'm a Mayweather hater. Okay, now let me put the record straight. When Mayweather got robbed of the gold medal, I was in the arena the night that happened. I was there to watch it. I was damn near ringside. I saw it. He was robbed. He cost himself that medal by playing with that guy in the 3rd round instead of finishing him off. So he should have won the gold medal. Well, he should have made a fight for the gold medal. That Thailand guy that won the gold medal that year was a slippery son of a bitch, and we'll never know what Mayweather could have done with him because he never fought him. But he should have been able to fight for the gold medal if he would have done his job and finished the guy off. At 130, I think he could easily be called one of the greatest. Could he have beaten Arguello? Could he have beaten Chavez? Could he have beaten Azuma Nelson? I don't know. But if he fights him 10 times each, he has at least 3 wins against each of them. At 130. Past that,
130, yeah.
sorry, that's it. 135, I'm sorry. If you're going to struggle against the Julio Cesar Chavez negative 2.0 twice, no, I don't think you're beating Duran. I don't think you're beating Shea Mosley, especially since you dodged him at that weight.
It's so funny, bro. That's what I say all the time. One of the best performances I ever saw, if not the best, was Mayweather against Corrales at 130. He looked so sharp. He did everything right that night. But come to find out, that's the fight that, what's his name, said Corrales was purposely weight trained.
Yeah, they purposed. So after he beat Angel Manfredi,
wow, that puts that fight in a whole new fucking light.
Dude, if you go
after
look at Jay, go look at the broadcast of the fight of Diego Corrales, Floyd Mayweather, HBO. You will see the day of the fight, a couple of hours before, he's still eating club sandwiches, like real slow, because you can see he was basically in starvation mode.
he skipped dinner the night before.
Yeah,
That's why he got that club sandwich, because he finally stepped on the scale. Look, after Corrales destroyed Angel Manfredi, who, by the way, Angel Manfredi's going on record saying he had trouble making weight for both of those fights. So let's as a litmus test of how each one of them did, let's go ahead and say that they would have beaten him anyway, but they didn't fight him at his best weight. But after Corrales destroyed him, everyone's just like, look, he just destroyed Derek Gainer and now Angel Manfredi. This guy's for real. But he had already said, this is my last fight. I'm giving up my belt at 135. I'm moving up to 130. But then after that fight, those endorphins are invincible. I'll fight Mayweather anytime, any place, any weight. That was his signature of death for his career, because if he would have fought him at 135, I'm going to say he would have won, but he wouldn't have knocked down 7 times. His legs would have been strong enough to take that for 12 rounds.
That's right. He wouldn't have been spinning on the floor after going down on a knee, because he's just so fucking, he's just so frail, basically.
Again, on record, I'm not saying I think he would have won at 135, but it wouldn't. I wouldn't have been that. I'm going to blow. I'm just going to sneeze, and you're going to go down. It wouldn't.
But can I also ask, what type of mentality is that when they say, "Hey, let's get him now, and let's get him at this weight when we know he's weak. You're not beating the best fighter in the world, and you're beating a guy that you know is weak and that you get a handicap over.
Well, it's politics, right? It's when you throw the politics part in it, right? These guys are all fighters, but when you start fighting for, wins any way you can get them because it's going to take you to the next plateau of making the highest money, then you start manipulating. You know, if you got the system to do it, right? Let's say, for instance, it's as simple as, well, HBO sits down with them. Well, look, Diego Corrales wants to fight you at 135. Can we make the fight there? No. The fight's got to be at 130. All right, he is Floyd Mayweather. He holds a little bit more weight. So you start flexing your weight around and you say, look, you can get this fight. We're going to give you X amount of money, which is more money than any other fight, but you have to make it at 130. And so Diego Corrales looks at it as, okay, fuck it. I'll take that chance. You know what I'm saying? I'll take the chance. And so that's how they played the game. There's nothing wrong. It's like saying, look, there's nothing wrong with saying I want to fight at 130, but there is something wrong when you know the guy's struggling to make weight.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's put something in perspective else, okay? And for everybody out there that thinks I'm a Mayweather hater, I'm just being honest on this. Knock Diego Corrales down that many times, but then you fight Jesus Chavez and Carlos Hernandez, and you can't put either one of them on the floor, and you're much bigger than they are. I'm not buying this. I don't think their chins were that much more granite than Diego Corrales.
Didn't Morales stop Chavez?
No. But he
Diego
dropped him.
Corrales
He dropped him. I remember. Okay. But he still dropped him, though.
Who? Diego Corrales and Jesus Chavez? They never fought.
No. Morales and Chavez. What's his
Morales. Yes. That's where he hurt. Morales knocked him down. And he hurt his right shoulder. That's why he fought the rest of the fight with just his left hand.
But I will say this, though. Now that James Prince, now that James Prince has come out and said that about the Mayweather fight, does Mayweather have the balls to call him or recognize? How do you think that conversation? How do you think that conversation went?
Okay,
James.
Jay, I got a problem with what you said. Well, Floyd, what happened? Why you say about Diego Corrales being weight trained? Because it's the fucking truth.
Hey, I just real quick. What would 70s?
I just wanted to say, I ain't like that.
What would 70s Recognize have said about that?
Huh?
What would 1970s Recognize have said about that?
1970s Recognize? I was a baby. I'd have been like,
you know what I'm talking about. Your new character. 1970s Recognize.
I got you.
And you're older than I am, so.
Man,
I knew exactly what BDA meant, but it was still funny to hear
what the
say
fuck?
that.
He took it literally.
I was a baby,
I blew it, man. BDA, I blew it. I'm sorry, man.
You blew it. I don't get that.
Kick him out.
So he would have been like, hey, man, fuck you, Jack. All right? I'll say the truth. Got a fucking problem with it?
Fuck you, Jack.
Now, guys, James Prince came out and said that. What was the platform? Because I'm going to need this for future debates with people that try to... but as I'm stupid enough to stoop to their level. So, what platform did he say this on?
James Prince,
I like it, Jay. I like it. Jay's a man who likes his facts. I like it. He likes to cover his ass. No, I respect that.
Well, Recognize knows who I'm probably about to go talk to about this.
Oh, yeah. I know who you're about to go see. He's about to go see somebody who's, let's just say, pretty annoying.
He's a good friend of mine, but but he likes to bring in people that he says he knows, and he uses that as his reference. For instance, Floyd Mayweather Sr. He says he's friends with him. I'm not gonna dispute that, but he'll say, "Well, you know what Floyd Sr. told me about this?" I was like, "Well, it wasn't printed, therefore I don't believe it as a verified fact because it's hearsay." And he'll keep using that as a reference, and I'm like, "Okay, well, but here's Thomas Hauser's entire article on the IV on what Mayweather's done, and in there it says that he tested 3 times and it was paid to cover up in the lawsuit with Manny Pacquiao." Well, I don't believe that. This is documentation that I'm showing you actually happened.
Like yeah.
But you're giving me hearsay from a convicted felon, Floyd Mayweather Sr., that he told you something about this.
Now wait a minute.
Come on, man. Give me something real.
He paid his dues. He paid his due to society. No, but I put the clip there from the Joe Rogan interview with James Prince. Jay, it's in the Discord chat, and if in the Discord chat you could tell me who you're talking about, I would greatly appreciate it because I'm curious about who you're arguing with.
I'll tell you offline. I'm not going to mention his name.
No, I know that's what I say in the chat. In the chat here in the Discord chat, where I put.
BDA, did you? I sent you a tweet.
Yeah, right now. right now.
Hey, I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Okay.
If you go to the Discord too on BDA, I sent to that dude, the Haymanites there, the fucking Ego's biggest dude.
Mm-hmm.
He put together a fucking thing on Charlo, man. After hearing, he got the inspiration from listening to us talk about it the other day. And you ought to check it out. It's awesome. It's a 2-minute thing about it blows Charlo up as the fucking ducker he is. Like he has him saying all these call outs and each one of them being debunked, and it's awesome.
Bucho, can we play the audio?
Yeah, probably. I'm sure you could.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it, but yeah.
Okay, so check
out
out
the audio.
Didn't Canelo call him like Canelo made him a solid offer, right?
It says that. Yeah, no, it actually says it in this thing. Yeah, it play it all out, dude. You'll hear it. It's actually excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, let me play it. But check out Haymanites on Twitter, by the way.
That's why I know I'm known as a Canelo hater, but I give him credit when credit is due.
That's right.
I don't like him. I'll admit, but when I say I think he was unjustly done in by with Mayweather when they fought, that's how I really feel. He was. That doesn't mean that I don't think he doesn't do it.
Well, he even used the Mayweather effect. Remember we were saying it the other day with the kids today. They just have the American fighters, the Mayweather effect. But watch, he actually has Charlo in the beginning of the video saying, listen, fighters today, we learned from Mayweather. It's about the business, not about let's fight.
Oh, this is it right here.
Yes. Listen to this.
Let me play it here. And by the way, check out Haymanites on Twitter. All right, here we go.
The way Mayweather did his career, he got everybody thinking business instead of thinking, let's fight.
Bring on GGG. I want to talk about it. Bring on GGG. Where you at? Triple G. What you want to call him? Little, I don't care. Bring him on. I'm ready. I'm ready, man.
What about Billy Joe Saunders?
I'm cool with whoever. I go to UK fight him.
Canelo's move to 168 means that he don't want no smoke at 160.
He's scared. Where you at, Cinnamon? We've been calling you out for a long time. It's that time to show up.
I feel it gets so much love. Case of Charlo, that they've demanded to fight Canelo and the fight hasn't happened.
No, we had an amazing offer, a very lucrative offer for Charlo, and he turned it down.
Somebody tell Benavidez, call me right now. Let's set this shit up. You feel me?
And you want to stay at this level?
I want to fight Charlo.
And I was like, wow, that's an awesome
Well,
fight.
if they really wanted to call me out, the fight would be made happen. Or they're not calling me out. They're talking shit for Instagram. They're talking shit for social media. So I accept the challenge, this fight. I'll knock you the fuck out too. And then he said I needed a COVID vaccine. Then he said he wouldn't fight nobody under 25. So this is nothing but excuses, bro.
All the discussions in reference to Jermall Charlo that have happened the last couple of weeks, the last couple of months.
Yeah.
The Canelo stuff.
Yeah.
The Benavidez stuff.
Yeah.
This is who he's fighting.
No había nada que hacer en el switch, ese gol.
And if I'm being honest, given who Jose Benavidez is going to be in action against in late August,
Bolivita.
that Charlo versus Benavidez fight could have happened. It could have and should have been made, but it wasn't.
Surprise.
Charlo versus Montiel is set to go down in June.
Fuck that fight.
You can't hide behind a network. You can't let any of that stop you from fighting the best in the world. The best should fight the best.
Digital Underground?
I don't know. No, I don't know if that's. But by the way, can we first?
It says that's how it ends. It says that it ends with him saying the best needs to fight the best.
Why is he wearing that hat, the George Costanza hat in that episode? that muskrat hat. First of all, what the fuck is that shit? All right,
He thought he was going on a Russian Tsar tour or something, right? Isn't that crazy? But hey, talk about a fucking tweet.
Cool, man.
That he got his dick kicked in that, man. Just put him on blast. It shows him he's a shit talker. See, even one of them when he's calling out Benavidez, he's smoking a joint. So he gets stoned late night on Instagram, and all those little sycophants. Oh, dude, who can you take? Oh, man, call him. Because someone will say, "What about Benavidez?" Oh, call him, man. I'll fucking put. So and it's like Benavidez. You can see his face. I want to fight Charlo. He was furious.
Yeah,
he really went on a tear about that.
There's this segment on YouTube that they go after They go after Benavidez, and you know who they are. They always go after Benavidez and shit, and it's like, dude, what's to go after? Oh, he's this fake boogeyman. It's like, no. First of all, nobody called him a boogeyman. We're just looking at the 168 landscape and saying, who do you think will give a good fight to Canelo, right? And a lot of times we come up with this guy's name, but we're not saying he's a boogeyman. Okay, we're not saying that. But they try to play him out. They try to over exaggerate the credit that somebody like myself is giving him, and just saying, look, as of right now, he might be the second best.
He's one of the fucking best dudes to watch box, right?
Yeah,
he's always entertaining. It comes to fight. He's a
trying
fighter.
to over exaggerate that because we're saying he's a good fighter. That means he's the boogeyman. Like nobody's saying that. You fucking idiots. You're just making that up because you don't like him because you're a Charlo fan.
Everything's on point, but the language was everything was on point, right? But the language was a little bit too much.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's
sometimes
okay.
I don't know.
So essentially,
Jimmy hit the nail on the head on something though earlier when we were talking about all these fights being put together. He said Showtime's giving you a budget and that's it. So to the person in this clip that said the Charlo Benavidez fight could have happened, if they have a budget to try and put together that many fights, obviously that fight wasn't going to be in the budget with what those two are going to want. Now, I'm not defending the...
It would have been a pay-per-view. It was already talked about. So they know that going in. So that whole... Yeah, that was addressed right away. Benavidez said it would be a pay-per-view. Yeah, so...
Then Showtime has to foot the bill for that, though. And then when you do pay-per-view, you got to pay back out to the cable company. So I don't think there was enough money involved with it. I'm not defending Charlo or Benavidez in this situation, but the reality is if Showtime just said, here's your budget,
but it'd be the biggest, they're about to announce 4 or 5 pay-per-views. In my opinion, it would be the biggest one. I think Charlo Benavidez will beat fucking Davis, Ruiz, whoever that kid is, and Ruiz and fucking Areola. I believe Charlo Benavidez would top all of them.
Oh, I agree.
As far as I'm concerned. And so I think that's why Fox, if they were going to do it, they would do it. But Plant isn't going to fight him, and neither is Charlo. They want nothing to do with Benavidez.
But the crux of the video, it's interesting, like you said, Jimmy. All the call-outs he made, and he's fighting this dude. I mean, it's insane.
Yep, a dude who got knocked out by Centro, a guy he walked through in 2 rounds. His easiest win went life and death with this kid. Well, the kid he's about to fight went a split a fucking fight against a guy Charlo destroyed in 2 rounds. So it's like even Eddie Hearn said it's disgusting. What is he thinking? Like, at some point you can't keep doing this. You can't keep fucking, fight Billy Joe, I'll fight him there. I'll do like all this shit nonstop, and then you just fucking fight some dude nobody's ever heard of, and then when you fucking look him up, you're like, what? Like, how could you be even serious? How can you have such lack of fucking self-awareness? Then you go on fucking Twitter 2 weeks later and you're running your fucking dick suckers again.
This is what I was afraid of 3 years ago, that there were this new culture that we got now. It's come true, man. The prophecy has come alive. You got the lightweight queens. They're all talking about fighting each other, and then they're fighting other people. You got Charlo's talking. Well, at least the 154 Charlo's doing some good work. This one is just talking, doesn't do anything. Fellas, I got to tell you,
his own brother called him out for it. Imagine that, his younger brother, or the 154, so I call him younger because he's lighter in my brain, stupid brain. But he actually called him out. He put him on blast. They were fighting a few months ago. I don't know if they still are. But he actually tweeted some shit out and said some shit like my brother, like, yeah, I know. Yep. I'm the lion. I'm the one fighting the real fights. Like, I'm the one who's fighting real opponents.
He verified, a lot of people, especially in Boxing 24, that are the PBC fanboys that like that's their group. They think that those guys are trying to fight everybody and everyone's avoiding them. Then the younger Charlo comes out and said, you turned down a Canelo fight. I mean, the amount of silence that came from those guys after that happened, because his own brother said, you turned this down. And then they said, well, later they did not know. He called him out for it. So he verified what De La Hoya said. And it's his twin brother. I have a strange feeling he knows it's not just a rumor.
Well, listen, that's a lie. Like, Oscar couldn't go on television and just straight up saying, no, we offered his people a fucking lucrative salary. And I mean, it was just a contract offer they sent in writing, and it was sent to the PBC, and it was turned down. Like, they can show it. It's not a big deal. Like, he turned it down, but he still turned it down. So yeah, like, he can't say that because, and again, when Oscar said that, it was Charlo was silent. He didn't come out and say, what the fuck is Oscar talking about? Nobody ever sent me a contract. Of course he didn't. No, at first he tried to, because the slick prick is, think about this, because he's not even allowed to talk to anybody in real life. It's everything has to go through Heyman. So any contract offers have to go to him, and Heyman's the one who put the poo-poo on it. And so there was Charlo. Well, I didn't turn it down, like, being slick. But like you said, it's today's culture. Maxine Waters just went on TV and just actually tried to say the judge didn't say that because, real quick, the judge said what she said was inflammatory. She's on news the next day. He never said that. And the news people even push her. So it's this whole thing, like, you just deny it. Just say it didn't happen, or everybody's lazy. Nobody will check it. You know? It's crazy.
There's not a lot of journalistic integrity. And, well, I already said my piece on someone we mentioned earlier on that. But, Jimmy, how much was that offer for, roughly?
What's that?
What you heard?
$7 million, right?
That's what I heard.
It was by far what all the talk about it back then. It would have been his highest payday.
So we're going
to
go
on record
for the
deal.
moment.
So
we're going to go on record for the moment to assume the fact that he's never made more than $2 million in a fight after a guarantee. Maybe he might have gotten some crossed that line if they gave him enough money off the last pay-per-view, but he's never been paid $2 million up front. So he's made 1 to 1.5, maybe 1.75. We're going to round it down to $1 million for this argument. So that's 7 years, or that's 7 fights for him, or 3.5 years of fights, and one fight, and he turned it down. And some people say, no, he should have held out for more. Okay, I'm glad that's why you're stating you're arguing with me versus being a manager.
What he can't say is he's this boogeyman that nobody. No, okay, you made yourself available. You said you want to fight everybody. Canelo responded and said, "Here's contract for you." You turned it down, whether it was fair contract or not. You turned it down, so you cannot say nobody's calling for you. You can't say that. Because,
well, I got a question. I got a question for you, fellas. Can you still be considered boogeyman if you turn down an offer? Because if I remember correctly, Margarito,
no.
I think Margarito was. But hold on, Margarito was offered a Cotto fight, right? Didn't Margarito? Wasn't he offered a Cotto fight before he fought Paul Williams, and then he ended up saying, "Nah, I'm going to fight Paul Williams," and then he ended up losing. Like, is that? Am I wrong in that case? Didn't that happen? Or
well, wait. That was that before the Cotto? Before he beat Cotto? The Williams
one, I don't remember.
Yeah.
One, I don't remember, but two, Paul Williams was his mandatory.
Yeah.
So he probably had to fight Paul Williams first in order for it to be a champion fight, or else he would have gone in as the challenger, and that greatly reduces his purse. So,
well, I'm sorry. Keep going, Jay.
Well,
I thought I was muted.
All I'm going to close with is I'm not positive that there was an offer made to him prior to the Paul Williams fight. I don't have knowledge of that, but I do know the fact that he did have to fight Paul Williams or he was going to lose his belt.
Okay, I just wanted to double check on that because Margarito for a time was considered the boogeyman, and I think he ended up losing to Williams. So you're like, all right, so was Williams the boogeyman because he ended up earning the mantle? But anyway, regardless of that, it's true. Look, Charlo, I put that article up there on the screen about how Charlo rejected a Canelo offer. Look, in my mind, I'm with you guys. You cannot reject an offer, especially the best offer you've ever had, and then continue claiming, I'm the boogeyman. One of the biggest names in boxing just offered you a fight. You refused it. I mean,
Andrade, the same thing. Andrade has very short-term memory. Remember, he was offered. Now he might have been lowballed a little bit, but he was offered a fight to fight Lara, and the smaller Charlo wanted to fight him too. But there was talks that Charlo wasn't. Andre was not really interested in the offer, and either offer.
Well, the thing with Charlo too, all that talk is like Benavidez was the worst thing to do because by fucking up and calling out Benavidez, now there's no excuse because they're with the same organization, they're with the PBC, and then Benavidez just called him straight. He said, and you wouldn't believe, there's only 2 I think fucking in that thing I caught. I think I heard him say, I don't know if he said anything else, but I think he said vaccine. Yeah, and then he said, and Charlo said, I'm not fighting anybody under 25 years old. Like, who says something stupid like that? And that's why he said it's excuses, man. He doesn't really want to fight. And there's a kid saying, we're with the same people. I'll send a contract over. Let's do this, And no, it never happened. He doesn't want to fight guys you can hit.
Maybe, but Benavidez said that Charlo said this. If I've seen it in writing in an article, I'll buy it. In the meantime, it's hearsay. If I'm going to be this objective towards one side, I got to call it fair on both sides. If Benavidez is just saying this and there's nothing in writing saying this, he has to jump through these hoops to get the fight, then it's not any more real than some of these offers that we say.
No, Charlo says everything on video, dude, like an idiot. So I mean, all that shit he says on Instagram.
He actually said vaccine. And
yes, that was the big thing, dude. The vaccine was a big thing. That was the crazy thing. People wrote articles about it because everybody was like, "What?" And then Benavidez said, well, I was planning on getting it anyways, but yeah, I'll fucking get the vaccine. And then after that, it went to, well, I'm not fighting anybody under 25 years old.
By the way, can I just interrupt real quick here? Don't forget, fellas, we're doing this extra long show here. Anything goes to raise money for Gonzalo's kid who's in the hospital. He's been intubated way over a month, which is not normal. It's abnormal. So the expenses are piling up. Gonzalo is a veteran, but his veterans insurance doesn't cover what's the cost of what's occurring outside the nation, apparently. So, fellas,
Well, the VA hospitals, he's not in a VA hospital, so they won't cover it.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Jimmy. So, if you fellas could donate, please donate via the GoFundMe page. Don't do it via the Super Chat because YouTube takes a cut. It's easier to do it via Gonzalo's GoFundMe page because everything goes directly to him. No cents, no cut taken from YouTube. You know, they always want their cut. They want their shkarol, if you know what they mean. So give it over to Gonzalo. He would appreciate it. And we would, of course, as well. So, guys, please, the link is there in the description and in the chat. Butcher just posted it. So there you go. Also, I wanted to bring something up. Jimmy, speaking of pharmaceuticals, let's talk shop a little bit here. Because indeed, in that Teofimo Lopez video that I showed, somebody mentioned in the comment section that Teofimo Lopez can't make weight, struggling to do so, and that he's taking asthma medication as a performance enhancer. I know Precise has brought that up before. He made a video about it. What's your take on this whole asthma medication being a performance enhancer? Is it indeed a performance enhancer, or where do you fall in on that?
Well, clenbuterol, that's what, clenbuterol, it opens up the lungs, the respiratory and stuff, and it just brings niacin to the muscles when you're working out. But it speeds your heart up, which makes you sweat more when you sleep. So it does help melt the weight. And it gives you a good pump when you're working out. So psychologically, it helps when you're coming off steroids. That's why a lot of people take it then. But no, asthma medication, it's like a shot of adrenaline, many shots of adrenaline to your system. So if you're training hard, I guess if you're doing it, a bronchitis, if you're doing it a vape it that way, but I would think they were talking about clenbuterol myself. That's what I would think. It would, that would be the most beneficial.
So if he's taking the inhaler or whatever, would that help, or would he have to take it any other way?
Well, yeah, most inhalers are outlawed. Like they won't, the chemical in it, it's a type of a steroid, and it's a bronchial steroid, and basically gives you a blast. It, races up your heart rate too. You can't take too much of it. Depends. There's different strains, different kinds. I don't want to speak too much on those. I'm not familiar on. I'm familiar with the clenbuterol end of it, which is, marketed as a bronchial medication. There's other medical benefits for it too, but mostly as a bronchial medication, clenbuterol.
All right. Well, thank you for that clarification there. I mean, so it could play a factor if he's taken it. But then again, if he's taken it, you have to wonder where the tests fall in. Is he being tested, first of all, for this kombucha fight? Does anyone know if he was tested for the Lomachenko fight? What type of testing was involved there?
I'm pretty sure the Lomachenko, they would have made sure. I think Lomachenko would have been wise enough to make sure. And it would have been steroids with him because he's trying to lose weight. If it would be, well, no, that's not true. But the steroids that would be beneficial to someone like him, almost impossible to find. All they add is aggression and strength with no water retention or weight. They're just extremely toxic to the liver.
Jeez, Luis.
But yeah.
But yeah,
the wrestlers used to chew it in the 90s.
BOKS in the chat says that he probably has a therapeutic exemption usage, which would make sense, right?
Yeah, that's a real thing. People,
because he's actually got it, right? He's actually got bronchitis, doesn't he?
They don't have to disclose that to you, the public. People think that just because a guy legally passes a test or, technically passes a test, that doesn't mean he's not on steroids or performance-enhancing drugs. He's just calling PEDs.
Yeah, exactly. It's a performance enhancer. I mean, who knows? Yeah. Listen, my contention is I think all top guys are on something. I still want to see the rematch, though. I'm not this kombucha fight.
I agree with you on that, BDA, for sure.
Absolutely.
I think some are allowed to take more than others, but either way, they all take something.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of some of the other things going on in boxing right now, I'm pretty interested in this one, guys. I don't know about you. Hunter versus Hrgovic. That's Michael Hunter, by the way. Versus, Matchroom won the purse bid, and I believe they're gonna make this fight happen. This is an interesting one, man. What do you fellas think?
I like this fight, man. I like that kid Hrgovic. He got. Excuse me, I'm eating something.
Yeah, what the fuck? You're always eating nowadays. What's the matter with you?
And I'm not gaining no fucking weight.
Yeah, bullshit, man.
Yeah.
I hate you.
Sorry. No, but that's usually not the case, Jay. I don't know what's going on. You know, as long as I'm healthy, that's all that matters. But anyway, what were we talking about again?
Jeez, Luis, you're eating and you're eating and you're high. That's why your memory's going. Now listen.
No, not high.
Philip Hrgovic versus Michael Hunter. It's possibly going to happen. Hey, Hrgovic is a big dude, man. He's 6 feet 6 inches tall, man.
I like his style. I like his style of fighting. I really do. This is his shot to prove something. Because Hunter's a good fighter. And they must be, you know, you guys know L Dog, right? You know who L Dog is?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
You get the joke?
He always talks about him. And I do see certain things about him where I could understand where someone like him likes him. I think L Dog is Croatian like him, some shit like that.
I think he said he's of Croatian origin. Yeah, I think he said before that.
Right. He's from England, I think, but he's
New Zealand. He told us, yeah.
New Zealand. Right. So Philip Hurt, he's big on him, and so it made me watch a couple of his fights, and I'm like, yeah, I could see the talent potential there. But Michael Hunter's a dangerous fight for him. It's a very dangerous fight for a guy who's at this point of his career. So I like that fight.
I can understand why L-Dog sees what he sees in Filip Hrgovic, because Hrgovic, okay, he looks, some people could say he's slow, he's mechanical or robotic even. I actually think, I like his aggressiveness, man. Okay, he's not fighting any real top-notch up. I think the best opponent on his record, what would it be? Molina or fucking Kevin Johnson, who I'm putting on the screen here. But he goes for it, man. He doesn't putz around. He doesn't fuck around. He's not waiting for the perfect show. He actually goes for it. So in today's heavyweight division, look, it's getting jam-packed. Dubois coming back against that. He's getting a title shot. Can you believe it? That tells you all you need to know about the alphabet organizations. But so there's Dubois, there's Joey Joyce. You got Akjaba, who seemed to have won himself a couple of points with that knockout. So competition is getting a little bit more packed in there at the heavyweight division. So what do you fellas think? This Filip Hrgovic versus Michael Hunter fight? Is it from 1 to 10? How much is your curiosity regarding this matchup? Jimmy or Bucho, or otherwise I can
pretty high, man. I mean, listen, this is two guys that are, boxers, heavyweight boxers that we've been talking for a while that could challenge for a title. So for these two guys to be getting it on, it's great. It's a good fight. It's a good heavyweight fight.
Absolutely, man. And like Rack and I said, Michael
I agree.
Oh, there you go, Jimmy. Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead, man.
No, I was going to say I agree with you.
I tell you what, man.
Bucho, I'm excited for it.
Michael Hunter is very, very tricky. Now, I got to figure out how tall this motherfucker. He's got to be like, what, 5 feet, 3.5? Because I think when he fought Usyk, he was at about the same height.
5 feet, 3.5?
6 feet. No, he's 6 feet, 2 inches tall.
Yeah, 6'2", maybe. Yeah,
that's gonna be hard for him though, because Hrgovic, they have him listed as 6 feet 6 inches tall. It's a big dude right there, man.
He's 6'6". He's really that tall. Wow, I thought he was like maybe 6'4", 6'5".
Oh no! Hrgovic is a big man, and he's heavy too. And he's got a bit of. He looks a little bit, like I say, he looks a little bit wild to me. Like in this photo right here, look at his fucking left hand. I mean, I know it's just a picture, but still, you got to be a little concerned about him dropping his hands. He could get caught. And Michael Hunter's very sneaky, man. He's crafty.
That's what I'm saying.
He's crafty.
It's a good fight, man. He could catch him with a nice shot and change the fight.
Where is that gonna be shown? Which network?
Ooh, well,
the Zone.
The Zone, I assume. Yeah, it's Eddie Hearn won the. Let's see here. Hold on. This is according to the Boxing Scene article. They won the purse bid at 6. Whoa, wait a minute! Look at this number here. This is the money, the purse bid 606 666. Uh-oh. What's going on here?
I feel like there's something evil going on here.
I think this is one.
Who's gonna be the mark of the beast? Who's gonna be?
Yeah, who's gonna be the sacrifice that's gonna open up one of the 7 seals involved in bringing forth the apocalypse? It's gonna be interesting. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, fucking Hrgović. Are you guys surprised they're throwing him in there with Michael Hunter, or is this a sign of
Why
confidence?
throwing him in? It's what's the other option? You know what I mean? Michael Hunter wants to become a champion, same as Hrgović. They have to fight each other.
So how does this go? Does he just run through Michael Hunter? Does he look bad, or
it's going to be a good fight? BDA is going to be a good fight. I'm telling you.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, what do you mean by good? Do you think interesting, intriguing before the actual fight, or once in the ring, you think they're gonna make for fireworks?
Once in the ring, yep. Once in the ring, it's gonna make for fireworks. Look at their style of fighting.
Yeah, that's possible, man. Possible. I'm other than the whether it's fun or not, I'm still trying to figure out who wins. Because I mean, fucking Hrgović is a big guy, man, and he jumps on fellas. But then again, he sort of struggled a little bit there with Kevin Johnson. And Kevin Johnson wasn't throwing anything back. And I mean, I know everyone goes 12 rounds against Kevin Johnson, but still, I mean, I got to wonder, how's he going to deal with somebody that can punch back? Scalebender, that's Uncle Pete, says Hrgović, one of those long amateur guys, isn't he? Like in his mid-30s? Actually, that's a good question. How old is this motherfucker?
What did Pete hang up?
Yeah, he's gone, man. He said
listen, I sent a picture of that steroid I was telling you about. I was talking about in the future, anyways. It's halotestin. That's a huge, like, if a boxer, if you ever find out a boxer using that, they're trying to kill someone. That adds crazy power and speed, everything to a human body without the water retention and extra weight. But it's extremely toxic to the liver and makes you lose your hair in clumps. But anyways.
Yeah, I'm looking. Here's what it says. It says only a slightly pronounced anabolic component remains. Based on characteristics, athletes use it mainly in strength buildup than muscle gain. It's called halotestin. All right. Side effects, like you said, those who would like to try halotestin should limit the intake to 4 to 6 weeks and take no more than 20 to 30 milligrams daily. It puts extremely high stress on the liver. Holy moly.
Yeah,
Jeez.
dude, very bad. I took it. I had to stop taking it after 6 days. My liver started aching and my eye started turning yellow. So I was getting jaundice in 6 days. That's how toxic it was to my liver. And I wanted to I had to take a day out of work. I just wanted to fucking kill people, dude. It was crazy. I never felt such rage in my life when that stuff. They say if you take that with the Anadrol 50, it's called the home wrecker. It's just you can't control it. Think about it just does to your testosterone all over the male, or the hormone that drives rage. The average male produces 7 milligrams a day. Imagine taking like another extra 100, 200 pumped into you, and then it's one that's going to drive you crazy. But yeah, no. So anyways, that was wicked toxic. It was the only thing I couldn't take because of that. It actually turned my eyes yellow. Oh my God.
That fight was turning you into a demon, man.
Yeah, it's bad news, dude. That stuff is real bad news. I just wanted because I wanted to try it. Everybody said it, and it is the strength. I also blew my elbows out because of that shit. Because I was doing nose breakers with weight I shouldn't have been using, and my muscles could do it, but my joints was too much for my joints, and I ended up, yeah, dude, I had to keep my elbows in buckets of fucking ice for 2 weeks after I worked out. It was terrible.
When was this, by the way? When did you start dabbling with all these substances?
When it was still legal. It was only illegal to have needles. What you could have is, but you could order steroids through the mail from anywhere up until 1991. You could order. So I got into it in '89. I wasn't taking it. I was just selling it because it was, everybody was taking it. And I had people living near me from Brazil, and that's where most of it was coming from. And he's like, I can get it. My relatives to send me that. It was legal. He just drove down to Boston and picked it up. So kid who worked for Coca-Cola, Joey Freitas. I'll never forget his name.
Guy,
yeah, we made a killing. No, it's all right. He's dead.
That's a good
he
guy.
Died in a car accident. Yeah, he was good. He died in a car accident. May he rest in peace. But so yeah, Sustanon 250s. I'll never forget the first package. They're ready-made. They They come in ready-made, injection, 1 dose per needle, and it was a horse head on the fucking package. Each one is set up, it was a horse head. So I'm like, Cessna 250 was for horses, but it did wonders for the human body. But I started around 91, and I did it until probably 90. Throughout the 90s, off and on. But I never fucked with HGH and shit like that. I just never did, because I was always afraid I had tumors, and I knew that would explode them. So that's why I never messed with that.
Jimmy, there's a video here, and I'm putting up on the screen for people. There's a video here of a guy called the Anabolic Doc on YouTube, and he's got a video called Halotestin, Fighter's Drug of Choice, a doctor's analysis of side effects and properties. So it's the fighter's choice, apparently. Look at this guy.
Absolutely.
Look at this guy. He says, makes you wonder how many boxers during the 1970s were using Halo. Those guys had aggression out the ass. It's
that makes
old.
Sense.
Yeah, it's that old, Jimmy. This is drug here.
Yes. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know why it was coming through. I was saying, hello. Yes. 1957. Hello? Can you hear me?
I recognize. Would you stop messing with him? Come on.
Oh, you prick. Yeah, I believe the late 50s, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe like a lot of stuff come out like the first steroid was suspension. That was designed by the Nazis. And that was in the late 30s. That was just testosterone suspended in water, hence test suspension. But I believe that was made by Squibb Corporation in 1957, 58. Came out with halotestin.
Fucking Jimmy's
a lot of it was
Jimmy,
for CIA.
Jimmy, you're a fucking encyclopedia with this shit. Like all the names.
Dude, I was really big into. I was really big into it back in then. I sold it, and I just read insatiably about it. But a lot of it was for the CIA was backing it back then, because they were experimenting what it did to, soldiers, almost like that Bourne Identity type shit. Because they realized, man, you pump up the guys. And I say that all the time. I wonder how many fucking boxes were on halotestin back in the 70s and 80s, because it did make you crazy angry. And it gave you aggression to go. So if they were taking it, that wouldn't surprise me. And they weren't testing for you back then either.
Are you one of the people that? Because I remember you've told us you met Mike Tyson, or you saw him back before he became a pro
when he was 16 years old.
Yeah, are you one of the people that say that he was taking something, or that he wasn't on something?
He absolutely wasn't taking anything at 16 years old. No, he was with. Listen, they had no money when he was living up with Cuss. Listen, Cuss was broke. I'm telling you, like broke. He was living with his sister because he couldn't. I mean, there was all kinds of stories that he owed the bookies money, but he was a broke dude. Steroids back then. I mean, I heard they were having a hard time feeding the kid. Never mind, steroids were expensive, bro. And yeah, it wasn't that part of boxing with the amateurs, and you wouldn't have to do it. He was a man-child anyways. If you start giving steroids to a 16-year-old kid, you fuck him up. What happens? Your body starts producing anything, right? You just add extra to your body. If there's a certain part of your body producing that chemical, it'll shut it off. It's like, well, I don't need to produce this anymore. Hence, your balls shrivel up because your body stops producing testosterone because you're getting it artificially pushed in you. To give it to a child instantly fucking wrecks him because it stops him right there from his true growth. So it would have been asinine to even give it to him. But when I tell you his neck was as wide as my thigh at that age, because I saw him press from behind, he was sitting up on the table, and at the time somebody had him by the shoulders and they were trying to calm him down because he was ripping the place apart because he lost the fight. He was acting like a nut. And he was just a man-child. His hands, his head.
If I ever was working there and I saw Mike Tyson destroying a dressing room, I would go up to him, hey fella, you gotta stop it now. I would actually gone up to him and done that, man. I don't know why nobody stopped him. What, are they afraid of the guy? Come on now. I will say this, man. With I was just interested in that because I mean, you look at this kid when he was 16. He looks like a fucking prisoner that just came out of Attica or something, who just did a 10-year stint in there. I mean, that's not a. How did he get that muscle? Especially since he came from a poor neighborhood, so you got to assume he had shitty nutrition. How did he get so strong? I mean, that's. Then again, I think
Jimmy the Greek got fired for explaining how that happened.
Remember? Yeah,
and it's true. It is what it is. They were. I mean, a lot of it was because they would go that route, but but yeah, just genetics. Just he had fucking crazy genetics. He's just a big dude. You know, Kevin Sullivan was like that. He, big neck, big wrist joints, big fucking forearms, even as a teenager.
Yeah, the legendary Kevin O'Sullivan. You've told us those
Kevin,
tales.
just Sullivan, just Kevin Sullivan. No O.
Kevin O'Sullivan. Well, it sounds more
Yeah, just
epic
Kevin
when you say
Sullivan.
Kevin O'Sullivan.
Yeah,
Not
right,
Kevin
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Kevin O'Sullivan. I know it does.
But that's interesting. Then, so you don't believe that he was on any juice? Is it possible he could have been afterwards? Right?
Not then. Not when I saw him as a teenager.
Who are you talking about?
It would have hurt him. It wouldn't have been beneficial in any way. Mike Tyson as a teenager when he was 16. When I saw him.
Mike Tyson and that kind of build that is natural. That's just the way his neck is. And, remember he was like 15 or 16. He was already weighing like 190, 195. That happens with certain people. I remember talking to my pops, who was about the same height as Mike Tyson, same weight, kind of the same build. I'm not saying phenomenally built like him, but that kind of build. Big, big neck, big chest, big fucking everything. Everything's just big on him. And my pops told me the same thing. He was like, yeah, when I was about 16, I was already pretty much this height, and I weighed about 190. I was like, damn. At 15 years old.
Jeez, Louise.
Yeah, like, some men get big really fast, right? It's the word we use, man-child. He's a man-child.
Yeah, that's interesting with Mike Tyson, though, because I remember every time when we talk about fighters being disliked by fanatics, by boxing fans, and they always, like, for example, Deontay Wilder, right? We've talked about it, how he said multiple times he wanted to kill somebody, and all of the other things he's done, etc. And people go, well, Mike Tyson was loved. Mike Tyson was not loved, especially in the 1990s, in the late 90s. He was persona non grata. I mean, I suppose the media loved him because he created a spectacle. But for the most part, people saw him as an animal. It's only after he retired that he got into this new renaissance where he became sort of lovable, and now here he is. He's an icon. But for a long time, people hated the guy. With all the comments he was making, he was on drugs. He was getting into fights. I mean, I don't know if you remember when Chris Bird was here.
The press used to destroy him, dude, especially when he was married to Robin Givens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Destroyed him. They belittled him. It got pretty bad. The same thing with Haggler. They didn't belittle him, but he was not well liked outside of New England. The whole country was pulling for Sugar Ray Leonard because he was the Golden Boy Olympics dude. And Marvin Haggler was considered brooding and dark. So,
right. And by the way, real quick, Jimmy, because we got Johnny and Galero de la Info backstage. I just saw them. I wasn't even checking. Guys, are you there? Can you hear me?
Good. I just wanted to hop on for a minute and check this out, bro. Because I'm in my domain right now. Court went well today. I don't got to go back till August. So beautiful things, and more beautiful things, bro. Beautiful people that's all contributing to helping Gonzalo's kid out, man. That's his heart right there, son. That's his corazón for you Spanish motherfuckers. You understand? That's his heart right there. That's his son. That's Mateo, bro. That's Matthew in Italian. You understand me?
That's right.
I understand. So I wanted to say thank you. I wish if I could, I'd pay the whole fucking thing right now. But I owe the lawyer $10,000 and shit. So, but anyways, that's besides the point. But God bless you all. Whether you like me or hate me or love me or hate me, God bless you all that are contributing to that cause, bro, because a man's trying to save his son's life. You understand me? That's more important than me having a fucking argument with L-Dog on the motherfucker on some goofy ass motherfucker stream. You understand? And then we're family up in this bitch, bro. Recognized as my brother. G Boogie's my brother. Gonzalo's my brother. Unrivaled's my brother. You're like cousins to me. You understand? And that's what counts at the end of the day, bro. We're always going to be there for each other. And I just wanted to say God bless to everybody that's helping contribute to that cause, man. You're all doing a wonderful job. Unrivaled, he's fucking doing a 6-day gig to try to help out, bro. So love all you guys. Good people. Appreciate you all. And I don't got court for another few months. So I'm coming out to have a drink. I want to jump on here when I was all sauced up. So
congratulations, good for you.
Yeah. So, But you know, you guys just keep doing. Like I say, if I had something to give, I'd give it. I just ain't got shit to give right now. But I just wanted to thank everybody who's helping that man in the sun out right now. You
Yeah,
understand?
we're with you on that one. Yeah, we're with you on that one. If we could pay the whole thing, we would, man, without hesitation, man. But and by the way, yeah, good to hear that you're getting a little bit of slack there in your personal life. And Johnny, just don't, take it easy with the sauce, man. You don't gotta go all out.
It sounds like Nazi Germany to me.
I think you need a history lesson. No, yeah, but yeah, take it easy there with
yeah, and recognize Jamooch, BDA, Gonzalo, love all you guys, no homo. Have a wonderful show, guys, and thank you to everybody who's trying to help out. Salud.
Absolutely. Thank you, Johnny boy. Yeah, thanks to everybody. Thanks to everybody who's donated it, everybody that spread the word. Everybody. I know there's everybody in the YouTube boxing community. You know who you are. If you've donated and you've spread the word, you know who you are. People have been stepping up for this. I mean, look, we can joke around, we can troll and all of that, but at the end of the day, when it finally matters, people step up. That's why I always say, people don't take it seriously when somebody's trolling you or when somebody's, talking shit about you. At the end of the day, this is just boxing. Some people don't actually take it that seriously, and they're not expecting you to, but you take it seriously. And look, we're all human beings. We all take certain things with a certain degree of seriousness, but at the end of the day, this is a serious subject, and people are stepping up to the plate. So shout out to everybody.
You gotta hear the way BDA talks to me in private, all right?
Hey, wait a minute, that's not true. that's completely fake news right there. We also got Guerrero de la Info. Guerrero, are you there?
Yeah, hey BDA.
How you doing, man? Doing good. Just doing a nice little light stream here, talking about anything and everything, trying to raise money for Gonzalo. Don't forget, fellas, do not donate via the super chat. Donate directly to Gonzalo's GoFundMe page and only to Gonzalo's GoFundMe page, because all the money goes direct to him. YouTube doesn't take a cut, and that's gonna give every cent to Gonzalo. So be sure to do that if you're going to donate.
Yeah, great point. I second that. Prayers out to Gonzalo and the son.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. So, Guerrero, what's on your mind, man? You got anything you want to talk about?
Well, let's see. Boxing. What do you guys think of Andrade? Did you guys touch on that after his Liam Williams performance?
Yeah, we touched on it, man, and we weren't told that.
You should have been here in the beginning, man. But we could talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, why not, man? I got a lot to say about that. I mean, to me, he did what he had to do. He looked very good in the first 5 rounds, but as always, he sort of loses a certain amount of steam that prevents him from continuing an offensive approach to the fight, and instead he just goes on the defensive and starts to clinch. I hated the clinching. That was my main gripe with him. Excessive clinching, and then even at some point just trying to tackle Liam Williams to the ground to get some time and run the clock out. That's what I hated about that performance, and he didn't look like no boogeyman to me. But how about you, Gallardo? How did he look to you, man?
Yeah, the same. He's not a boogeyman. I mean, he fights. In my opinion, he fights lower level opposition, and I mean, he's kind of like the gatekeeper, like down at that B- C+ level. If you can beat Andrade, then you're a B level guy. If you lose to him, you're a C level. He's like that gatekeeper guy.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, yeah, because when I hear gatekeeper, I think a guy who's got a couple of losses or whatever. But I mean, I guess you could say he's a gatekeeper for the B levels. In other words, he's better than Sulensky, who's a good fighter, by the way. He's better than Kolke, slightly better, who's a very good fighter himself. But he's not superior or on the level of a Canelo, Triple G, or even a Charlo at this point, who I think has improved a lot.
Yeah, exactly. He's like on the outer cups, or he's like on the outside looking in as far as like the elite level go, and he's like the elite of the non-elite, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mike St. John in the chat says, many boxing pundits said the same thing about Haggler, what is being said about Andrade here. Yeah, but did Marvin Haggler ever spend...
You can't compare.
Recognize, let me ask you something. Did Haggler ever spend 12 rounds clinching and trying to tackle...
No, because he had boxing ideas. He had ideas for days. He can.
How many Haggler Hearns I mean, how many fucking Hagler Hearns has Andrade had? Come on, what a silly, like fucking.
When a guy holds you, he's running out of ideas. He's trying to reset and see if he can come up with something.
Hagler fucking took shots from Mugambi. My God, this fucking dude took shots from fucking Williams.
So recognize.
Wow, that's crazy. Somebody even try to make that conflation.
Recognize you're one of the more experienced ones in the rings among us, from what I understand. So
Maybe.
you boxed and you boxed well. But we've talked about this. So let me put this generalization out there and tell me how accurate it is. When you hold, you said you're out of ideas, or you're tired, or you're hurt.
Yep.
You need time to reset, because what you're doing right now is you can't function with the person in front of you and know what you're about to do. So you hold to buy time so you can come up with something else. That's basically what you're saying?
Basically what I'm saying. So, for instance, if you get hurt, understand that's part of boxing. At that moment, you cannot think, right? You can't think at that split second, so your instinct is to hold. If you're getting tired, the same thing. Or if the guy's putting too much pressure on you. Let's say it's a mixture of you being a little tired and he's putting pressure, you can't think on the fly, so you grab him. Does that make, that should, like, and I'm not talking about you guys, but for people that are fans that say, well, I've never been in the ring, but I don't see nothing wrong with holding. And I'm not saying that you can't hold, but try to understand the what goes to that. Who's more afraid? A guy who's letting his hands go, or who's more comfortable in the ring? A guy who's letting his hands go, or a guy who's back in the pocket, right? In the pocket, he's letting his hands go, or a guy who's backing up and holding. That should be obvious what the answer is. It's the guy who's letting his hands go and he's standing in the pocket. He's less nervous than the guy that's backing up and holding.
Yeah, of course. I mean, listen. I mean, the clinching is obvious, man. It's like you said, hurt or uncomfortable because he's tired. And against Liam Williams, he wasn't really throwing that many shots, Andrade. And when he would let his hands go, it was after 15 clinches where he finally recharged his batteries to get a 4-punch flurry out. You know what I mean? So he was stalling. He was buying up the clock, eating up the clock, looking up. The ref.
I'm sure
here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. The referee would tell him break, and he wouldn't break right away. So he was milking that clinch for as much as he could, man.
I'm sure you can go back to some videos of Hagler holding. I don't know if you could go back and find videos where he's excessively holding, but I'm sure you'll find instances where he may have held someone. But it's like finding a needle in a haystack, where a guy like Andrade, you can just go to his recent fights and go to his recent fight and you'll see how many times he holds.
Yeah, just pause at any time during the Liam Williams fight and you'll find a clinch. Then Liam Williams clinched when he was hurt. Andrade clinched throughout the whole fight.
Andrade would be a knockout victim of Marvin Haggler had they fought at the same time period. He had field days with guys like that.
I think, Jay, you want to say something?
No, I was just agreeing 100% with that, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay,
I'm away from the house, so my Discord might be fading in and out. That's why I wanted to know if you can hear me.
Okay. Matt Chad in the chat room, shout out to Matt Chad, says Hagler and Andrade in the same sentence is wrong. I mean, well, Mike St. John clarified. He says, as far as Hagler being discredited is what I'm referring to. Many underestimated him. Look, anybody that underestimates Demetrius Andrade deserves to lose, because the guy, like Recognize said a couple of hours ago, he's going to make you look bad. And that's by virtue of his defense. He's very good defensively. Don't get it twisted. And he can crack a little bit too. But
all right, then I owe that kid an apology. I thought he meant something totally different. I apologize to that. The dude wrote that then for coming.
I don't know exactly what he meant. I don't know exactly what he meant.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
right.
I thought it means something
Here's
else.
my
Anyway,
thing.
sorry, brother.
Yeah, listen, anybody that underestimates Andrade is in for a surprise. But we're talking from the context of the people that were saying that this Andrade fella was the boogeyman. Golovkin's afraid of him. Canelo's afraid of him. Charlo's afraid of him. You really think they're shaking in their boots watching this guy struggle with Liam Williams? Again, Williams, strong fighter, but very linear in the way he fights. Straight up, chain up in the air, horrible guard. I mean, And he looked bad in there. Andrade did. Excessive clinching. So at this point, I'm beyond convinced. He ain't that good. He's good, but to think that these guys are shaking in their boots thinking about him, I don't think so. I do not think so. The other thing the other thing I wanted to ask Jimmy about this now, because again, this is a Gonzalo show. This is the Gonzalo fundraiser. If you get a couple of shekels you can donate, please do it via his GoFundMe page and not via any type of super chats. Do not send the super chats, fellas, please. Jimmy, I wanted to ask you, man. I watched that The Fighter, the movie, and I'd never seen it all before. I'd seen chunks of it when it used to come on TV back when I had cable and all that. And then I got rid of that, and I said, "Fuck, I don't got time for cable." I was rewatching I finally watched the whole thing through and through. First of all, good little movie, entertaining.
Yeah, entertaining movie.
But I remember you said you didn't like how the family was portrayed. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
All right. Well, the sisters. Okay, obviously, since you just watched it, right? If you would have watched that movie, you would think the sisters are hardcore, just white trailer trash, right? All sitting around a palm. Fuck you, Shireen. Like
MTV girl.
Right? There's a couple of sisters on who are Eklunds, are kind of like that. I mean, they're definitely tough. Actually, let me rephrase that. One of the most soft-spoken ones in the whole family doesn't get excited. She's got a wicked reputation that she'll knock a chick out if she gets too mouthy. But no, one's a banker, was like, big wig at a bank. Another one did all right for herself, married well, and just like, no, they weren't trashy like that. And the worst part of the movie is, you see that when like, oh, Mick, you need the money. Remember when they were like, he was supposed to fight somebody, and at the last minute, he was going to fight Mike McCollum, whatever, who was like a middleweight. And the mother in the movie was the one saying, "Oh, you should do it," and it was Mickey going, "I don't know, man. He's a middleweight." Well, Mick, we need the money, whatever. That is the absolute complete opposite of what really happened. Mickey's mom was the one saying, "Fuck, let's go, grab your shit." No way. She didn't care what money they offered. That's the truth. She was furious. She was mad at Mickey because it was Mickey the one who said, "No, I'll fight him. Fuck it, I'll do it. I did my camp." His mother was dead against it. So they portrayed her as a money grubbing who had money above the welfare of her kid. Like she was another oblivious of Dickie's drug addiction, and like she had to catch him to realize, no, that wasn't. But again, it's Hollywood, right? So they have to make it so like it is. Like in the beginning, it shows him raking fucking pavement on the side of Captain John's by himself. You know what I mean? It's so ridiculous. And my girlfriend's laughing because when he was big work, it'd be like a crew of tons of guys. It was always on the highway, but he was on one of those like $2 million rollers, those huge rollers. That's what his gig was. He drove those rollers back and forth, crushing the cement. He graduated to that after a while, but and so everything was just weird. You know what I mean? So again, I'm sure if they made a movie about anybody that you knew, you would see so many. But that's what made his family march out at the opening. His mother walked out halfway through it. Leo George, the woman who played Mickey's mom, I guess, followed her out. What's wrong? I'm so sorry. She was like, wasn't mean to her. She goes, "Listen, I know you're just doing your job, but you people portrayed me as the heartless piece of shit." And it broke her heart. She from what I was told, I never obviously talked to any of the family about it, but through people talking that it broke her heart. I mean, I know she died within 2 years.
Oh.
But it really bothered her that it portrayed her like that. Like kind of like out of touch with her son's drug addiction and only cared about money. And she put Dickie, like she played favoritism over Mickey. That was never the case either. No.
Yeah, my biggest...
No.
That's Hollywood for you, man. They'll spin it. It's like, I mean, I understood when at the end, when he was about to fight that... what was that kid's name in Ireland? On the undercard of the Hamed...
Shay Neary.
Shay
And
Neary.
that fight did not happen right after that. Was it Israel Chavez when we stopped him with the body shot? There were several fights between there that they skipped right over straight to the Shay Neary fight.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I understand that. It's poetic, creative license that they have to take over there in Hollywood. But I mean, yeah, when they start portraying the family as something that they're not, that's when you start thinking, are you really going to go down that route? In fact, that director who directed that movie, what was his name again? Hold on. Because there's a pretty funny clip, man, of this. If I think that's, yeah.
The dude who plays, the guy who's training Mickey, he's like, "Fuck you, Dickie." Remember the guy with the blonde hair, the sergeant, the cop, Mickey O'Keefe. That's actually Mickey O'Keefe. That's my mother's ex-boyfriend when they were in high school. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Like he's an actual Lowell police officer. That's actually Mickey. He played himself in the movie. Isn't that fucking weird? But anyways, so isn't the retarded kid that he kisses in the beginning. That's Ray Ray. It's like a kind of Mickey's it's friend of the family. He's been Mickey's mascot type of thing. He's always going to all the fights and shit. But so they're the real Mayor of Lowell, Rita. She's the one who said Dickie's a disgrace. But yeah, so.
Damn, that was
Dickie. But did you see that part where they broke Mickey's hand? Was that in the movie, right? They break his hand on the cruiser?
That's why I asked you afterward. That's why I asked you.
That shit really happened. Yep. Sergeant Dowling did it.
And that's the other thing, though.
They took the handcuffs off him and everything, dude, which was crazy. And they held his arm there, and he fucking thwopped it 3 times.
But that's the thing. When the whole neighborhood finds out, knows who the guy is, like there's no silent payback or anything. There's no animosity. Like everything just goes back to normal, or what the fuck?
Well, there was back then. Remember, there was no body cameras. There was no cell phones.
Sure.
When I tell you, like, dude, no bullshit. Like, he's dead now, a junky piece of shit. Rob Roper, who got on because it was civil service, a low police officer. Dude, I'm not joking. When right after we were in court with this dude because he beat my friend Peter almost to death. And he was only 16 years old. I mean, when he was handcuffed, there was at least, because they took measurements for the trial, there was an 11-foot puddle of blood where it pooled next to the sewer, just waiting for the fucking ambulance to come get. That's how bad they beat his head open. But they were suing him. His family was from Pelham. He come down and hang up. But anyways, so they met. So when we were in court going against Roper, who the guy did it, he caught us at Ulo parking lot. Me and my buddy Louis, remember I told you we were walking through and the lights went off in the parking lot. It instantly went dark. Next you know, I'm like, dude, is a cruise? Is that ain't a cruiser behind us? He was just creeping in the parking lot, just completely empty parking lot. And all of a sudden the side light comes on. Now we're blinds. You know what I mean? A cruiser side light, you can't see anything. But dude, we heard the click. Austin,
wait.
He gets out of the
Jimmy.
gun.
I gotta interrupt you. Okay? So are you telling me that the guy who broke his hand is the same crazy cop that you told us about over at Second Renaissance?
No, he was there that night. He was one of the fucking ones who threw the first punch at Dickie.
Okay.
He was one of the first. He's the one who always set everything off. Yeah, he was. But my point being, dude, these guys were crazy. What happened in the Vietnam War took all these kids who normally would have become cops. You know, the straight edge fucking, Joe Public guys. And so what they had to do is lower the standards. It happened in New York, too. It happened all around. And we got these crazy dudes that come on in the early 80s. But, yeah, they were just violent. When they say they would beat the fuck out, like, people don't understand. Mark Iverson, dude, they handcuffed him to a fence and it literally had to stop to catch their breath, beat them with a nightstick.
Wait a
They
second
handcuffed
now,
him right
Jimmy.
to a fence. And yeah.
These victims of police brutality. What was their race?
White. All white.
Oh my god!
Because it was a white city.
But wait. I thought that didn't happen. To whites.
It was just poor. Yeah, but we actually the time they did that to Mark, man, he you know what? Like he says, I'm glad they let him go. The key was always this: you always try to cover your head because if they opened your head up enough, they would always call a boss, and you knew you were going to jail because they'd have to charge you with something. Because they can't have an ambulance show up and you're a bloody mess and say, okay, go home. So, like, you'd always say, like, if they beat you, you always try to cover your head so you don't bleed. So, because if they beat you enough, a lot of times they'll just let you go home. I didn't catch many of those, but yeah, I seen them just punch in the face. And they used to wear leather gloves with lead in them back then, too. Those little fingerless gloves, they had little lead things over the knuckles. Punch you dead in the face. Give them lip, boom, they punch you right in the face, think nothing of it. So yeah, it was different back then. There was no body cameras. Nobody had cell phones. So we were literally afraid of the police when I was a kid. You saw them coming, you went the other way. Just because we were knuckleheads, but yeah.
So the guy who broke Mickey Ward's hand.
Because Mickey knocked him out. Because they were beating up Dickie, and so Mickey come running out of Captain John's, and he saw Darwin was the last one hitting Dickie, so he just shot him one punch, boom, out, fucking cold. So of course, and he kind of stopped fighting there because Mickey O'Keefe had showed up. He was on desk duty at the time, but he jumped in the cruiser, flew down. Probably a fucking 5-minute ride, but flew up there. So they had Dickie. Mickey was calm right away, but when Sergeant Dowling, when he woke up, fucking, he was so bullshit. He was pissed, and he's the sergeant, ROT. So he told him take the cuffs off, and they did. And they put his fucking hand on the hood, and they did, and they fucking swaffed it with that mag flashlight. Oh, It was brutal.
That
Yeah, they
flashlight
shattered
was
his hand.
fucking. That flashlight could break. That shit breaks bones.
Yeah, shattered his fucking right hand. Shattered his hand. He sued. I never asked. I mean, I know there was a settlement. He settled with the city. Because there was so many witnesses, dude. It wasn't like they were even trying to hide a PDA. You know what I mean? It wasn't like they were looking around. It was fucking 30, 40 people, including some of his family. Everybody saw it go down. Yeah,
insane,
man. That's why I see this shit now, and I'm like, wow, it's so crazy. Policing, who would ever want to do it today? Held accountable, and more than accountable, even punished. But yeah, they would beat you. It was known here in Lowell. Kids knew you come into Lowell, you didn't piss off. Put it this way, as a joke, dude, this hands of God true story. We were in a third floor apartment at this, all you Lowell students, these chicks. We were up there. Somebody threw a beer bottle and it hit the girl's car, so she called the Lowell police because it was a Friday night on campus. Everybody's acting like a nut. She called them again, and they called the police 3 times. Lou was like, you missed out. You don't know how to work the Lowell police. He picks up the phone. Her phone calls the police and says, if you guys don't send a fucking cruiser here, I'm calling Jimmy Campbell, the city manager, and have your job. And hung up. He goes, watch this. BDA, hand to God, 4 cruisers were there. Dude, they weren't looking for the beer bottle. They were going door to door, knocking. They came right up to the apartment, knocked on the door. Who called the cops? Who's calling Jimmy Campbell? Dude, they came in looking to beat the fuck out of whoever called the police and said, I'm going to fucking call Jimmy Campbell. I swear, I thought I was going to get fucking killed because we were the only people in that house, and she called them to go in front of that house. And I remember thinking, oh my God, you didn't give this address. And she wasn't from around here. And I'm like, you don't understand. They're not going to come to find out. They're going to come and beat the fuck out of whoever threatened them. Or whoever threatened to call Jimmy Campbell. And sure enough, I was literally afraid, dude. They had like 4 or 5 guys just standing in the apartment not saying nothing, just like gang members staring at us. You guys, you sure you didn't call the cops? What's your name? And I'm like, I just live right up there. I just got here. And I was nervous. They were going to fucking one of the girls were going to slip up and say, he called. Because they would have taken whoever called downstairs and they would have gave him a fucking beating.
I would have said, I called. The fuck you gonna do about it? And I would have poked him in the chest. That's what I would.
Well, Louis was asking the girls, "You guys got video cameras?" My buddy Louis, because he's crazy, he was like, "Listen, I'll go downstairs. I'll say it was me, but videotape and I'll sue him because they're gonna beat the fuck out of him." I'm like, Louis, you don't know that, dude. They might take you in a paddy wagon, take you down the river because the place under the bridge they used to park. They really want to tune you up because nobody hear you screaming. So I said, they might take you away in the way. He goes, yeah, you got a point. But they didn't have a video camera anyways. But yeah, no, a sergeant showed up, 6 or 7 fucking guys and fucking 4 cruisers, and they were literally going door to door in that area trying to find out who called, just to punch their face in. That's the Lowell police back then.
But the guy that broke the hand, Mickey Ward's hand, ended up ODing, you said, right?
No. Rob Ropa, the one who threw the first punch at Dickie, who hit Dickie.
Oh, that was a crazy dude. The guy that killed. Well,
yes.
The guy with the prostitute.
He had a mohawk, dude. He had a mohawk with tattoos on his head.
Yeah,
he was a fucking police officer.
Oh,
yeah,
back
union.
then that was rare. That was rare.
Yeah, very rare, dude. Very rare. And he got a mohawk because he was fucking with the police. They were trying to fire him, dude. It was just an ongoing thing. He was the one who did that horrible thing to a prostitute. Took him to Merritt gas station, and he stuck his nightstick up a fucking prostitute's vagina and actually ruptured something in there. Yeah, he was a sick beast of a man, dude. He wasn't that tall, but he would smash your head open with a nightstick as soon as look at you.
but Derek Chauvin's a bad guy, though, right? He deserves to go to jail.
Oh, yeah.
But
that's why I watch this. I'm like joking.
So what ended up happening?
Did you see the?
Nothing. He actually became a lieutenant. 2 years after he did that to Mickey, he became a lieutenant.
Well, there
he
you
actually
go.
got a promotion.
Jeez, I mean,
did you see the?
And he's really not a bad guy. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I was just gonna say, just for the record, Dallin, to be honest with you, he's really not even a bad guy. As sick as that sounds, he really isn't even a bad. He actually was always.
I believe it, dude. I believe it, man. I've grown to learn that. Hey, man, sometimes you catch people at a bad time, and you can not
knocked him out, dude, in front of all his officers, right, dude? Think about it.
Exactly.
He's
sometimes
a superior officer. Yeah,
we got to look at what we do. We got to look at what we do as well. You know what I'm saying? To trigger somebody to do something that we felt that was unjust. Did you guys see the picture? The picture that I sent in the Discord chat?
Yes, I did.
You saw it, right?
Yeah.
Interesting, right? So they don't talk about that.
Recognize what you're trying to do here. This ain't second renaissance. He's still recognize.
No. I just wanted to send you that. That's all. Just wanted to send you that. You don't have to talk about it.
But you brought up a good point. Like, how would we react if something like that happened to us? Look, if I'm a cop and a guy knocks me out in front of all my buddies, I get up, I dust myself off, and I go, "Good shot, kid," and I give him a pat on the back, and that's it. I don't fucking I don't break his fucking hand or stick a night billy club up a girl's twat. I mean, that's just not right.
But you
So what would happen to you if you did that to a street kid today? You punched him and you knocked him out, and he has access to, and he's capable of killing you. What do you think he's going to do? What options do you think he's going to take?
Yeah, that's a good point.
He's probably more likely he's going to have you killed.
And especially then, dude, right? Lowell was a notorious fight town, right? It was a very violent, not so much shooting shit, but dudes, everybody fist fought. It was a violent time. So the police were a reflection of the community. Like, they couldn't handle, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would have been a big deal if Mickey knocked him out. Like, he went too far, you know what I mean, by breaking his hand, without a doubt. But you can almost see why he did that, because he would have lost all respect getting knocked out. Even after he did that, he still caught a lot of shit for getting knocked out. There was a lot of snickering. Kids would yell shit as he drove by. Oh yeah.
Wait.
You can
The
understand
kids,
why they were that way.
the kids
What's that?
the kids would taunt the police, even knowing what they were capable of.
Oh yeah, no, they'd throw snowballs at the crews, and certain, like Arthur Diet. He was such a prick when he was younger. When he got older, he couldn't run anymore. So if he was ever in a cruiser by himself, they would just bombard his cruiser with rocks and snowballs because he couldn't catch you, you know.
Oh, that sounds like a
it
pain
was
in the ass,
crazy.
man. But yeah, I mean, so I did that. It was an interesting movie. I mean, I knew there were gonna be inconsistencies, but when you told, as I was watching that, I remember that. Wait a minute, didn't Jimmy say that the portrayal of the family as white trash was a little excessive? So I was watching.
Except for Dickie. Everything about Dickie's right on, dude. He was as trashy as you could get because he was a junkie. It is what it is, man. Charge it to the game. He was portraying himself as a police officer. You get a guy getting a blowjob from one of their girlfriends, and as he would walk up with a fucking, he'd wet his hair back too, just wet it all back. Little police with a flashlight in their face. Let me see an ID. So when they'd say, just give me the wallet, and he would grab the wallet out of the hand. When he'd hand it back to him, saying, get the fuck out of here. They wouldn't check, but he usually take, if there's any money in the wallet, he would just take it all out. And if they didn't get him that way, if you could get a girl back to his house, this is even worse, dude. He'd be under the bed. And this girl's coming to do the smoker. He's going through the dude's pockets and around his ankle.
The fuck, man? Yo, this guy, it's interesting.
Yeah, he was a fucking nut job, bro.
Dude, crazy. He was the crackhead, man. They did what they had to do to get money, man. They were just constantly robbing and fucking shotgun and jiving. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting though because Recognize was over at Thunderdomes the other day, well, a couple of weeks, 2 weeks back perhaps, and they were watching the Arturo, one of the CBS or NBC investigative reports on Arturo Gatti and the whole murder. And Mickey Ward was on there saying like he doesn't believe Gatti committed murder. I mean, committed suicide. Sorry, committed suicide. Yes, it was an interesting documentary, man. There was a lot of interesting things, like with the ex-wife. You could tell that she's a professional, and Recognize. You made a very salient point when you said she probably got with Arturo Gatti and gave him the impression that he could control her. So he lowered his defenses, and then that's when she turned into that. Well, why don't we go to
she acted submissive in the beginning.
Listen, and I'm telling you from experience, all right? I'm telling you from experience, especially, and I'm not saying all women are like that, because most women are not. But when you're a street guy, when you're a street person, you're a fighter, stuff like that, you socialize and you meet women in clubs and strip clubs. A lot of these women, they understand what they're doing. Okay, so those are the women you got to be careful for. Those type of women, they will get you to the point where they don't need you anymore. So this is what being, she'll be submissive. She'll forgive you for things that she normally wouldn't. All that stuff. Have a baby with that girl and watch her change her total attitude towards you. She don't need you. She got the system behind her, and she will cut you off, my friend. And she would be the baby mama from hell. That's why they come up with that saying, baby mama. That's one of the reasons. Baby mama used to be, because some guy from the streets, usually a black guy, has like 3 different baby mamas, so he doesn't know their name. And he would just say, yeah, that's my baby mama.
And that's interesting, man, because there was also the clip you guys were watching where she goes, they said that she used to work as a stripper. She goes, no, that never happened. And then people they showed pictures and they talked to people that say, yeah, she worked there. And they ask her, why would people make this up? She goes, because they want to make me look bad. But why would they want to make you like that? Sounded like such a narcissistic response. You know what I mean? It's like somebody that's just trying to.
Exactly. People that view themselves as victims, I don't care what they are, what their background is. Everybody's been a victim of something. Everybody, I guarantee you that. Okay, but when you try to paint yourself out as you have moral superiority over people because you was a victim, those are narcissists. Those are people that are narcissists.
Exactly. And dude, you guys all understand physics. Each one of you guys are intelligent enough to understand certain laws of physics. Think about it. Tell me what would cause more strain to something if you just took like 180 pounds and you hung it from a strap, just dead weight, or if it was 180 pounds of struggling, moving back and forth. Of course, the movement would cause it to snap quicker. They couldn't get a fucking strap to last from just dead weight for the longest, what did the test say, 12 seconds? And they broke they did it like 20-something times in a row. They bought that same purse, and they said it was an impossibility. Because if without snapping your neck to hang yourself to die, it
You
takes
can't
minutes.
do it. It's your instincts.
Yeah, it takes minutes. Exactly.
Your instincts will kick
to
in.
fight.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like
So
it's
even
like,
if as
for
you're dying,
instance,
your body will squirm. So that thing would have snapped.
it's
The
the
fact
same
they couldn't get
reason.
it to last.
It's the same reason you can't shoot yourself 2 times. You only can do it 1 time, right? Because once you shoot yourself that 1 time, you cannot shoot 2 times. So for you to hang yourself, you can't be sitting there struggling until you die. No, it's got to, because what's going to happen is you're going to kick your hand. Your hands are going to react to where you're being squeezed at, and you're going to alleviate the pressure. That's just your body's instinct.
You stand up if you have the room to do it.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But if you snap your neck, there's no reaction. You just die.
That's the reason why they always had the trap door, because remember they would always make the person fall. That was the thing.
Yeah.
A good executioner would figure out how far the person would have to fall. He would know where to put the noose, so your neck would better chance to snap, because it's more humane. If you have to kill a dude, at least make it quick. And to die that way, the way he did, would have taken a long time. And just other things. It was a small kitchen in the sun in the morning. Come up there, they think it was 5:40. The sun would have been creasing through those windows. She came down at 8, all right, to get something out of the refrigerator. So just that whole whitish kitchen would have been illuminated, bright. And she almost would have had to step over his body with a pile of blood. She said, I thought he was just drunk laying on the floor. So you didn't see the blood, pool of blood. You didn't know the strap hanging. It's just
she was lying. She was
lying.
She was lying. Yeah.
Got him home, passed him out, and she fucking opened the door to relatives and had her family who
right, because they said that they check video surveillance, but I'm like, well, here's the question: anybody could pass a video surveillance. Did you have video inside?
Video only to the front door of the hotel, though. No, they didn't have it to the side. Someone could have climbed into
there you go
onto the fucking balcony very easily.
Look, if I could think it. People that would actually do it, right? If I wanted to do something like that same property, I've seen it.
Why would she insist for them to go?
I would ask her this: is there any video surveillance there? She says, I don't know. Go check it out for me. Okay, and do me a favor, when you check it out, tell me where the video surveillance is set up. Okay.
And why would she demand them to go? Why was she so set on them going there? It's not a touristy type place. Like, that's not where tourists go to Brazil. It was actually an economically kind of a depressed place. It's the reason why he got in fights in the streets, because the people are like, they don't like American tourists. It's just not what it is. So why was she so adamant about bringing him there? It's like, okay, she has family. And another thing, why was the original state cop, the county or the town, this thing happened, that homicide detective, upon being there for less than an hour, slapped cuffs on her and said, you're under arrest. That's huge. The first instinct of the first homicide detective was to charge her with homicide, because he didn't buy the scene at all. It's like, no, none of this is right. And it wasn't until she was in jail for over the weekend till her family leaned on somebody who was the state police, in a way, I guess, that works there. The state police have instant demographical power or jurisdiction power, and took the case over. And he wasn't even a homicide detective. So the whole thing stunk to high heaven.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a long time since I saw that documentary, but seeing it again, it don't make sense. She killed him, or she had him killed? I think she had him killed.
She absolutely had him. There's no way she would have physically been able to, to get him in that position to strangle him. I think somebody knocked him out on cold. Dude, How convenient. Listen, you know how slick I think she is? I think she set the whole thing up because what happened earlier in the night, guys? Think about this, right? As a detective, you got to think like a cop. Remember, he needed to have abrasions about his head because to knock him out, you would have had to hit him in the head, correct? Right? How would they have explained that? Wait a minute. He has contusions. But what happened right before they got home? He got in a fight with a bunch of people. Out of nowhere, these dudes suddenly attacked him. Remember? Hit him in the head with a bottle. Another dude hit him with a bicycle. He was fighting all these guys. Why did suddenly guys, random dudes, start throwing punches at him for arguing with his wife in the street? Because it was a reason now he has an excuse to have contusions on his head. She's a slick, murderous bitch. Hello?
Yeah, Jimmy, I was on mute, man. Shit, I was gonna say, can you hear me, Jimmy?
I'm having a hard time. Yeah, I could just barely catch you there. Yeah, but that was my point, dude.
No, I was
You
gonna
got in a
say,
fight earlier.
I believe the fight was to kill him then. It just didn't work out.
Very good point, dude.
Yeah,
Very good point. I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Yes. Because I was giving her more. I was giving her more like sneakiness. Like, let's give him the beating. That way there'd be contusions. But you're making a better point.
That's too much.
Yeah, that's too much of a risk.
Yeah.
So too much detail in it. So she was probably trying to get him to get stabbed right there. It's just he beat the fuck out of him too much and had to run away. And too much attention came to it. You're right. She was trying to kill him right there, wasn't she?
She was trying.
Oh,
she was trying to have him killed right there. She could chalk it up to a street fight. You know, he landed on his head. He died. They kicked. You know, they were gonna if he would have ever dropped, they would have just stomped him.
Because remember the cab driver, dude? The cab driver said it was odd. It seemed like it was just these guys got aggressive towards Arturo out of nowhere. Like, yes, he was arguing with her in a fight she started. Got out of the cab, was starting a fight, but it was her raising her voice. She was being the aggressive one, and suddenly these dudes come out of nowhere to fight him. Very strange,
and let me tell you
right?
something. When a girl insults you in your career, there's a text messaging going back and forth between them. When a woman insults your career, who you are as a person, my friend, she can get you killed. You gotta understand something. Even if a woman used you for money and sex or whatever, and she wasn't really emotionally attached to you that way, she still thinks like a woman. She's thinking like, I gave you something that now I'm starting to like regret somewhat. So now I want to insult you. That woman is capable of killing you, bro.
Dude, I can't wait to see Mickey. Next time I talk to Mickey, I'm going to mention what you said. That's so smart, dude.
Let me tell you something. You know what I learned?
I think you're right on the money with that, dude. I think you're right on the money with that.
I've learned something, right? When you talk to a woman and she talks too much about her ex-boyfriend and how scorned she was by guys in the past, don't trust
She's
that
a
girl.
bitter, angry. She's
Don't
a
trust
bitter
that
woman.
woman. You know who you trust? You know who you trust? Hey, what about your past? She tells you, what about it? Yeah, why things ended. Just didn't work out. That's a woman you trust. She tells you just like that, just didn't work out. It wasn't meant to be. Because she moved on. That's what I'm trying to say. She moved on, and she's not thinking about the past anymore. She's just thinking about right now.
Yeah, that's what I do with women. I make them think about the right now, the here and now. They don't think about anybody else. I'm gonna tell you. I mean, it's hard to think about anybody else when you're tied up in a. Anyway, the point is this, fellas. That whole thing about wasn't that a weird year too? By the way, 2009. Within 2 months, I believe, Gotti died,
Damn, it's been that
Arguello
long?
died, and Werner Forrest died. 3 years.
It's been
I mean,
that
in that. Yeah, it's been 2009.
Wow. Went by
Bizarre.
fast, man.
Yeah, it was strange that those 3 guys dying within that span of time. You know what? When I watched that Thunderdome episode, when you guys were watching that episode, and he didn't get flagged, by the way, did he? They didn't give him a strike. Yeah, I was thinking. I was thinking we should do the same thing over at Second Renaissance. I got a couple of things we could watch and then comment on as we go along. One, it's a documentary. I don't think we would get flagged for that one because somebody else uploaded it. It's a documentary on the Shroud of Turin, which is very strange. I don't know if you guys know what the Shroud of Turin is, but it's the
with the picture of Jesus' face on it.
Yeah,
Is that the one?
Yeah, the one that they think that he was wrapped with, and there's a whole lot of bizarre things with that one. They've done scientific tests on it, and they still don't know how they could have managed to do that in medieval
I
times.
thought the carbon dating on it debunked it. Am I wrong on that? I could be completely wrong, but I thought something recently they did
according to
carbon
what I've
dating and
read,
it didn't make sense.
yeah, some people contest that because they say that it was damaged too, so they put some patches over it. So they said that the things that they were testing, the samples that they sent for testing, weren't actually from several parts. It was just from a specific part that was added afterwards. So we could watch a documentary on that. We could also watch a documentary on. I don't know if we can watch this one though. I have to go through it to see if I have to test it out on YouTube, see if it won't get flagged. But I don't know if you guys heard about this, but I think Kanye West and that Kardashian woman, they're getting divorced, right?
Yes.
Oh, they are?
Yeah. Kanye and his wife. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's what I wanted to
filed.
say because I found a doc. Now, some people can say, well, you're going to watch a documentary on that. It's not about the divorce. It's about Kanye West and how he's been claiming to be mind controlled and all that. And he's not the first big celebrity that's gone down a path of mental illness and then who later claims that he's being manipulated somehow. So I thought that would have been an interesting one to watch because this documentary breaks down some of the symbolism behind. Because I can think about it. Okay, I understand he became a billionaire, right? But why did Kardashian? I didn't know about this until a couple of months ago. She officially became a billionaire. Now, some people are going to say, well, she's got endorsements. Yeah, but endorsements based on what? She became famous because she was in a sex tape.
She's worth $1 billion now. Her empire,
according
Holy
to the
shit.
list. Yeah.
Well, the Forbes magazine. Wow.
Can you believe that?
I know the father left him with money. I know that.
Yeah, but he wasn't a
a
billionaire.
successful lawyer. It was
He wasn't a
multi-millionaire.
billionaire, right?
But I'm saying, was it just through investments? Her portfolio was it investment money or is it
I'm
money
sure.
she's earned?
Sure, it's both. A little bit.
'Cause I'm just curious. Wait a minute. Does she have products like makeup products and shit too?
Yeah, she's got endorsements.
Oh,
and
that's
shit
where
like
it is.
that.
Makeup is big money.
But think
dude.
about it,
If she has
Jimmy.
a
Think
line
about
that's
it.
famous.
But think about it. Like, if you get an endorsement, usually it's an athlete or a superstar, I mean, a singer or something. They got something to back that up, right? What did she do? In other words, this is my litmus test. If we're ever in a stranded island, everyone has a strength, right? Maybe a singer, maybe he could entertain us. Me, of course, I got the storytelling. You know, I'm an affable personality. Everybody loves me. If you get somebody that's good, a good handyman.
I'm not too sure about that, but yeah.
Now, wait a minute. Now, if you get somebody that's a good handyman and so on and so forth, if she's stuck in an island, she's past her prime physically. So what is she really good for? How is she earning $1 billion in this society of ours? That's what I'm trying to get at.
And you're very top. You're very it just as of April 21st, 2021, her last Forbes entry was last year. She was worth $780 million, and again from then till they just released it in April of this year, she just reached the $1 billion net worth.
Jeez, Louise. I mean, good for her, I suppose. I mean, I'm not saying, look, but I'm saying is this indicative. It tells you a little something about the society we live in, where a woman can essentially gain $1 billion based on her ass and tits, essentially. Because let's face the fact, she's not a singer, she's not an athlete, she's not an actress. Even that, I mean, actors they make a lot of money.
She's a real nobody.
Yeah, it says, I just was reading the article, dude. It was the cosmetic line in her skinny, her workout, the clothing and cosmetics. The cosmetic line is worth hundreds of millions. And, but yeah, that's what I was just reading it. Wow, that's crazy. Her KKW Beauty and Shapewear companies.
That's insane, man, that she can make that much. I'm telling you.
Accelerating for 10 figures.
It boggles the mind that she was able to. She's got nothing that she brings to the table that you would say, but somehow they built it around. I think there's something bizarre going. I think they're grooming them for something. That whole family, they're grooming them for something. And we can get into that in Second Renaissance. But yeah, in Second Renaissance, we can watch that documentary on Kanye West about how he's been seemingly brainwashed. And there's another one that I want to watch on the West Memphis 3. Was it the 3 or 5? Yeah, West Memphis 3. Those kids that ended up allegedly murdering some children in Arkansas, I believe. and then a bunch of celebrities. Well, I don't want to spoil it, but suffice to say, there's some weird shenanigans involving Hollywood actors and celebrities and singers there that supported them to try to get them out of jail. So it's rife with some bizarre
celebrities are occultists. They're like they're really like satanic, right? When you support like and there's many cases like that. There's a killer who killed somebody in, I want to say, in Chino Hills, California. I might be wrong about the name. Back in the 80s, he killed like a whole family. I don't want to get to the racial aspect. He was a black guy. The family was white. But supposedly he all right, thank you. Sorry about that.
You're welcome.
And so anyway, there's celebrities that are like calling for him to be pardoned because they think that it was somebody else. They think that it was like some white guy, but some white guys, but the evidence don't come close to suggesting that, right? Like this guy was convicted because he did it. He killed this family, but I think one kid survived. One of the kids survived. It's like what they do is this, right? And I hate to bring up Tyson Fury, right? But Tyson Fury, when he went on that rant, he said it best. He said, everything that's bad will become legal. And he said this, I want to say, 7-8 years ago? No, maybe not that long. Like maybe 6 or 7 years ago, he said this shit.
I think it was before
and
the
remember
Klitschko
the
fight.
video that got him? Was it before the Vladimir Klitschko fight?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And, everybody would mainly focus on what he, the certain people that he brought up as controlling everything. But besides that, right, but besides that, the stuff that he was saying, like, this is basically just good versus evil. That's all. That's what it really comes down to. It's good versus evil. Anything that's illegal today will become legal tomorrow. They're working on that. They're slowly working on doing that. So when you see celebrities like what you call it, they're like endorsing murderers, people who are proven murderers, okay, and they do it under the guise of social justice. Whether they are informed that he did it or not, it's not even the point. It's basically it's being sanctioned by one of our mainstream medias, right? Whether it comes to government or it comes to entertainment or academia. These are all media outlets that teach people this stuff. They really
it's out of the communist playbook. The Bolsheviks did the same thing after they took power in 1919. They emptied the prisons under the guise that these people in prison were prisoners because they were forced to become prisoners because of society's we can all under social justice, which terminology in itself is a communist term, but they use that. So they emptied the prisons because, and it's also twofold, because suddenly what do they have? Their own little goon squad to go attack the people they wanted. But they did the same thing. It's all repeating itself.
You weren't there at the Last Second Renaissance episode, but I was posting a story from the New York Post where there was this one. We keep doing a segment over there called New York Falling Down, and it's about all these attacks, random attacks occurring in New York City. And there was a woman. Ironically, she used to be a crime reporter back in the 80s and 90s. Old lady, in her 70s. She's walking down the street. All of a sudden, this guy out of nowhere, he ducks under some scaffolding as he's walking by. So he ducks under the scaffolding to get to her, and he just casually whacks her with a punch and keeps walking. The way he did it was so casual. And by the way, the New York Post, the photo they put in there was of the guy as he was ducking under the scaffolding. So it looks like he was dragging his knuckles, walking on four legs. But anyway, that's besides the point. The point is, that's what Recognize has been telling us. They're emptying the prison. Ever since this whole COVID thing, they're emptying the prisons and the mental homes, and they're letting these motherfuckers out that are just randomly attacking people. Like, what was that guy's name from the Ghostbusters that Stu's always referencing?
Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis. He fell victim to that too. Upper West Side.
Just going up and targeting people for their race, and nobody gives a fuck, but it's happening.
Listen, Rick Moranis has been living in Manhattan for probably many, many years. He felt comfortable. The last 20 years, New York has been a pretty much Civil City compared to what it used to be, and
big cities, yeah.
And comparison to most big cities. I'm not saying it's the safest, but it is up there as one of the safest.
Manhattan was crazy safe in the 90s. It was really
as much
good.
as crazy as that sound, it's the truth though. It is the truth. Whether you believe it or not, I don't.
It happened
really
almost
care.
overnight.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
And Manhattan almost overnight was like just not literally
from the
overnight.
zoo to
yeah.
It happened from like 1985 to by 1990.
So my point, forget it. I think that was the most violent years of New York City, 1985 to 1990. That was probably the most violent year. Actually, the late 80s and the early 90s. Really, in reality, it was the most deadliest years.
Remember, the cops used to drive there on the horseback along the sides of
But what I was going to say was
by the park and tell white people not to get out of the park. Don't get caught in the park.
Rick Moranis was walking by because of the last 20 years of living in New York, or whether he comes back and forth, it doesn't matter. He was just, everything's cool. I don't have nothing to worry about. This video surveillance, no.
Just going to my local car to get my paper.
Overnight, they just took away all your securities, my friend. You got a fence for yourself now.
Jeez,
and that guy walks up to him and knocks him out.
It's a cost for all your liberal voting, idiot.
Yeah, but hold on. If you defend yourself, then you're the bad guy. You get sent to prison for, shooting
that's
someone.
part of, you see, whether you want to call them elitist, Zionist, they operate differently. They use communism to destroy civilizations, but they rule through elitism, Zionism. That's Zionist.
Corporatism right now.
Corporatism, right.
You know what I'm thinking of doing? Because listen, I'm thinking Second Renaissance used to be a portal for ideas, but now we have to tiptoe. Essentially, we turned it into TMZ over there. We're trying to do it like a Howard Stern type show over there. And we can't talk about serious shit anymore because you don't know what's going to happen. So, fellas, stay on the line after we're done with this episode because I want to talk to you about a couple of things.
I've been meaning to talk to you about.
BDA, can I just say something too real quick about, you just brought up her about being $1 billion. I slipped early when he was talking. I said, oh my God, the reason why you heard me say that in the background, her youngest sister, Kyle, is worth $900 million.
Oh.
She just sold half. Yeah, dude, she just sold half her cosmetic company, Kyle, just half. And she reported, Forbes has her at $900 million.
That's insane.
Damn, man. I mean, if you can make it in a capitalist country, man.
Well, I'm telling you.
Well, listen, it is what it is, man. Jeez Louise. What the fuck is that laugh? What are you doing, man?
That's the greatest laugh, man.
They offer nothing either. They really do. What do they offer? What do they offer society? Nothing.
Well, come on. It's just all in fun, guy.
No, but yeah, man, that's what I'm we gotta talk about, because listen, Rick and I said something earlier about evil. And I'm starting to, look, because Jimmy, I'm interested. You said you don't believe in life after death, right? Did you say that once? Or maybe I'm mistaken.
No, I say I wish I could. No, I have bouts with it. It's actually a really big tormental thing with me. I'm envious of people's faith.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you believe in a higher power?
Yeah, well, I believe in things stronger than me. I believe, like, if it's not even a God, I believe in, like, the earth, the wind. I'm just a atom. I'm a flea amongst all this, and there's things greater than me. I look at a mountain and I'm like in awe. Like, look at a fucking bull elephant, 16,000-pound bull elephant, and you say, holy shit, I'm so insignificant. You know what I mean? It's just life in general. So I believe in greater things than me. Do I believe in a being, Antian being, whatever they call it, and looking down at everything we do? I wish I could. I want to. I've tried my whole life to believe it. I don't know.
Well, Jimmy, I got a surprise for you. He's right here, right now. I'm kidding. Now, listen, we're going to talk about this on Second Renaissance one of these days. Actually, stay on the line, fellas, because I want to talk to you about that. But real quick, because I do have to go eat. I've been on here for 4 hours nonstop. So, but we do have to discuss a couple of things. What else was I going to say? All right, so let's just set it down here. Hey, by the way, fellas, don't forget, Gonzalo. The GoFundMe link is in there in the chat. It's in the description. It's pinned. You can always access it in the past stream we did, that the one Bucho did last night. I think the link is right there as well. I know Mark is streaming. He's got the link there. Donate to Gonzalo's GoFundMe. Don't do it via super chat because then YouTube takes a cut, and Gonzalo needs every cent he can get right now. So do that. So what should we watch a documentary then, or maybe not even the whole documentary, but maybe like a short one, 12 minutes or something, if you guys can find one. But I'm just gonna say I got those 3 options that I told you. I don't know if you guys would be interested.
I'm setting up my computer right now.
Okay. I don't know if you guys would be interested in the ones I mentioned. If you're not, let me know and we'll watch.
Oh no, I'm interested in anything, and believe me, like I said, I want to. I'm not one of those people. Like I want to find more religion, even if I think it'd be good if I did. I want to believe. I when I hear people like talk about God and they truly in their heart believe with every fiber, and they just know I'm envious of that, man. I'm like, my God, because I see they have peace. For the most part, I see people who truly believe in God seem to have peace, inner peace, and all that other stuff. So.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's we can get into a second renaissance. All I'll say is there's starting to be a turn against atheists now. Back a couple of 15 years ago, when Dawkins was at his peak, and people were like, "Oh yeah, atheism's cool, man. Atheists are actually smarter than religious people." Now it's turned the other way. After 15 years later, people are starting to realize that atheists, they hit a wall afterwards. It's like, okay, you're an atheist. There's no God. Now what? Like, what's next?
Worst thing to happen to this country, though, was the fucking the child molestation things in the Christian church, the Catholic church.
No, that's all they
devastated.
Got, and by the way, that was
you
Catholics,
No,
man. Yeah, but that was Catholics.
That?
I mean, that was Catholics. That
no, I know, but I'm saying, but Catholic, where I'm from, the Northeast, I believe it's like 80% in New England are Catholic. Mm-hmm. So that I physically saw the transformation. Like churches emptied out, churches had to get closed. Churches, Saint Chandac, certain huge popular churches in Lowell, literally overnight the parishioners went away. And people will fill that with one way or another. They'll fill a void. And a lot of people, a lot of experts, even Jordan Peterson said, a lot of these people have gone into the church of woke.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true, man. It's a religion unto itself, that whole PC thing. But Jimmy, have you seen the Serpent Church over there in Italy, from the Vatican? That they have
the Serpent Church in Vatican. Yeah. No,
the ones that's shaped like the head of a serpent, so that if you're inside it, actually, I'll show it to you on Second Renaissance. It's creepy as fuck, and it just goes to show you the Vatican was corrupted a long time ago, and that's a human element. That's the human
the Vatican
corruption.
Has some of the best collections of everything. Like they have vaults that nobody can go in and see unless it's like under. You got to get permission from the Pope, but like they have collections of scriptures and things that are just so priceless. It's insane.
Jimmy, they don't even have, they can't even keep track of everything they have there. There's no formal catalog. I mean, they're trying to now because they started digitizing it apparently from what I read. But yeah,
so you know about it too, right? Their room they have, meaning that the stuff they collect, isn't it? Like layers and floors they built of just all the stuff they've kept over the years. Think about how many pictures and, families during the fucking, what was it? The Inquisition they killed, all the gold they got out of Central America. Can you imagine insane, the artifacts they have in that room?
And by the way, official scorecard box in the chat says, is there a second Renaissance later, Mr. BDA? Unfortunately not, man. We've been here for 4 hours and 30 minutes. This was a special episode. This was a Gonzalo fundraiser.
Scoreboard, he's a good dude, man.
Yeah. Listen, there's no big fight tomorrow this Saturday, so I don't know if maybe we can skip the usual BDA Wednesday show and just essentially do a second Renaissance tomorrow. Because it has been more than a week, I think, since we did second Renaissance, so we do have to get on top of that. Anyway, fellas, I think we're going to cut this one short. Thanks to everybody who joined. Thanks to everybody who went over to Gonzalo's GoFundMe page and donated. That's the most important thing. Go to Gonzalo's GoFundMe page and donate. Every little bit helps. I see we've already made a lot of progress over there in the pay. Almost at $5,000, man.
That's awesome. Really? That's awesome. Good for him. We need to do better, though. Hey, listen, when you guys hang up, YouTube, can I just, when we get off the air, I'll keep you on for swear to God, no more than 10 seconds. I just got to point out one thing to you guys off the air.
Yeah. I was going to stay on the air too.
All right, fantastic. Carleto, are you still there?
I might be taking a quick shower at the same time.
Please, no, don't, man.
Come on, don't worry. I'm not going to show. What are you guys afraid of? I'm not going to show my body.
Right? I don't want to hear shit. I don't want to hear rubbing and shit.
I'll put it on mute.
Yeah, okay, that's good. All right, Guerrero, thank you for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. jump on next time, especially Friday when we do the open phone lines and open everything. So shout out to you, Guerrero. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, everybody that joined this video, everyone who called in, everyone who listened to this show, really appreciate it. Again, go over to Gonzalo's GoFundMe page if you get the chance. Go over to Mark. He's still doing his 6-day stream, so you can support there as well. You can find the GoFundMe link there, or generally just jump on the stream and try to help Mark out as well. And that's about it, fellas. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Shout out to Gonzalo. Shout out to Gonzalo. Yeah, why not? Shout out to Jimmy, Recognize, Bucho, Jay, aka Boxing Chief, everyone who called in. And that's about it, fellas. I'm trying to waste a little time here because I gotta get rid of something at the same time. But at the same time, hey, shout out to everybody that was in the chat room and everybody who listened. Jaguar, What About Me, Official Scorecard Boxing, One Hitter, AJR, Jonathan Lambarena.
Shout out to those who donated, man. Much respect.
Pete. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Pete. Yeah, shout out to Pete. Yeah, shout out to everyone that's donated. Jimmy D. Giles. Guys, you know who you are. Mike St. John. Thanks you for joining us. Really appreciate it. We'll catch you on the next one. Take it easy, fellas. Thanks for watching.